Okay, going live.
Okay, we're up.
All right, we are live. Hello, welcome everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension, and welcome to the 4th annual Portal to Ascension conference. I'm so extremely excited to be here with all of you. We have a good over 2,000 people signed up for this event, so people will be coming in for the next 4 days. But this is not only our 4th annual, but we are starting to actually do this conference twice a year now. The last time we did this was in October. You guys have access to all the replays for that. You can check it out on portaltoascension.org in your membership section. But this year, we've decided that last year did so well that why not do it twice a year and just keep that empowerment going, you know, mid-year energy and then the end of the year, just to keep that vibration up high. And you are going to be in for an amazing ride of epicness. We have some incredible speakers. We have over 33 speakers and we have over 2 panels. But first, before we get into everything today, we're going to introduce you to the MCs. I'm going to introduce you to the MCs and go over the schedule and just a little bit about what you can expect for the next 4 days. You know, there's a lot going on in the world right now. The disclosure subject is on the tip of everybody's tongue and mind, and a lot of it happening in regards to that. So we're going to spend a lot of time as well delving deep into what it means for humanity and what's going on right now and what are the conflicting agendas. But really what it's all about, and I keep saying it over and over, which is the evolution of consciousness. How does this all tie into our spiritual growth? How can we use our discernment in order to see what's going on and remain positive in these times where it's kind of difficult to do that at times because there's so many conflicting energies, so much drama happening. So we're going through a collective dark night of the soul, right? It's been happening for some years. So together, we're going to be creating a grid work of energy with this conference, sending it out to the cosmos, sending it out to everybody, and just creating that vibration of love, unity, and disclosure and truth so that we can really create the earth that we know is possible, right? So I want to welcome all of you here one more time. And just to let you know a couple logistical informations, there may be some time for questions, and we'll let you know. The speakers will ask you, the speakers will say, I can take questions. Or there'll be a Q&A time. So if you're going to do that, you're going to leave the question in the Q&A area, which is a button right in the center of the Zoom room. Okay, so that's where you're going to leave it, in the Q&A area. Now for the chat room, change your settings to all panelists and attendees. Okay, change your settings to all panelists and attendees. Reason for that is if it's only all panelists, then only the panelists can see what you want to say. And I know a lot of you want to talk to everybody else, and sometimes you're talking for quite some time and you don't realize no one can read it. So change your settings to all panelists and attendees just so you can engage with everyone. All right, before we get started here, we did take a few deep breaths, but I was thinking maybe that Joan, you could lead us in kind of like an intention activation just to start out, and then we'll get into introducing ourselves and MCs and talk about what we're going to experience for these next 4 days. Oh, you're muted, Joan.
It helps if I unmute, right? Okay. So, oh boy, do I feel this. Everyone take a deep breath with me, taking it in, letting it out. Mother, Father, God, we are so grateful right now for the presence of all these beings from around the planet, on planet, off planet, our guides, our angels, our ascended masters, the departed loved ones, the star beings, all those engaged in the upliftment of the consciousness of humanity. We are right now part of a transformational, intergalactic, interplanetary healing that will actually shift and change every cell of our bodies as we align with these higher vibrations and become that voice, become those with that energy, those leaders that can heal and help shift as we lead this new world. And so it is.
And so it is. Thank you, John. All right, everybody. So I'm not going to be doing this event by myself this weekend because it's a lot of time, a lot of energy. I have some amazing individuals here that I want to introduce you to that are really, actually, to be honest with you, probably my best friends. You know? And so I really like did look at, I got people that I love the most, you know, actually I love everybody the most, let me just say that, but I got some people that have really had a huge impact on my life and have been really assisting me for a while that I've supported as well. I wanted to bring them on here, not only to feature them, but because they have such incredible energy and really bring their own dynamic and, you know, when it comes to hosting and presenting in general. So here I would like to introduce you to 3 of the 4 other MCs that are going to be here for the weekend with us. We have the Alan Steinfeld himself. We have Joan of Angels right there in the top corner. And we have Omar from Watches Talk TV. All really good friends. And I want to hand it over to you guys for now. Let's start with you, Alan. Let's introduce yourself and we're going to set our intentions here, you know, so whatever you want to share. You're muted.
I was just looking for a little commercial for my book, but you know, Neil, for us, I think our friendship really cemented when we were both happened to be in Austin at the same time. It was December 16th. And I had an extra bed in my hotel room, so you stay over. And that's when the news broke in the New York Times of disclosure. That was the headline in the New York Times on December 16th, 2017, that the Congress was releasing, in fact, was studying UFOs. And that started what we're in now, this disclosure wave that we're going to be seeing sort of crashing on the shore in sometime in June when the government comes out with it. But like you said, wow, we're there together for this historic moment. And it's like that sort of builds a sort of destiny and
Sure.
the whole, and it's really an ascension wave as we open up to these higher levels of these other beings, because we have to shift in order to meet these beings. It means we as human beings start that wave of ascension, start that wave of transformation, because we can't meet them on a level of violence and anger and self-indulgence in a way, this kind of way humanity has been functioning. So what's going on is that this is truly a portal to ascension. The ascension means the increased vibration of the human race. And I just want to do a little self-promotion, if that's not too obnoxious.
Of course,
about, or you can mention it. My book, I just want to, just tell people I've been talking about this in this new book, Making Contact, so people can hear like a kind of broad view understanding of what disclosure is about, because I talk to the best writers in the field about what this means in terms of human history. Why is the UFO question so important now for evolution? Because it means the transformation of the planet. So that's a little bit of what I have to say, but thank you for giving us the opportunity to kind of all come together, because we need each other. We're a collective group where you can awaken alone, but that's sort of great old time. But as we awaken together, we bring the planet to a new level.
Yes,
so thank you.
Yes. Yeah. And just to know that, just second everything that you just said, it's really about the fact that we have more in common with each other than we have our differences. And so the reason why we can do this together and don't have to do it alone is because when we really look at it and check our egos to the side, and we look at who we are as humanity, we have so much more in common with each other. But then the ones that claim to have power over us and be the authority figures. So just if we can all understand that and connect with that even more, we can truly create, a beautiful place on earth for all to live. And that's true. I think that's like the bottom line of what we're all doing here is really just spreading this information so that we can create a new paradigm on this planet, right? The old paradigm doesn't work anymore.
Exactly. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, brother. Joan of Angels.
Wow. I'm just so excited. So Neil, first I want to comment on how exciting it is to be collaborating with you. Okay. When you can share your heart's work with your besties and then share it to the world, that's just the most exciting thing on the planet. And I just so honor you for that, because it is in us coming together as a community that we expand our reach. So guys, I'm Joan of Angels, known for that because of the angels I paint, the messages I bring, the healing work that I do. and also in helping people remember how powerful, powerful, powerful you really are. And I do believe that we have all the tools we need for this ascension process. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow morning, how you can become the superpower ninja that you really are. And the other exciting work that I just launched is my 420 Spiritual Living shows. I call it, it's on Weed Wednesdays, just in case you're curious, Weed Wednesdays, 420 Pacific time. And you can find it on my YouTube channel, Joan of Angels. So I'm excited about that show.
Thank you, Joan. I love you so much. And, you know, you already know how much I love you. That's why I called you last week, just to tell you how much I love you.
You can never tell anyone too much.
I know.
If I heard it every day, I'd be very happy to. Just, you know what? I love the planet. I love you. This is such a tremendous opportunity. All of you out there, a really amazing opportunity. So
thank you, Joan. So you're going to be hearing, Joan is going to be here throughout the 4 days as well as Alan. And we just had Brendan join us, and we'll get to Brendan in a minute here, have him do a little intro. But we have Omar from Watches Talk TV, and we've had a connection for quite some time too. And our relationship has really built over the years. And I would say over the last couple of years, even more so. So I want to hand it over to you, Omar, and do your little intro and your intention.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Thank you very much. My name is Omar, and I'm a host over at Watchers Talk. Been doing this for several years now, going on to my 7th year. Met Neil about 5 years ago, and since then we've really developed a brotherly type of relationship, and and I love it. I love this man, and really he's a mentor, and I really look up to him for the work that you do, and and all the speakers that you get, and really your insight into the ancient history, or lost collective history. And that's really what my goal is as a host of Watchers Talk, is to explore our ancient history and see where we came from, who we truly are, and what we are capable of. Because in order for us to go into a positive direction of this disclosure that we're going to be getting, we need to fully understand where we come from and who we truly are as seedlings on this earth, and as consciousness as well. And that's really what my whole overall goal is. And of course, love thy neighbor, love thy friend, love thy fellow human. And for me, to show my way of showing love is to expose people to this type of information that we're going to be doing over the course of the next 4 days. And of course, with my own platform is the same thing. It's a gift. Knowledge is gift. And when you give a gift, you're showing someone that you love them. And really, that's what my intention is to spread the information and allow the people the opportunity to understand where they come from, our genetic memory, our ancestral memory, ancestral stories, things like that. So, that's pretty much it for me. Looking forward to the next 4 days. And I'm going to be interviewing some awesome people here. And as well, I'll be moderating on YouTube. So if anybody that's watching on YouTube, you have any questions, place them in the comments, please. And I will forward them into the Zoom room here. And hopefully we can address your questions. So with that being said, welcome, guys, and really looking forward to this whole event. And I think Gilly is looking forward to it too, because he's coming over.
Yeah. we got the feline energy in there.
Yeah, exactly. They're gods.
Thank you.
And hi, Brandon. Nice to see you again, brother.
Happy to be here. Thank you for having me. And thank you, Neil, as well.
Thank you, brother. So I left the, thank you, Omar. I appreciate and love you so much. And I just put the schedule in the room, everybody. So the schedule is there for you. Go ahead and take a look at it. That's the schedule for today. The schedule is on the website, right? So if you want to go and check the schedule out at any time, doesn't have to be when you're on here, just go to the website, scroll down just over halfway. The schedule is all there. So take a look at it. The schedule is going to be 10 a.m., starting at 10 a.m. every day except for tomorrow. Tomorrow we start at 11:40 because I have an earlier webinar I have to do. So it's 10 a.m. every day except for tomorrow. And the YouTube link that you can share, this is for YouTube, Brendan, if you want it. The YouTube link that you can share to everybody right now has been posted in the chat room. Please go ahead and share it far and wide so we can get it out to as many people as possible. All right, so next I'm going to introduce Brendan from Paradigm Shift Central. I've been following Brendan's work, I don't even know, 2009, 2010, I think is when he started, or he was doing something. I've been following his work for a while. stayed around just watching what he was doing. Good 4 years, completely lost track of anything he's doing. All of a sudden, a couple of years later, I was introduced to it again, and then reached out to him, and now we've cultivated a friendship as well, and working with each other very closely. I'm on his platform quite often, and now I'm bringing him on Portal to Ascension a lot, because he just brings this really dynamic, unique energy, and such a great host, and such a curator of energy, like a facilitator of energy. Like if there's multiple energies around, he can just like funnel through it so well. And I really appreciate, your style and what you do, Brandon. So I want to introduce Brandon from Paradigm Shift Central. Please, brother, tell us who you are and your intention.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you everyone for having us here. And then I was kind of talking to Neil. It's just like, oh my God, has it been a year since we've done this? We're like, no, man, that was just in October. I'm like, man, like it feels like it's been a year. So much has happened, right? Like so much has happened, both like globally and within the collective shift in consciousness. And I think events like this are incredibly important right now, because it really helps us kind of facilitate what story we are co-creating here as a community. And there's so much wisdom to be able to come together. But as many of the speakers here will be able to reiterate, a lot of this is, we are in the age of people being able to connect to the inner guru, being able to connect to the wisdom of the heart. And that for me has always been like this message that I've constantly been reiterating, where it's like, it's great when you come to these presentations and you get to learn something new, but ultimately these presentations are just like stepping stones along the path that are helping lead us back to the heart. And once we lead ourselves back to the heart, that's where we really get into those aha moments, like, oh, this sounds familiar. I remember there's like a part of my soul that has heard this before. And I know that for those of you in attendance for this weekend for Portal to Ascension, like there's gonna be a lot of those aha moments. And like, let us know when you start having deja vu. Like, I feel like this is going to be one big weekend of deja vu in a lot of ways. But being able to come together as community and being able to create this story and being able to create a story that is empowering, it's not just like, oh, this is knowledge, but again, like this is knowledge that we are actualizing into action. So it's like, how do we take this knowledge further? How do we continue these conversations further? How do we talk to people? How do we ask them questions? Oh, what do you think about aliens? What do you think about disclosure? What do you think about ancient civilizations? What do you think about the astral realms and what it means to be a multidimensional being? And we start planting these seeds, and that's where together collectively, like we are at this age where there's something really, really, really powerful that's happening right now. And there's a lot of people who aren't tuned into this frequency, but there's a lot of people who are. And for those of us who are, we become carriers of this frequency. And with that, with great power comes great responsibility. And this literally is the age of each of us kind of like activating into our own superhero, into the terms that I use within the Paradigm Shift Central project is the term light guardian or shifters. And again, like this is very much about us kind of tapping into this code that is inside of the seed of our heart that is activating into the light guardians that we are here to be. So I'm super excited for what it is that we're going to be doing here once again this weekend. I'm excited for the people who are here for the first time, for them to be able to experience this community and for this community to be a portal to other communities. And yeah, for us just continue to grow and learn as a team. I honestly could talk more, Neil, but I'll pass it back to you and I'll be around so we can chat more about it as we go.
You could talk more if you want, but you've given up the baton. You can keep going if you want to go.
We can just do some flowetry back and forth, Neil. You know how it works. So.
Yeah. Well, we still have like 20 minutes until we start officially, but we have. I want to say to everybody, you're looking at the beautiful face of Sheila Sepi in this moment right here. She is now with us, and she's going to be our first guest. So hi, Sheila. And we'll get with you in just like 15 minutes or so. So just sit tight and we'll begin. But you want to do some flowetry, Brandon?
Well, we have to now. Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
We've brought it in. So, okay. So yeah, again, with everybody here, Neil has inspired me in terms of his flowetry. And so let's just practice doing a little bit of flowetry. Because again, people are just kind of coming in. Let's just hype things up. Let's just get things excited. Let's just really turn this entire weekend into one big celebration. And Neil, did you know that like there's like crazy astrological alignments happening right now where we're like aligning with the Pleiades and stuff?
Oh, yes.
Like, yeah.
I got my astrology done for the first time in like 6 years, just 2 days ago. And I asked about this date and I was told there's an alignment. So tell me more.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, it's one of those things where it's like you planned it, but you didn't plan it, but
Yeah.
your soul planned it, and it just kind of
Intuitively,
worked
yeah.
out that way, like intuitively and stuff. So okay,
Exactly.
so let's just kind of practice doing some flowetry, and I guess we got about 20 minutes, but I'd love to just hear from the other panelists and everything as well. And for those of you who are around, I'll be kind of emceeing a little bit here and there, so you guys will see me more through the weekend. And yeah, excited to connect with more people. And I posted my beacons into the chat and stuff like that. So yeah, flowetry. Okay. So again, this is a practice of connecting into the heart. And through the magic of the breath, let us come back to this day where we will rise to the test. For now is the age for us to be able to come together in community. For there is so much wisdom for us to truly see amongst the panels that we will get to experience. You, me, and the collective I. This is a story for us to answer the question as to why. Why are we here? What is the story that we have been told? How truly magical is it for us to be able to connect into the wisdom of the old? For this is the journey of us being able to see the ancestors that have always been a part of our story. They are here, our brothers and sister, our cosmic kin. And so we are ambassadors of this age to be able to expand far and wide, to be able to plant those seeds, to help others see the truth that has always been inside. For you are the portal to ascension here within this age. And this is the first step along a new journey that begins today.
Yes.
Send it over to Neil. Cha cha cha.
Yeah. I agree with my brother. All of us
Love
here
it. That was
are Earth's lovers.
so profound.
The profound sound that Brandon came out of his mouth is here from us, coming from the east, north, south, and west, because it doesn't matter if you are the best or the worst, you are still a part of the core, because there is no hierarchy in this world. There is nothing to seek for anymore, because we have this internal war that we can bring peace to. I know that we can choose these tools, and these tools that we have are modalities that can be here to make you glad, so we don't have to have new age being just one day, one fad. No, it's not a fad. It is here to stay. This is the way we will go into the depths of space. But what I want people to know is that Earth is in space. Earth isn't disconnected from space. Earth is space. We are in space right now. The galactic center is sending energies, and the bow shock of the cosmic waves of the Milky Way galaxy is coming to give us this energy to raise our frequency, and we are. And we have always been free. The energy that is within us will come out so that we can trust our brothers and sisters. This unity of consciousness is the way that we can put our hands together and pray, not for the lack mentality, but the abundance energy. The abundance is in you and me. Our souls are truly free, but we've been taught that they're not. It's time to untie that knot so that we can make sure that we don't have to get hot and sweat away all this place that we've been in for so long. You see, it's time to sweat and let it all go. Let it all flow. It doesn't matter what has happened. It may have been difficult, but the challenges can be looking at you in the eyes and giving you an opportunity to realize that you can levitate your own mind, your consciousness inside, to ride the quantum wave and go into a day where we can all be one again. We are all one, but we forgot. This event is for the remembrance of the oneness within us all. We may explore all types of conversations. We may be even talking about the Masons, but it doesn't even matter what we talk about, because we still climb the dimensional ladder. No doubt we will always climb higher, involving in consciousness, so we can rewire our brains and our hearts and open it up and transcend into the light and leave the dark. Love
That
you
was
all.
awesome.
Let's do this.
That was awesome. My turn.
Oh, do it, bro. Go for
Called
it.
Earth Tourism. Earth tourism, 5 Sense Prism, commence the hypnotism, consciousness and imperialism, socialism, capitalism, trinity, revolution, blood, there is no freedom. Slavery, loop, sandy white beaches, perception, wild morose, all for riches, self-infliction, self-ignorance on the road of stitches, murder, rape, war, infanticide, insomnia, amnesia, genocide, life, love, experience, divide, left, right, center, confused, pirates, predators, wholesale abuse, sleep, dream, walk, heart is bruised, symphony of hate, what is empathy? Fake wealth, fake life, fake humanity. Villainy, infamy, bigamy, bigotry, blissfully, brilliantly. Third eye sleeping, penile gland snoozing, introducing, prosecuting, choosing, cruising, fusing, confusing, micro schmoozing, micro snoozing, micro cruising, micro collusing. Blissful, delighted, enchanted, snake charmer, energy harvester, soul farmer, life reaper, emotion producer, act, react, reply, appease, the spirit rancher, architect of destruction, demolition, dismantle, this reality, B channel, there is no control panel, fractured, trigon, fractured, unscramble, untangle.
Thank you, brother. Anybody else want to go before we start with the show today? Joan, Sheila, do you want to say anything? Because I'll go again. Because with words, there is no end. You know, they say there's a beginning and end, but only in a linearity context. What if you transcend linearity and go into a realm of secularity? But what if you transcend secularity and go into a world where there is no time? Because isn't it interesting how time exists in a world where there is no time? You know, I like to say this. The most unconditional thing that the light ever did was allow the darkness to live within it. The most unconditional thing that the light ever did was allow the darkness to live within it. When we grasp that mentality and grasp that energy, and then we can integrate it into our own being, but still make an informed decision on how we can change and rearrange this world, that is the true empowerment. How do we cultivate this energy? Well, we deal with our traumas internally. We deal with our traumas that are manifestation externally. We deal with these issues that we had from past lives, but they're not issues, they're just experiences, no lie. There is no real lie. It's all the cosmic truth, because the one truth that the universe wants you to do is to experience. Clock in these experiences and send them back to the central sun so that we can keep clocking in the energy so that we can never be done. And on this life, we can transcend and ascend so that we can all have fun. And that's what we're here for. Okay. Thank you, Brandon. I love you, brother. And a few last words before we start with today's.
Yeah, for everybody here, call to action. Find other people that you can invite to this event. You know, get the YouTube link. We'll post the YouTube link into the chat. Just copy paste it. I know a lot of you are in the Zoom right now, but even if they're just tuning in on YouTube, or send them right to portal2ascension.org, one way or another. Like, as much as Neil and the team here is putting energy into facilitating the space and bringing together all these speakers, from here as a community, the work continues. We carry this collective load, this collective responsibility. And think of this conference, this entire weekend, think of it as a tool that you can share to be able to help shift paradigms, you know? So if you've got family members and friends, or even if you want to post it to IG stories and things like that, please, whatever it takes, one-to-one invites go a long way, and just be like, yeah, it's a super awesome conference, and I know you're interested in UFOs and all sorts of really, really cool paradigm shifting topics. And yeah, let's keep doing that, and let's keep these conversations going. And I'm excited, man. Like this, I'll just say this, what we're doing here right now, like, this is a culmination of ages. Like, if you think about the idea that, you know, throughout like all these ancient civilizations, like, so much of that energy is literally being brought into this moment right here and now. Yes. We are supported by our elders. We are supported by our guides. And I know that we got, like, you know, thousands of people tuned in on Zoom and on YouTube and everything like that. But it's like, dude, like, take a moment here to just acknowledge the fact that they're like literally like our extra dimensional OU other us's, as I like to call them, spirit elders, all of these like energies that are watching us, tuned into this frequency right now, and they're cheering us on. And so let's really feel that energy and use this as a collective vortex to really just be able to receive that love, to receive that inspiration again, and take that and ripple it out with us. And what I say, it's like, you are the portal to ascension. You really are. So I'll leave it at that. And thanks again.
Yeah, well said, Brandon. And also, I'd like to make a suggestion. When the speakers are on and people are watching this in the Zoom room and also on YouTube and Facebook, take your cell phones and take a quick 20-30 second video, 1 minute video, and share that to Instagram and to your messengers and to your Facebooks and all the social medias that you're in, just to give people an idea of what's going on, so that, you know, we can drive them and bring them into our energy here and share this wonderful gift that Neil has given to humanity.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Omar. Joan, yes, it is time.
It is time, and just know that you have a divine appointment right now in this collective of frequency and of transformation. We are the ones we've been calling for. And to be one of the chosen ones, we must choose. So,
and I just want to say, Neil, even though you're giving this out for free, which is a great gift to humanity, we're all participants. It's like, this is sort of our daily life. It's like, you know, it's like, it's just what we do. It's not like we're doing something for free or not free. It's just what we're doing every single day. So it's like, this is just a continuation. And I think for a lot of people listening, it's what they're doing. And they're not just listening. We're all being transformed by your words, by whatever is happening here, by the moment in time that we are embracing, by the grid of creation that we're living in. This is the moment where we are crossing the threshold into another world, into a portal, awakening. So thank you.
I agree 100%. And okay, we're gonna get started in just a few seconds, everybody, a few minutes. I just posted, Brandon posted, and I posted our Instagram. So if you want to follow us on Instagram, follow these events and others. I_am_resonance for myself. Brandon is Mystic Spider-Man. If you're going to take pictures and post them, which people do a lot, and I highly, 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 highly recommend it because it's so fun just to share with everybody and keep that energy going off Zoom into other platforms as well, right? Go ahead and tag us, please. Do so there. And I want to make a comment on someone who left a comment in the Zoom room that said something about the darkness. The darkness is made of light, right? And that's basically what I was saying in my flow tree, that the most unconditional thing that the darkness did was that the light did was allow the darkness to exist within it. And to really drill that point home a little bit more is that what color picks up the most light and picks up the most photons? The color black. You know, so like it literally absorbs it into the darkness. It's very interesting. So that's what we're here to do, is to bring the worlds together. And there is no taboo subject here. We're going to go deep into many different topics, but the ultimate goal of every topic is empowerment. We're not trying to create fear. There is no reason to fear. We're on an upturn. That everything in the spiritual texts say so. When it comes to looking at the cycles of time, and you just look at the map of our existence and our consciousness, we're on our way up. And a lot of these things are going to be falling to the wayside. A lot of these traumas and a lot of these issues are coming to the surface right now. Why? Because we need to experience them so that we can be the pure conduits that can inherit this beautiful new planet. And that's what I'm going to leave it on for that right now. And now we're going to get into the first speaker for today. So thank you, Brandon and Joan. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Love you both so much. Thank you. All right, Alan, shall we do this?
Yes, let's do it, because this is a kind of a flow of time that began when me, you, and Sheila met, and something got ignited as a new level of consciousness. We brought, I mean, it's been around, walk-ins, all that, things about her Wish Foundation, but something came together, Neil, when you hosted that conference. So with Sheila, and I was happy to put you two together. But let's talk about what happened when Sheila did her amazing walk-in conference, which was beyond the ordinary definitions, to see that there's consciousness always walking in or entering us to elevate who we are. And that's what we're doing today. So you want to talk about that conference, what we just did?
Yes.
Whenever that was. Yeah.
It's going to be a long introduction, Sheila, because we have a couple of things we're both going to talk about you. But yeah, so we did a conference. Oh, let me tell you how I first connected with Sheila. I think it was probably a year ago now, maybe a little longer than that. And Alan connected with me, Sheila, because Alan knows that I produce events, and Sheila had this idea for an event and wanted to see someone that can assist. And she connected with me, and
you were the perfect person. There was no one else who could actually do this, Neil. Really, I think you were the guy.
Because we are really a full service production organization. We can do, whether it comes to live tours or traveling somewhere, to online events, emails, automation, all of that. So it was a perfect fit. Plus, I had a thought over the last 3 years. I would love to do a walk-ins conference sometime, but I just didn't want to do it on my own. It was too much energy for myself to really put together. I didn't know enough people that were walk-ins, and Sheila will tell you what a walk-in is in a bit in case you do not know. But so when she connected with me, I pretty much said yes almost immediately, and just like had to look to see if it would work, and it did. And we did the first ever 3 days online walk-ins conference back in January, where we had, I believe, you can correct me later if I'm wrong, but I think we had around 22 speakers. Most of them were walk-ins, and then we had a couple of them were researchers. And it was just 3 days of such, like, it was we do a lot of events, and that event, Alan, right? It was extremely high level energy. I think like at the end of it, we didn't even know what to do with ourselves, because we just like, whoa, what just happened there? Like, what's the next step now? Oh, the documentary. We have to figure that one out, right? So it's like, so that's basically how I connected with Sheila. But since then, Alan, Sheila, and I have come together to be a trinity of a production team for multiple events, which are going to be an annual walk-ins conference, an annual conference on hybrids that's going to be taking place in June, and then also an annual conference on indigos and starseeds, which are going to all be standalone events for a year, with all three of us co-producing it. And it's been extremely amazing getting to know Sheila and just her passion for this work. Like, she really lives it, like a lot of people that I work with. But definitely I work with Sheila quite often now, since we're creating these events, pretty consistently. And she's just so dedicated to what she's doing, and you can just see it in everything that she does. So I'm extremely honored and to be really working with her. Alan, do you want to say a few more things before we officially bring on Sheila? You're muted.
Yeah, I have to say, I wasn't sure about walk-ins. A lot of that's a term that Ruth Montgomery actually first kind of brought into the popular awareness with a book called Strangers Among Us. And, I was a little suspicious of it until I actually heard Sheila's dramatic story. It's like, and then I thought maybe I'm a walk-in, or maybe, it's like there's elements of higher consciousness or beings or merging, like Mark Sims talks about, with these other beings that we could call walk-ins, we call awakening, we could call ascension. But Sheila, I mean, I really want people to hear your story, because especially people who haven't heard it, because it is probably the most dramatic story of awakening and transcendence I've ever heard, and I've heard a lot. So I don't want to say that much, but except that it is a new area of study and of conversation, and it just pushes the envelope of who and what human beings are a little further, just like ETs, just like maybe reincarnation, although that's old by now. There's a whole other thing going on, parallel dimensions, higher connections to our star over self. It's so complex, the levels of reality that we are capable of accessing, that this is another one. And it helps also integrate us to the multidimensional capacities each one of us have. But Sheila, why don't you or do you want to introduce Sheila? Because I just
well, I think that was the introduction.
Okay,
right?
great.
So
okay, great. No, because when I heard Sheila's story, I said, "Oh my God, this is real." It's like you could be thinking that UFOs are real and they're out there, but then when you see one, it's like, wow, this is really happening. It's that happened to me too. It's like, and like, even if you're into this stuff, it's like, even looking, it's like, oh yeah, that is what we've been talking about. So the same thing with these other levels of consciousness. When you hear a story like Sheila's, it's like, well, I guess it's true, because this woman went through a huge transformation. So Sheila, do you want to start sort of with who you were and what you became?
Sure. Well, I'm still in the process, I believe, of becoming, as we all are. I'm continuing to integrate, and whether it's now going on ships or seeing ships or receiving downloads, so many people are having the same type of experiences that I am. But I do want to start and give you some backstory as to how I got to where I am right now. And back in my early 30s and even in my 20s, I was a very sick person. I had been diagnosed with the potential of brain tumors. I had fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue. They thought I might have MS, and was told that I would be in a wheelchair by the time I was in my 30s. Now, I wasn't in a wheelchair, but I was actually walking with a cane. But I also had been diagnosed with bone cancer. So I had this whole plethora of unusual health symptoms that were really plaguing me. And so I was a very, very sick person. I was in a dysfunctional marriage. I had 3 kids. I was in a very small little box. I had grown up with a very firm belief system and a very, I really wasn't open to a lot. And if I would have been told 20 years ago that I would be speaking about walk-ins today, I wouldn't have believed it because I had no foundation. I had no languaging for what was about to unfold in my life. And so in September of 1999, on the 22nd, I went to bed. I was a very sick person, as I said, walking with a cane, laying on the couch, having to play with my children that way. And I was just very, very sick, very tired, very soul weary. And I went to bed that way. And what seemed to be like 7 o'clock the next morning, don't know for sure, but it seemed like 7 o'clock the next morning. It felt as if someone reached down, grabbed me by the hair of my head, and pulled me bolt right up in bed. And it was as if lightning ran through my body. And then I was in white space. And I don't know how long I was in white space, but I know that I was very comfortable. I was out of pain. And for the first time, I just felt at peace. First time in a long, long time. But ever so slowly, my peripheral vision started coming in, and then my frontal vision. And as I sat in my bedroom, looking around the room, everything was exactly the same as it was the night before when I went to bed, but everything was 100% different. All of a sudden, I began having memories of past lives, which when I went to bed, I can assure you, I did not believe in. I remembered what it was like for the soul to slip out of the body. I remembered what it was like to be in the collective. I remembered what it was like to be on the other side, to be doing work. I remembered what it was like for the soul to come into the body as well. And as these thoughts were flooding my mind, honestly, I thought I was losing my mind because I had no point of reference. I had never read a metaphysical book. I was not open to any of these types of possibilities. But once I got out of bed and I was walking across the carpet and I caught my image in the mirror and I looked at myself, I was almost mesmerized. And not like from a vanity sort of point of view, but it was just like I was looking, it's kind of like, I can't believe the reflection that I'm seeing back. So the weeks and the days went on, and the first thing that I noticed was that my body was completely healed, 100% of all the illnesses. Doctors had absolutely no explanation as to how that could even occur. The next thing that happened is my personality totally changed. I had no more connection with most people in my life. And when I came in, the only true connections that I had was with my 3 children, my parents, and my sister. And that's it. Now, I've developed a lot of great relationships with some of my family, but when I first came in, I was totally disconnected. And again, because of all of these feelings and my background being in psychology, I thought maybe I was having a psychotic break, that the illnesses, that the stress of work, the dysfunctional marriage, that everything was just kind of too much for my body, too much for my mind, and maybe I had snapped. That's all I could think of. But again, as the days and the weeks went on, I began to become clairvoyant. I began to become clairsentient. I had a knowing like I had never known before. And the more that I accepted what was happening to me, the more I was being flooded with information, which at that time I could not understand, nor could I comprehend. So I think in my case, things were put in what I want to call little time capsules and placed within my field, or even placed within the etheric template of my body, the blueprint of the Sheila suit that I'm wearing. And as time has gone on, more and more of those little capsules continue to open. But within 3 months, I had left the marriage. Within another 3 months, I had accepted a job in a new state, and I had found my first spiritual teacher who actually introduced me to the concept of walk-ins. And to be honest with you, when she told me about walk-ins, I was almost angry, but yet it resonated true for me. I was angry because I went to her hoping that she could write me a prescription, to be honest, and just get me medicated and life would go back to normal, which of course it never did. And then I realized, this is normal. What I was living before was not normal. And so all of a sudden I started developing these relationships with my guides, and I was introduced to the world of shamanism. And that, I believe, was one of the largest points of integration for me that there was, because I was able to then travel into the lower world and the upper world, and I could work with my guides, and I started receiving more and more messages, and they would let me know that everything was exactly, and I think, Joan, you said this morning, everything is exactly the way that it's supposed to be. Everything. And if you're here on this listening, or if you're watching on YouTube, you are exactly where you need to be, because everything is about us reconnecting with that essence of who we truly are. So as my life continued to unfold, I had left the marriage, I moved to a new state. Within 4 years, I had remarried, moved to Colorado, started my first business where I was providing spiritual teachings, talking about the things I remembered from the other side, putting courses together, putting classes together. I was also offering Reiki, and when I would touch the body would start telling me things. I'm like, well, what do you want me to do with this? You know, how am I going to fix this information? The aspect of sharing the information about the clairvoyant aspect of it, sharing with people, was fine. But when it started saying, oh, you have neuropathy, and my brain's going, okay, neuropathy, how do I fix it? What do I do? Then Spirit spoke very loudly to me and said, people cannot drop into the essence of their soul when they are in pain. And so I took that very seriously, and I just inundated myself with all types of different healing modalities and energetic tools, and, you know, anything and everything. I learned crystal healing, anything that I could do to help people to get out of pain.
But Sheila, I just want to interrupt for 1 second. You talk about your healing also, because you were very sick, you said.
Yes. Well, I did. I had bone cancer, which totally had gone away. I had fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, totally went away. There was points in time that I could not even hold a thought in my mind, and all of that was healed. And it was healed immediately when that walk-in came in. And so my assumption is, and what I've actually been told, is when the energy of the soul came in through the top of my head, it propelled my body upright. And the older soul, the natal soul, is what was propelled from my body. So one soul came in and one soul came out. And for me, I'm what's called a soul exchange walk-in. And now there are many other different types of exchanges, but I want to jump back to a minute how, as I kept building and building, learning modalities, and I started changing, my guides kept telling me, go bigger, go bigger, go bigger. And so I thought they meant I had to go bigger personally, that I had to learn more things. But it got to a point where I didn't have any more time. I was working every day. I was offering teachings at night. I had workshops on the weekend, and I was running out of steam. But what they meant was for me to connect with other people, to bring other speakers in. And so I started doing that. And so I started having events that kept going larger and larger. And then my guides told me I was to write a book. And I was encouraged by some of the speakers to also write the book and to sort of tell my story. And I really detail the events that happened and my story and how I really got to where I am in the book. It's called Walk-Ins, Cosmology of the Soul. And you can find that on Amazon. There's also an ebook and the Audible version of it as well. But as I kept going bigger and bigger, and I kept listening to Spirit tell me what I needed to do, I was always led down the right path, just like I was when I first came in to the body, because everything was so new. I had no, I guess I had no strong roots with earth. I had no foundation. I had no grounding system. But as my guides would talk and I would listen to them, I'd take a step and the doors would open. I'd take another step and more doors would open. And that's kind of what has led me to where I am today. Because after I wrote the book, I really began to develop some close relationships with the people in the book. Now, when I first wrote the book, yes, I wanted to tell my story and get that out there. But I kept thinking, I know there are walk-ins out there, but this is still pretty fantastic. Maybe I should bring some other people in. Kind of felt like maybe I could share their stories too, and it would give a broader range. But what I found is that not all walk-ins are soul exchanges. So for me, I am a soul exchange. One soul in, one soul out. The soul that left is called the natal soul, or the original soul to the body. There's also what's called soul infusions. And I believe that a lot of people out there might be experiencing this right now. And a soul infusion is when more of your higher self comes in and anchors in with your natal soul, and you become a much more expanded being. Now, a lot of times this will happen just instantaneously out of nowhere. And sometimes things like this will happen. You'll have a spiritual awakening or a Kundalini experience because you've really put in the work. You've put in those hours. You're doing the meditation. You're doing whatever it takes to get you there. But sometimes it's instantaneous. And when that happens, that is called a soul infusion. Then there's what's called a soul overlay. And a soul overlay is when the natal soul remains in the body, but it's weak and tired, and another soul comes in and actually attaches to that, very much like a neoprene suit. And it can serve as a source of energy. It can serve as a battery jump. It can serve as a placeholder while the other soul leaves to do some healing or whatever is necessary. But either the natal soul will stay, or they will merge into one, or sometimes then the overlay will actually leave as well. Then there's what's called the braided souls, where there's two souls that are inhabiting the body. And then there's soul layering, where you have more of your multidimensional self that comes in, but they come in as individual aspects. And those individual aspects could be, you have a very strong Palladian, you have a very strong Arcturian or angelic aspect to you. And your soul kind of does this energetic dance, this movement where one aspect will move forward and recede, and the other one will move forward and recede. And so I was amazed as I was interviewing and conducting the research for the book. So after I did this research, most of the walk-ins were like me, and they had been seeking and looking for community. And so when we found each other, it was like we found family, and we talked all the time. We would text, we would email, and we became very, very close. And then I decided, hey, let's have this conference. Let's share all of this information, because there's got to be other people out there like us. And if there are, let's pull everybody together, because we are all here for a reason. Now, each one of us came in with an individual mission, and most of our missions are very similar, and most people are here to be in service to humanity and Gaia, as I think most of the people out there who are viewing or participating in this are also here to be of service to humanity and Gaia. But we decided that we wanted to come together, we wanted to get strength in numbers, and we really wanted to move and to make a change and to offer something to the planet. And so, like Alan said, he connected me with Neil, and I talked with Neil, and he thought it was a great idea because he'd already wanted to do this. And so we had and launched the first walk-in conference this past January. And as a result of that, it was so heartwarming. The audience, the energy, the speakers that we had really began to create this beautiful container. And this container was for families, for people of like mind, whether you're a walk-in or not. But what happened is we all started coming together and we would have a meeting. It started out, we would have one meeting, and now we're up to having 2 meetings a month. And now we've added another one. So we've actually got 3 meetings that we're holding a month. And right now they're on the 1st and the 3rd Thursdays, and also on the 2nd Monday. And we have phenomenal speakers. But tonight, actually, we have a meeting where we all get together, and it's just kind of like an open mic. We have people who are new that will come in and share their stories. We have people who have said, gosh, this happened to me. Some people might be talking about the galactic alignment. So we have so much talent and so many beautiful souls. And it's wonderful when everybody can get together and share. And then as more and more people started coming together, we started hearing that there was a need for a little bit something more. And so okay, let's build a website. But my guides woke me up one morning. I guess it was about 6 in the morning. I usually get up that way, but this is one of those kind of, oh my gosh, I've got to write this down before I forget it moments. And I was told that I needed to create a website that could serve as sort of like a beacon to allow people to come in so we could create community. We could share amongst each other. And right now, we have created what's called the wishalliance.org. And please visit the website, wishalliance.org. Neil is a big part of it. Alan is part of it. We have so many people that are part of it. And we have what's called ambassadors. And ambassadors are individuals. Oh, thanks, Neil. Ambassadors are individuals who may be a walk-in, they may be an indigo, they may be a starseed, they may be a hybrid, but they have something that they want to share. They have a mission too. And so we really have a high vetting process that we go through to make sure that when we list the services of an ambassador, that we know that they're very high quality. And so the luminaries are the individuals that kind of like are spearheading it. The emissaries are all of these wonderful individuals that have come together to help support this. And our ambassadors are the people that also are offering different healing services. We have all the conferences that are listed here on the home page. In the process, of course, right there is the portal to Ascension. And Neil, I want to thank you for allowing all of this to really happen, because this is one of the most beautiful expressions, one of the most beautiful containers that I've ever had an opportunity to be part of. And you can tell that it's truly heart driven. And I am so honored to be part of this conference and to be part of everything that's taking place. But yes, this is our luminaries. And what we're trying to do is really to create a new paradigm, a paradigm where if someone is looking, and look at all these wonderful people, if somebody is looking for a mentor, if somebody needs information, we have some of the best people in the field. And if you are out there listening and you have something to offer, or you want to become part of this movement, and I am going to call it a movement, you can get a hold of us. You can let us know by going to the contact page, adding us, or let us know you're interested in becoming an ambassador, and I'll send out the information. But Neil, can you go back to the services that people are offering, if there's a way to do that? Yeah, under the ambassadors. And then if you'll go to services, there you go, right there. And okay, go back and you'll have to click on services. There we go. And so these are all the individuals who have come together that are now part of the Wish Alliance. And all of these people, we have, I don't know how many people we have on here now, but we have a large number of individuals who have beautiful services, beautiful offerings. They can help you get in touch with your guides, help you get in touch with your soul essence self. They can help awaken you, do DNA blueprinting, provide crystal healing. So please, and there's Alan with contact. Click on that. And so anyway, that'll take you to Alan's email if you want to ask him more about his book. But you can go all the way down and see we have so many wonderful people. And again, if there's anybody out there that wants to be part of this movement, please let us know. We would love to have you. We also list all of the events that are coming up with the Wish Alliance under the events section. And I have this event listed as well. And so what we try to do is I try to keep this as updated as possible. I still need to update for our speakers for next month, but we do have the hybrid conference coming up, because just like with the walk-in conference, what I find is that a lot of people that are walk-ins actually are also hybrids. A lot of people who are walk-ins are starseeds, which I believe we're all star seeds in one form or another. We all come from somewhere else. We may be from an angelic realm. We may be from a 7th, 12th, 15th dimensional realm, but we all come from somewhere else, and we've all come to this planet to join together and to really try to make a difference. And so I believe that because we are all multidimensional beings, everyone could be part of the Wish Alliance if you choose to. So please, check that out. But when I first had these ideas, and Spirit just said, don't worry about it. You just focus on the outcome, and we're going to take care of the rest. And in comes Alan, and in comes Neil. So I want to thank you guys for really helping me to be able to promote the mission that I came here with, because I did come here to be a way shower, to help people. And Neil, what you're doing is being a huge way shower. The glimpse that I got of your new website is absolutely phenomenal. And I just, I'm so excited that we're all here together, because we are on that cusp of moving into 5D reality. We're right there. We have our foot right in that doorway.
Exactly, and which is why so many more of these events are happening now, right? And it seems like it does. I mean, it's been going viral for quite some time, but right now, at this moment, just more and more people are being activated, and a lot of disclosures that are happening. Whether what agenda it may have is having an effect of just waking people up. Like ultimately, people are waking up from multiple levels. So I'm excited too, Alan. Oh, you're very low, Alan. Your microphone.
I think that so many people come in confused, whether they're walking in, and then giving them a place where they can put themselves makes them more grounded. So a lot of people feel strange and different, and you've given them categories, and there's no real solid category, but you've given them a place to find themselves, which I think is really great. So,
right. And I think what is happening right now, the closer that we're getting to this shift making its pentacle movement, the more people that are waking up, they're having more and more questions. And I was so blessed that I found my spiritual teacher. I mean, Spirit was so good to me when I came in, because every door, the carpet was just laid out. All I had to do was walk on it. And so I had my spiritual teacher. I had my circle sisters. I had my community that helped ground me. And so many people don't have that. And that is one of the main goals of the Wish Alliance, and why I wanted to write the book and even have the walk-in conference, is so that we could all find each other. We could know that, no, we're not crazy. We're actually waking up. We're starting to see with new eyes. And the more we wake up, the more we're in contact with other people, the more we help them to wake up. Because just as I mentioned with those little bitty time capsules, I believe that we implant little time capsules into other people's auras when we come in contact with them. And when it's their own divine time to wake up, they'll wake up. But we're all helping to do that.
Mm. And I have to say, it's really a selfless service you're providing. I mean, you just want to help people. I mean, this is why we're just all here today, because someone wrote community. Yes, it's about forming these communities, because communities are needed. We live in communities because we we value each other's support. So this is just another level of community that's being offered here. So thank you.
Yeah, and it is beautiful because, you know, we have been told by today's society that so many things are acceptable. You turn on the television and you see stabbing taking place. You see people being robbed and murdered, all of these different types of things. And, you know, that imprints on our psyche, and we just sort of accept that as normal. But when we come together as community, we're uplifting each other. We're opening our spirits. We're opening our hearts and our minds. And we're actually feeding each other so that we can continue to elevate and to raise our own frequencies.
You know, there's an interesting question in the Q&A by Eric's. Can you see that? How about like 5 versions of you, like that all know each other, not fully fractured personality, multiple versions of self, inhabiting one body, possible other versions of self, seeking refuge due to death on other timelines. So move on with you to keep going. But here, anyway, it goes on. Can you see that question?
You know, I don't see that right
Okay.
now, but I can address that because
Yeah.
let's just say this sheet of paper is time. And everything is happening all at once, whether we're looking at galactic or whether we're looking at an earth plane. But all we have to do is say, this is our past, this is our present, this is our future. And when we come in, we're coming in as part of our higher self. Now, I don't know, I should maybe put this up, but this is a chart that I have developed, and it comes to me from my guides. And one of the things that happened is after I came in, after I got settled, after I opened my business, then I started really questioning. I was like, oh, okay, so where did that natal soul go? And it was like, you don't need to worry about that. The contract was complete. That soul is off doing its mission. Because sometimes people get this idea that a walk-in is kind of like a hostile takeover, and I can assure you it is not. Walk-ins typically will come in when there's some type of a trauma, whether it's a physical or emotional trauma, when there's illnesses. It can come in as someone waking up from a coma, which is the story of Casa that's in the book. It can come in really from any kind of a true trauma, an automobile accident that can evoke a walk-in experience. The other thing, people say, okay, well, can you ask for a walk-in to occur? And it's like, no, you cannot. This is something that is arranged on the other side. We can open up, we can do our spiritual work, we can bring more essence into us, but as far as switching the souls, that is taken care of on the other side. But when I was starting to ask my questions, just kind of like this person was asking their question about being multidimensional, what my guides told me was that, you know, we are all part, obviously, of source energy, and there are various layers, there's various dimensions. And I used to say, oh, we're a fractal, but now I'm looking at it as we're just another expansive layer, just as the dark is part of the light. And the first layer that they had told me from source energy was that etheric layer, which would be the void, the total void, which is dark, which holds all of the source codes, which holds all of the blueprints, all of the templates, everything that we're going to need, all the creation templates for creation to occur is inside that void. And within that, there's one creation template for the oversouls. And so you start out with this master oversoul. And if you can see, everything is circular. This is a big chart. And we start with the master oversoul, and we work our way all the way down through all of these various layers until we get to what my guides called the Shantias Khan. And the Shantias Khan is what is our personal, if you will, our own oversoul. So the Shantias Khan is more than the individual, it's our own personal oversoul. It's kind of like our cloud storage, or, you know, our own Akashic record. And because that, even in and of itself, is so large, when the soul decides it's time for an incarnation and it begins to come down, the portion that is the closestly attached to the Shantias Khan is going to be the higher self. And as it comes down with all that swirl of energy, then you have the action portion, which is the spirit. And then that portion which attaches to the physical body is the soul, which is the personality of this lifetime. Well, since our souls are so big, since our oversouls are so large, as you can see, there's nothing that says that from our oversoul, we can't incarnate from here and here and here and here. So we could easily be having multidimensional experiences right now through the same Shantias Khan. And so, yes, I believe that we all have the capability, if that's what needs to occur, to be having multiple experiences, whether it's all on Earth, which I don't think that we would have all of those on Earth, but we might have another one on Earth. I know I have an aspect here. I have another couple aspects that are out there. And when I found that out, I asked my guide, I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got an aspect on Earth. Can I go visit? Can I see? And it's like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because we both are here to have our own soul experiences. And so, yes, I do believe that you can have 5, 6, 7, maybe a dozen, maybe even more, because our souls are unlimited, our oversoul, which I call the Shantias Khan. And that Shantias Khan is part of the individual oversoul, which is part of the planetary oversoul, which is part of the cosmic oversoul, which is part of the universal oversoul and the master oversoul. And so we have multiple levels of things that end up making us who we actually are.
Sheila, can you actually, we've had 3 different questions come in asking about what a walk-in is. And even though you've explained it multiple times, if you could just do a concise definition of what the walk-ins is for those who, because there's quite a few people I think out there have no idea what it is.
Right. So a walk-in is a soul that has made an agreement with another soul prior to incarnation, so that at a particular point in time, that one soul will switch places with the other. And so the soul that was originally the Sheila soul of this body carried out its mission through 38 years. And when it cried out to be released, that was my cue that it was time to come in. And so when it came in, that the energy came in through the top of the head, pushed the other soul out, and that soul went to do whatever. And then I stepped in and I continued that soul's mission for about 10 years, because there was some neurological rewiring. And even though I was healed from the illness, there was a lot of physical stuff that had to be done because some damage had occurred. So a walk-in is when one soul agrees to switch places with another soul. That's a soul exchange. There's a soul infusion where more of your higher self comes in. There's what's called an overlay, and an overlay can be another soul that comes in to assist the natal soul to the body, and it serves as a battery charger to help this soul be re-enlivened or to give it an opportunity to go off and do something else, to heal, to come back. Then there's what's called a braid, where there are actually 2 souls inhabiting the body at one time. Then there's what's called the multidimensional soul layering, where more than one aspect of a soul came in. Now, when I came in not from another planet. I came in from a collective, but I was in basically my Shantias Khan as my full multidimensional self. And we were working in the crystalline grid of the earth. We were helping to infuse unconditional love and helping really to get ready for the concordance and for the awakening of the planet to occur. But walk-ins are when one soul exchanges places with another soul.
Yeah, I think that's, well, it might be vague to some people who don't, haven't met someone like that, but I think it's a good map to go on. And maybe there's also the categories are just for our references. I mean, in a way, you are who you are, whatever that happens to be in this moment, right?
Exactly. Because as we, are on this earth walk, we change every day. We come in contact with people and our vibrational frequency raises. We read a book and we have new knowledge that comes in. And as we continue to change, I believe all of us on this planet, whether we're walking or not, are continuing to receive more and more of our original soul essence to help us to prepare for the shift that's coming up. Because I look at our soul as actually being that light body. So I think we're already in our light bodies. This meat suit that we wear around is that denseness of form. And as we continue to bring in more light, these light codes that are already embedded in our DNA begin to open up, and we ourselves start to become lighter and lighter and lighter. I think we're
okay. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that we're also in the process of transforming into a new type of human.
Right. No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Before Watchers Talk says, thank you. I wonder if our soul can live in multiple people on the same timeline in this universe.
I think that when we're talking timeline, if you're talking dimensions, like, or if you're talking on Earth, as I said, yes, I have been told that well, let me back up. I started having all of these memories, which I thought was a past life memory of myself being a South American man running through the jungle. I was having all kinds of experiences. I was in my oneness with the world, and I just kept having that. It was just repeating over and over and over, almost like a loop, if you've ever experienced a loop. So anyway, that just kept happening over and over and over. And I finally was told by my guides, no, the reason that you're having that, it's not a past life experience, it's a real time experience that's occurring right now. So yes, I believe that it's possible we could have multiple aspects of ourselves right now on this timeline. But when I asked, because I got super excited, I'm like, oh my gosh, can I go to Brazil? Can I meet this man? Can I find him?
That's what you
It's
said.
like, no, do not. Because what I was told is that it was almost not really dangerous, but it's not advisable for two aspects of the same soul to occupy the same space.
Right. I get that. Now, because the soul is sort of a non-local essence, so it's gaining experiences from multiple locations, multiple timelines. But what about the whole idea of soulmate or twin flames? Because that is also really a soul, the single soul that's been split into different parts. Maybe that person in South America was your soulmate, actually. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. Yeah, talk about the soul in terms of twin flames and that splitting. This is what I heard when we descended into the density. We split into a polarity, male, female, whatever aspect of this soul split takes place. So there's this other part of us that's gaining wisdom, but it's really the same soul.
Yes, I believe that as well. The soul does have the ability that it can split, and there are many theories about that. And so when the soul did come in and it splits into male female aspects, then each one of those then goes out, and they are then having their own experiences, which when they come back together has edified the whole. Now, I'm really good friends, thanks again to Alan, with a couple called Mark and Phyllis, and they are twin souls. And Mark actually came here to find her because he believes that we're so close to this shift occurring, and he wanted to make sure that she was awake and would be leaving when he left. So yes, I believe there are so many things we do not know. And the things that I know, it's very hard for me to try to even articulate it, because there's really not the right words that I can speak to do that. However, for me, putting this chart together that just, I don't know, I can't hold that still enough, I guess, that goes round and round and round, that just shows you can be on this wheel at any point, and you could be on this wheel at all points. You could be in another dimension right now having an experience. You can be in a different galaxy having an experience. And when I say you, I'm referring to that Shantias Khan, which is the wholeness of your oversoul.
Okay. One more thing, one more, but maybe other people, is sort of about, let's just see, parallel lives. I guess the big question is, how do we get in touch with these other parts of ourselves, the multidimensional aspect that is living in other timelines? Because, everything seems pretty real and fundamental here. So how do we open our minds to all these other parts of ourselves? Or maybe it's not appropriate to, but maybe it is, because people are curious about all these other aspects of their soul.
I asked that very same question of my guides, Alan, and what they told me is that when it's appropriate, when the time is right, and if there is information that I need to learn, then all of that would be revealed to me. But I like to think, if you think of yourself as being in the center of a spider web, if you reach out in any direction, just like the graph that's behind you, Alan, I absolutely love that, because that shows how everything is interconnected. And that also, to me, is what my guide showed me as a template that's really even on the inside of our Shantias Khan, of our oversoul, because what happens is this is a matrix of light, sound, frequency that comes together, and it forms this web or this material of experience for us to have. And if you think of the spider web with you being in the middle, if you reach out and you were to strike one of those webs, it would send a vibration not only out through that web, but it sends it out to multiple webs. And I think that is a good analogy for our multidimensional aspects. We could be in the center, but we're also all of these threads, kind of the hub and spoke that's going out. And so if people are used to meditating, then, drop in to the meditation, connect with your guides, and let them know that you're very interested in learning this information, and see what they have to present to you.
Right. No, that's great. So you do this group, you're helping people. What do you say to people who are just hearing about this? They may be confused. They may not know what they are, but they know that they're just not a normal person, that they can't fit in for whatever reason. I think more and more people are realizing that. So what do you say to people? Where do they begin their search?
Well, if people want to contact me, I'm happy to work with them. I had a lady actually that had heard my son's presentation, because he also is a walk-in, which is very, very rare. I've never found another family that has 2 walk-ins in the family, but she had seen his interview on YouTube. And so it had to be through New Realities, or it had to be through Portal to Ascension. But she saw his interview, and she looked him up. She's found our wellness center, and she actually flew in and came to our business at Spirit Way Wellness. And I have a website, spiritwaywellness.com. You can get a hold of me there too. But I do work with people individually, one-on-one, to where I actually go in and will connect in with their, what I call their etheric template, or the blueprint for this physical body, and help them to access, help them to ignite that information so it starts coming forward to them. But there's other people. You can go on to the wishalliance.org website, and there's many people who can help you discover the blueprint of your soul, help you activate your DNA. So if you're curious about anything like that, please visit our website, check it out, and hopefully there's someone there for you. If not, you can always write to me, and I will try to help you figure out what's happening. But, you know, Alan, more and more people are like this. The lady, when she came to me, after we did some work together, it was very obvious that she was a hybrid. And it was very obvious that she had had experiences off planet where she had been taken onto the ship, and she had actually had 3 different DNAs infused with her. 2 of them were like off planet, what we would consider off planet galactic family. And then she had had this activation of this angelic energy within her, but she was a hybrid. And so a lot of people are waking up to the truth of who they are.
So, is part of your healing process to wake people up? I mean, you're getting the body in shape, but you have a healing clinic. And how can people find the healing clinic? And also, is your approach multidimensional?
It is. I do probably about half of my work is long distance work, and we can do a Zoom, a Skype. We can talk on the telephone. I do provide healing services as well as work within their energetic bodies and help them to develop a practice that will help them to activate their own light codes within. I will do a light code activation with them. I don't do that through light language, but it is a process that actually the Arcturians taught to me, where I can go into the grid system, much like back what you have there, go into the grid system and activate certain different strands to where they will be opened up and they can start receiving information.
So you also, yeah, you didn't really talk so much about the ET overlay in personality. Talk, we have a little bit more time. Just talk about
Sure.
that connection, yeah, with, and why it's happening now more and more. People are realizing this higher ET connection.
Right. Well, 2 things. In my case, when I came in, I came from the collective, and that collective was my multidimensional self, where I had had Arcturian, Palladian, Mantis. I mean, I've had a plethora of other planetary experiences as well as angelic experiences that were all kind of melded together. That when I came in, I brought more of an Arcturian aspect in with me so that I could do the work that was laid out in front of me. A lot of people now are being awakened to the fact that they're a star seed. Why? A lot of people ask, is because we are on the cusp of moving into 5D, 5th dimensional reality. I think back in 2012, a lot of people, they didn't recognize things so much that shifted, but they actually did shift. And what happened is it moved us from 3D into 4D. The problem was our brains still told us that we were in 3D, but our hearts and our minds, the higher aspect of our minds, would tell us that we were in 5D. And so we were in this constant to and fro. I think a lot of people now have made that jump, that they're in the higher aspect of that 4D, getting ready to move into 5D. And as they come closer and closer, they begin to drop the denseness of the body and also the denseness of the mind. And not saying people are dense in the mind, but the veil that we have. And we're opening up to the truth of who we are, because I believe that all of us come from somewhere else. There are individuals who have come to the earth that are earth seeds, that are center seeds, that help Gaia in her progression, but they too have come from somewhere else, even if they've been here through every incarnation cycle with Gaia. And so I believe we're all from off planet, and I think that's why more and more people are starting to wake up.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And more and more of that ET family seems to be arriving here at this point. That's why I think these conferences are great, because it's informing people, it's getting community together. So in order, just like one last question, and I think Neil's going to jump back in, we want to keep this community growing and strong and support each other. So talk a little bit again about the Wish Foundation, how you're building community, okay?
So we have a website that we're operating from called Wish Alliance. It's WISH, and that stands for Walk-ins, Indigos, Starseeds, and Hybrids. And the goal of wishalliance.org is to pull together a community of like-minded people. And so we also want to have a lot of information available for people. If you go on there, you're going to see new realities everywhere. You're going to see Portal to Ascension everywhere. You're going to see this is not like the Sheila Sepi website or a Neil website or an individual website. This is a website where we've all come together collectively to try to provide this container where people can then come and learn more and more information about who they are. We do have a section with articles that we're continuing to add more and more. We have a section of meditations, which right now the meditations that we have up are from Kiara Windrider. We have articles also that Kiara has written, Neil has written, Phil Gruber has written. We have information about light language. You can go and listen to Jacqueline Smith, and she has a beautiful transmission of light language on there. And so we're really trying to provide resources to help you wake up and become the best person that you can possibly be.
Well, also, I'm sure there's people listening who have services they can offer. And, you know, even if people are awake, and there's always like communities and questions and ideas, really about bringing the dialogue into a bigger platform. So definitely, if people have something to offer, a service, an article, an insight, how would they go about submitting that?
Just reach out to me at wishalliance.org, and they're under the contact section. You can also go to my website, sheilasepi.com, or if you're interested in the healing components, then you can always go to the spiritwaywellness.com. But even all of that information is found on the Wish Alliance. So I'm trying to put all of my resources on there. We've got stuff in there from Neil. We've got things in there from Alan. And I would love, Joan, I would love to put you up there as a resource. And anybody out there that's interested in being part of this, please, because what this is just kind of like the container to come home. You know, we're just now building that foundation, and we want everybody to come together because we all have things to contribute. It doesn't matter who it is. We all come in with a mission. There are so many people out there that have phenomenal stories, that have phenomenal healing modalities, some of which they've created themselves. So please get a hold of me. Let me know. We'll chat. Sometimes it might take me 2 days to get back with you, but I promise I will get back with you.
Okay, that brings us to what's coming up, right, Neil? Coming up with the conference. So let's talk about that.
Yeah. So there's a few things I guess we're working on with each other, right? So we have the Wish Alliance, and I'll just second what Sheila and Alan said. Please do reach out to Sheila, because it is part of our mission as well to cultivate that website in order to have more and more services offered. Because, you know, even if you're a type of person that's open to have a conversation about ancient history, you know, like, and you want someone, and if other people, because I have my services on my website, and my services are a lot, but one of them literally is, if you want to talk to me about UFO disclosure, you can book a session with me. And I've had like full-on hour conversations with people just on that. So like, people need that. And part of what we're doing with Portal to Ascension, why I love doing online events, is I'm in California, one of the most spiritually saturated places in the world. You know, so much going on here. But we got people in Kazakhstan. I used like to pull on this example, a remote this individual from this father of a family in India, in a small village where they would get internet twice a week, emailed me once and would say that he would bring his family together to watch our ancient history stuff every month when they would have internet connection, right? So it's just like, we're in no way preaching to the choir, even though a lot of us here are in the know. It's the fact that we don't have the community. Not everybody has that community. A lot of people are left alone. Not every country is democratic in nature, right? And there are awake people in those countries too that just don't have anybody to speak to about it. So that's what this is about. That's what the Wish Alliance is doing. And so I definitely recommend going to the website and connecting there. Now, in regards to well, we're working on together. First, I want to talk about the documentary that we spoke about a couple of times, and now it's actually seeming to start. It's going to be a documentary on walk-ins. But Sheila, why don't you just give us a kind of a rundown on our process with it right now?
Well, the process changes as we go day to day, actually. But what we're trying to do is to develop a documentary that is going to give some groundwork on what walk-ins are, so that when people watch this, that they may be identifying with it and they themselves will say, I'm a walk-in. Because so many people out there still, they feel isolated, thus the need for the Wish Alliance. But right now we're just meeting, actually next week, we have a meeting where we're going to start script development. So I'm really excited about that. And then the next phase is this walk-ins, then we'll do indigos, star seeds, and hybrids. And so we'll have 4 different documentaries based on, and then also the 4 different workshops that we'll be having every year. So I'm really excited about it. And
Me
this
too.
is just a phenomenal partnership. Working with you two is it's really a hoot. I love it.
Yeah, we're going to create a lot of content for sure in regards to conferences, but
Yes.
now Portal to Ascension Studios, which is the documentary arm, you're going to have 2 or 3 times throughout the next 4 days, you're going to get to see our new website, and it's going to launch next week. So this is like a party to the launching, really. And on that website, we're going to have featured documentaries, and one of the first Portal to Ascension ones will be the walk-ins documentary. All right, so let's segue now into the conference. Alan, go ahead.
No, the hybrid conference. So yeah, this is what we're looking at here. So what's the dates? Are June 19th to the 20th. Okay.
Yep.
And what's happenings there? What is, I mean, these are people claiming to be hybrids and also being donating to the hybrid offsprings, right?
And researchers on hybrids.
Right.
Sheila, why don't you tell us who these people are?
Yeah, so, well, with Barbara and Mary, neither one of those ladies are hybrids. However, they are both hypnotherapists, world-renowned hypnotherapists, and they have done so much research in the field of ET contact and as well as hybridization. And I know Barbara has interviewed over 4,000 people, and I'm not sure the number that Mary has, that she has interviewed, but each of these individuals are contributing based on their knowledge. I know Phil is also, he is not a hybrid. He actually is a walk-in, but he is going to be contributing to the information. And so everyone here has either a contribution that they're making or are a hybrid themselves. Mm-hmm. Sometimes hybrids, what we're discovering, as Barbara points this out beautifully, there's basically 2 different types that she has found in her research. And one is where that someone is actually transported physically to the ship and they have DNA alternations that take place. Or those alternations can occur on Earth, but that people come in with a hybrid soul as well. And I think so that in a way, maybe we're all a little bit hybrid, because we all have a soul that's from somewhere else. But the type of soul she's talking about are beings that come in fully awake, that know where they are, that are in a physical body.
Yeah.
Right. So some of the highlights of there are some veterans also, like Mary Rodwell, who's talked to so many. I love Geraldine Orozco. Who else do you see there?
We've got Maya Cristobal, Jacqueline Smith, and this is a new person that I've come in contact with. Actually, Rebecca was introduced to me through you, Neil, and Rebecca is fascinating individual. She also has experience with the secret space program that she's going to be bringing in. And then, so everyone has their own unique story to tell. And I think that what we're going to find is, Neil, the more conferences that you're offering, the more people are going to hear something that wakes them up, that makes them realize, gives them a place of identity, that they're going to say, hey, wait a minute. that's my experience. And they're going to start to find their community and their family. And so everything that we're doing is to help to reach out to individuals, to create that community, to strengthen people so that they know they're not alone.
Right. Am I up there twice because one is my parallel self?
You took the joke out of my mouth, bro. I was waiting to do it. I was waiting.
Okay.
I was gonna say, well, Alan will be joined by his clone.
Yes. Yeah. And then
But
we've
that's
got
another conference.
Yeah.
then we have Valerie, who has a phenomenal story too, who became a hybrid. She remembers her mother being taken on the ship. She was in utero. She remembers the experiments that were getting ready to be conducted. She was actually a twin. And the brother said, absolutely not. I'm not taking place. I'm not going to be part of this. This isn't, kind of what I wanted to do. And so I believe she absorbed his soul. So it's kind of like she absorbed her twin. And so she operates as both of those individuals. She has a fascinating story. And she also is a neuroscientist, a scientist, a medical doctor. She has a phenomenal background that she brings when she shares her story.
Well, thank you, Sheila, for everything. Our next guest is coming up, but that conference is not free. You could register on Portal to Ascension for it, but there will be elements in this conference that will speak to what that's going to include. So
Exactly.
Sheila, always amazing, always just fantastic, because you're so generous in your time and your energy to share what your gift is to help other people. And thanks
Thank
for
you.
everything, Sheila.
And let me just remind people real quick, we do have a meeting tonight that is called the Family Reunion, where everybody gets together. We talk, share stories. It's open. We don't really have an agenda. If you're interested, please go to wishalliance.org, register, say you want to attend tonight, and I'll make sure to get that Zoom link out to you. So thank you guys for allowing me to be here.
Thank you, Sheila Sepi. And we're moving on to one of my favorite speakers on the topic of transformation and awakening and possibilities. Whitley Strieber really blasted onto the scene. Well, of course, he was a screenwriter for The Hunger Wolf and lots of major Hollywood projects. But when Communion hit the market, that went to #1, and he was really the first to picture what these beings look like. I mean, people had some idea, but when the cover of Communion came out, was that 89? I think, Whitley, was that? Wait, put your mic on. Yeah. Yes. In the late 80s, let's just say, he and his wife Anne got 200,000 letters from people around the world that sort of said, oh my God, this has happened to me. These contact experiences, this level of encounter. So I'm really happy Whitley's here to talk about this. And I also want to talk to you, Whitley, not just about your close encounters, but your book, which was so inspiring to hear about on Linda Moulton Howe's show last night. I also have a special person who wants to ask you questions about that. But let's just first talk about, as the government disclosure is coming forward, and we're in the middle of it, we're about to cross a huge threshold in awakening and consciousness. It's already leaking through in the media. If you've watched 60 Minutes, the first question that Bill Whitaker asked Luis Elizondo right at the beginning, he says, well, tell me, are UFOs real? And Lou Elizondo practically, I say, laughs and says, come on, Bill, we're past that already. The Pentagon has said UFOs are real. And so this gets us to really why Whitley is so important within this disclosure, because the government can talk all they want about things in the sky, but they won't talk about yet who's in them, why they're here, what are they doing, and how they're interacting with people. So my first question is to you, Whitley, what happens to close encounter witnesses? What do you think their role is when, and it's happening now, the government admits that UFOs are real? So where do we fit in? Where is your story? How did they approach that? And how do they even, is that a couple of years or 20 years down the road? I mean, we just want to get used to it's real, but where do you think it goes?
Some of the people involved in this would like that the answer to the B, it goes nowhere, and they never have to address it. However, that is simply not going to happen. The people involved are the story as much as, and at many levels more than, the objects that we are seeing in the sky. Now, we can't rely on data and opinions slipped out from behind the barrier of secrecy. This issue belongs to the outer world, specifically to us, the public, the sciences, the academic community, and above all, to the experiencers and their relationship to this. And the reason is that the experiencers contain within their memory a message of some kind that is almost certainly coherent and can be understood. But there's a huge amount of work to be done. The academic community needs to revisit our entire understanding of gods, demons, fairy folk, and all such stories. Folklore emerges out of the imagination to a great degree, but it also emerges when people see things they can't understand and try to make sense of them. Our rock foundational assumption of all of the folklore, the tales of gods, and everything in the past, right down to and including things like Ezekiel's wheel, which is obviously an observation. The general assumption in the academic community and the social sciences is these are all imaginary. Mm-hmm. We've got to turn that upside down and face the fact that that may not be the case, that in fact, it may be observation that has generated our entire mythological content of the whole species. I mean, you talk about change. This is the biggest change in the history of this species since probably in the whole history of the species. Yeah. The biggest change that can be identified as a historical event. Let me go on a little bit.
Yeah.
Archaeology. Okay. We have turned over backwards in the conventional world to explain away artifacts like Nan Madol in the Pacific. What this is a group of artificial islands built of gigantic basalt logs. And if you can believe it, the assumption, if you go on the National Geographic Channel or somewhere, is that these were built by Polynesians using canoes in the 12th century AD, as if anyone at any time could move an object like this weighing some tons with canoes. Of course not. We don't know how it was built. Sacsayhuaman in Peru is another perfect example. We do not know how that was built. We couldn't build it today. The gigantic platform at Baalbek, said to have been built by Roman engineers? No, it's not possible. They didn't have the equipment to move stones that large. Why do we know that? Because we don't have such equipment now. Now, and the Great Pyramid, we have the conventional assumption is it was built by Cheops. The whole revisionist archaeological community has been addressing this for years, and they have to be given respect because we have to erase our vision of the past, our conventional vision of the past, and replace it with a new and more accurate vision, because somebody's been here probably for a long time, or our world would not look like this, our myths would not read the way they do, and we would not be what we are. Now, as far as UFO are concerned, UFOs, the greatest resource is not the materials in possession of the government. I mean, I've got some of the materials right here in this office. And what I have specifically in this office is a fragment of the external sheath of an object that probably the one that crashed at Roswell. And if you look at it under a scanning, under a 600 power microscope, you see it is layers of magnesium, which have somehow been turned into a foam, and thinner layers of bismuth. But when you look at it under the microscope, you see there is nothing between the layers. It's not, they're not glued together with anything. So what force is holding them together? Linda Moulton Howe sold hers to TTSA, and it's being analyzed by the US Army. I would not give mine up. We analyzed it at Southwest Research in San Antonio, Texas, back in the 90s, but I'm not willing to give it up until I can be absolutely certain that high-level labs with the equipment and the open-mindedness necessary to use it correctly, and no connection whatsoever to the secret world, can analyze it. So I hold on to it. But there are other materials, and it's going to be found that I hope in some of the releases that some of those materials have already been understood, and the information has been bled out into industry, especially when with regard to the metals. But there's another resource. This is the one I started to talk about that's really, really important. That's us, the close encounter witnesses. Now, many people think of themselves as close encounter witnesses, and indeed many people are. When we didn't get just 200,000 letters, we got, oh gosh, I bet we got 500,000 letters over the years. Anne assembled them into a wonderful little book called The Communion Letters, and I'm going to be reading just a couple of those letters in a few minutes. What these letters tell us is that Carl Sagan was right. He was right when he said, if we actually contact aliens, it is going to be stranger than the strangest things we can possibly imagine. But how do we deal with this not in an anecdotal way or in a narrative way, which is all we've been able to do so far, but at a higher level of finish? Here's how. There are people with implants in their bodies. There's one right here. There are people who have had implants removed. We have records of who those people are. Now, we can get people like that, and we can work with them. This is going to take money, and what it's going to take at the beginning is for the National Sciences Foundation to accept that granting in the area of UFO and ET research and research into this whole field is valid granting, so that places like the Ford Foundation can grant in this area. They can't really do it now, not without the support of the National Science Foundation. Okay. Memories, all memories, are a mix of imagination and recollection. How do we differentiate, especially in a case like a close encounter experience, where the person does not understand much of what they are seeing? How do we differentiate between real memory and imagination, or memory that's been distorted? Well, it turns out we actually can do that. We have a type of machine called a functional MRI. And if you get someone in a functional MRI machine, that means It analyzes you can actually see where the brain is collecting information and exactly where that information is being processed into vocalizations. This means that you can get people who we know have had contact. And it's time to stop saying these nonsensical things, such as someone got a bit of a meteor embedded in their calf muscle. Come on, it's over. It's over. They were involved in some unknown way with someone who did this to them. And it's been proven for years. Roger Lear proved it, God love him. He proved it very simply by demonstrating that these objects that he was taking out of people had encapsulations of epidermis around them. That's the second layer of skin just below the surface. They were embedded in deep muscle. Now, the body does not have genetic encoding to create epidermis in deep muscle. It would have calcified the object instead and slowly rejected it. The epidermal encapsulation meant that the object would not be rejected by the body. The body wouldn't see it as a foreign object. We cannot create an encapsulation like that now, but somebody can, does, and did. So we know these objects came from an unknown source. One of the objects that we obtained at Southwest Research had been emitting an FM signal, a very low-level FM signal, when it was in sight in the person's body. We decided after we got that object that we would put it into a machine called an X-ray diffraction machine after analyzing it under the scanning electron microscope to see its mineral content. We determined that, like most of the objects, it appeared to be a piece of meteoric iron. So that would mean, since it was iron, it would immediately diffract X-rays, because X-rays don't go through iron. Now, the reason we wanted to put it in the diffraction machine is we wanted to see if we could detect any kind of crystallization in it that would explain how it could emit FM signals. So we put it in the diffractor, and the diffractor made a normal return on its first pass. It cycles again and again and again, this type of machine, around an object, gradually building up on an image of its crystalline structure. And the second pass, it didn't see it. This little piece of iron had become X-ray invisible. So we let it pass 3 or 4 more times and didn't catch anything. We took it back, put it in the SEM, same exact constituent. It was essentially a piece of nickel iron, probably something out of a meteorite. We left it in X-ray diffraction for 36 hours. It never returned another signal. That means we were looking at a piece of extraordinary technology. This was a piece of technology that could somehow emit an FM signal. Now, we can figure out how that could be done. That's not rocket science. It's close, but it's not rocket science. But how in the world did it protect its secrets by becoming X-ray invisible? That's the kind of thing. It was, of course, this was blown off. In those days, when we were working at Southwest Research, the director told me, and Bill Mallow, the head of materials science who was doing this work, one of the founders of the Institute, which is the only reason it was allowed to be done, that, quote, our CIA contractor, which is more than 50% of their budget, takes a dim view of UFO research. Now we know why. They're trying to keep it secret. So you can use anything you want. The whole institute is open to you, but you can't put anything down on institute stationery. And Bill must report to you, Whitley, verbally only. He can't write any of this down. Now Bill has passed on. But we need to go back to this. And this time, not under that kind of outrageous constraint. Because this is the most important thing, as I said at the beginning, that has ever happened in the history of this species. It's incredibly, incredibly important. But once we have identified people who we have physical evidence that they have had contact, then we can study them and listen to their stories as they repeat their memories in the fMRI machine, and we can see how they are assembling those memories and what part of the memory is being assembled by the part of the brain that remembers facts, and what part of the memory is being assembled by the part of the brain that is essentially building imagination. And if we do that enough, we will find a baseline of what these people actually remember. That's the beginning of really seriously understanding this. It is possible. It can be done. We can, for example, we can go back to the people who wrote the communion letters. I have all of their information and addresses. The letters themselves are archived at Rice University. Thanks to Dr. Jeffrey Kreipel's foresight, those letters are now part of a university archive, and they're not going to be lost. Plus, other people who have implants write me on unknowncountry.com all the time saying, I've got an implant, what should I do? And the answer is, we can't do a thing about it. With the passing of Dr. Roger Lear, the one person, a true pioneer, who was willing to work on this and do something about it, and had a medical credential, even though he was just a podiatrist, it was lost to us. We have to rebuild this. Now,
how ready are we for, so we're just getting used to the fact that things are out there, at least the public is. How ready, how far down the line, when do you think the whole close encounter, witness, abduction will come into the mainstream in the way that UFOs are now coming into the mainstream?
Yesterday, a sort of junky British newspaper called The Sun published a story about a close encounter witness, this poor character called Stan Romanek. And the headline was something like, pedo UFO abductee claims he has 5 hybrid children. In other words, it was the worst possible way of addressing us and our part in this. To write a story like that now, it just really disturbed me, because The Sun is, did they really who made the decision? Someone made a decision that looks like all of this stuff is coming out publicly about UFOs. We need to make the abductees and the close encounter witnesses look as bad as possible. So was that someone at the newspaper? Or was it something more dangerous? Was it someone at British Military Intelligence Headquarters, GCHQ? They take a dim view of us also. Everybody takes a dim view of us. But it's over. We're here. We are the future. We are the ones who have the information embedded in us. And believe me, the visitors know this, and they have built a coherent and sensible set of informations inside our minds. We have this.
Are you ready to go in front of congressional hearings and kind of lay the piece out as the UFO situation unfolds? This would be someone like you the Congress would go to, I think, and start to say, okay, give us the backstory here, which is
well, I would hope so, but and this is exactly what I would say to them. I just said to you, to all of you. My concern is that, there's so much swirling around this, people with big egos wanting position and all of this stuff, and people who aren't really in contact, claiming otherwise, and it's just it could turn into a real mess. And then there's the problem that I know quite a few of the people who are involved in this. In fact, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are my guests on Dreamland, my podcast, this weekend. And they're both wonderful guys, and they're very much on our side, by the way. But there are others who would rather sweep this under the rug. Some very important people in this have said to me very frankly that they expect that the close encounter experience and the abduction experience will not be addressed anytime soon, if ever. But I'll tell you what's going to happen. This is going to blow up in their faces, because the first shot across the bow is that lunatic story in the Sun. But the media is going to pick up on this. What about aliens? And what about people? What about all these people? And I think the first reaction of the intelligence community is to do anything it can to basically throw us under the bus and debunk us in any way they can. And I am very worried about that, because they have to face the fact they're not in control of this. They never have been.
Right.
This is about us, we the people, and the visitors, whoever they are. The entire government effort is a sideshow in comparison to this. My book, Communion, is about contact. It is the baseline of contact. That's where contact between us and them started as a cultural phenomenon. It existed before that, of course, but as a cultural phenomenon, that's where it started. And it was intended that way. My wife, Anne, was incredibly prescient and knowledgeable about this. She was connected with it somehow. I have no idea how. And she would laugh in my face if she, in fact, she probably is actually laughing in my face at this moment. I wear both rings because we're still in contact.
She's
right
right behind you laughing, Whitley. She's right there behind you.
Exactly. People often see that picture change its expression and wink and all kinds of things. But anyway, I wear the two rings because we're still together. We're just down to one body.
But, you're saying the really and key thing that we're expecting government or people in some official capacity say that this is real. Obviously, we don't need people to tell us what experiences are real and not real.
Well, actually, we do need that. That's exactly what we need, because the mind, I would love to go into an fMRI scanner and narrate my entire life story. And because the mind fills in the blanks, no matter how hard you try. If you have an experience that doesn't make sense to you, your mind will alter it in order to make it make sense. This is what folklore is, which I said earlier. Folklore happens to some extent. It's simply people telling stories, but most of it happens when people see things or have experiences that they cannot understand.
But there's enough of us. There's enough of us coming forward now, like you in your book, who validates other people's experience. So there's a collective agreement about the nature of reality.
Well, we can narrow this down using science. We can figure out, if I narrated my life story in an fMRI machine, we would be able to tell which parts of my story, to a great extent, it's not perfect, are emerging out of my imagination, which parts are emerging out of the part of my brain that perceives facts.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that would be an extraordinary thing. And think of how many people and I know who have had incredible lives like mine and like so many others listening to this show right now. We could figure out what of our memories are factual and what are not. And I'll tell you right now, I'll predict which parts of our memories our brains see as facts and which part of our memories our brains see as imaginary. Our brains are going to turn out to see the parts that are stranger than strange, the strangest parts of all, strange beyond belief. Those are the parts that are going to turn out to be real.
Right. I want to ask you about your book coming up. I have one more question along this sort of idea. Is there any truth to the fact, or in your opinion, that President Eisenhower made an agreement with an ET race to exchange technology for genetic manipulations or abductions?
I don't have any idea about that. I do know that Richard Nixon knew an exceptionally large amount about this subject because he took Jackie Gleason to see one of the intact objects at an airbase in Florida. I know that because Jackie Gleason's wife was not only public about it, she spoke to me about it personally, and someone who had seen an object described it to me. And that's why I'm saying to the people who are orchestrating all of this, it's time to put one of these objects in the Smithsonian. And of course, their reaction is there's an infinitesimal chance of that, although they admit it's a good idea. The reason I think we should do that is there are two reasons. The first reason is it gives the public a chance to come into contact with these materials. It's not like looking at something that we build. Right. Believe you me, when you look at these materials, they look back at you. It is not like things in this world. Not at all. Now, I don't mean that the flying saucer itself looks back at you. I do mean that the presence that is behind it will know you when you see it. And you will feel that in yourself. You will feel it. And you will never forget it. And it won't forget you either.
No, I think, though, you are right. We are at a turning point in history. The planet is waking up to this bigger reality. And we just need to accept the fact that we are part of something bigger. I just want to switch a little bit to you, the book that if you want to talk about Jesus, A New Vision, which I really enjoyed your interview with Linda Moulton Howe. But how does the whole Jesus story fit into these last 30 years that you've been delving into with the ETs?
Okay. I have to start by explaining that our dead, so-called, who are not dead, I think that they think of us as the dead, in fact, are very involved in this. At that level, and in also a parallel universe that is a mirror universe of this one that I talk about in A New World, there is no barrier between the living and the dead, and no barrier between the ETs and us. So that's a sort of baseline here. After Annie passed away, I have this implant in my ear. It's been there since May of 1989, when it was put in by two people. I know a lot about it because someone on the inside wanted to study it recently. He was looking to, he wanted me to get a CAT scan of it, which I did, but he was looking to, I'm sure, to suggest that I get it removed so he could study it more. And I was not too willing to do that. But in any case, what happened was a few nights before the CAT scan, a knock came at my door at about 4 a.m, a very rapid fire machine-like knock. And I know that knock. I'm not going to tell you exactly how many knocks it is, but it's a specific number. It's not 7 or 9, because I don't want anyone to try to fool me to come up here, and it'd be quite dangerous to try to come into this apartment that way. Anyway, be that as it may, I heard this signal. I immediately went and opened the front door. There were 2 men there. They came in. They explained how the implant works. They explained that what it does and what happens with the implant is it opens a slit, and now in my right eye, it used to be my left eye, in my right eye when I'm working, and words flash through it at breakneck speed. That started to happen only after Annie passed away. And I found that my ability to think and do research really increased. And so I decided to practice on this by writing a long historical novel, which is called In Hitler's House, and I published it under the name Jonathan Lane. And I did that to practice with the implant, and I learned how to use it that way. It works by synchronicity, but it also works in another way that they explained to me. That is to say, the words racing through are drawn from my own unconscious mind into the level just below consciousness. And when they race through my brain, the slit, they actually are my conscious mind responds to them, even though it can't read them. It responds to them subliminally, and I get ideas that way. It's like having an incredibly powerful muse that draws from my own deepest memories, stuff up to the forefront. And they told me it was invented by a man named Constantine, they said, Rodwell. And I thought that name sounds vaguely familiar. And so after they left, I immediately Googled it, and I realized, of course, he was mispronouncing it. It's Constantine Rodwell, the electronic voice phenomena pioneer who died back in the 70s. Now, I told this story to a friend, and the friend said, well, the strange thing is that I have that same slit in my eye, and I've often wondered, words pass through it very quickly, and I've often wondered what it was. He is one of the world's leading experts on Constantine Rodwell. And I think this object was invented by Rodwell and put while on the other side and put in my ear by people who were the same type of people as came to my door to explain it that night, people who live on the edge between this reality and what we call the world of the dead. So using that object, I wrote 3 books. Afterlife Revolution is about how to finally get past the whole idea that the dead don't exist. It's intended to convince people of this in ways that are acceptable to a Western rationalist mind. The next book, A New World, is what do we do in our relationship with the visitors? What is contact? What do they want? What are the dangers? What are the benefits? It's a survey of that based around the great comment by Colonel Philip Corso, probably the most important comment in the whole lexicon of the close encounter experience. When he asked a visitor in a situation where they needed a radar turned off for 10 minutes so they could leave a place, he said to this visitor, 10 minutes can be a long time in my profession, and military, obviously it can. And what's on offer for us? The words were, the response was, a new world if you can take it. Now is the time for this. Can we bear it? Can we wrest it from their hands? Because they're not going to give us gifts. There's not going to be anyone dropping in on the White House lawn with an anti-gravity cell phone or whatever. Forget it. We have to do this ourselves, sink or swim. we make our own decisions about our future. And I don't have time, and I can go into exactly why that is. Then the third book, what is our stance in all of this? How do the parts of this are dangerous. Parts of it are very dark and very evil. That's there. It's there. I've lived it myself. What do we do? How do we take a position that gives us, empowers us to do this well and right and to make contact work? You have no choice then. You have to go back to the teachings of Jesus. You have to do this because Jesus taught us how to live on behalf of the good. And when you are truly in your body, your blood, your mind, your soul, committed to the mission of the good, then the dark side of this becomes a source of knowledge rather than a source of danger. But here's the problem nowadays. The religion has been corrupted. Let's face it. The Catholic Church has got all these pederasts in it. The extreme right-wing religions are hardly recognizable as Christian. If you read the Didache, which is the rule of Christian communities that was written by the apostles in somewhere around 70 AD, we don't live that way anymore. But I'll tell you something about that rule. It took the community of Christians through the total collapse of the Roman Empire, a near end of the world thing that happened in 536 AD when there was a huge volcanic explosion in Iceland and the planet was dark for 18 months. And out of that, there was almost nothing left in the Western world except the little Christian communities because they lived by the Didache. And we better look at it very carefully because we're going to need it again soon. But what about people who don't want anything to do with Christianity? And there's lots, most people don't. So I wrote a book that explains what Christianity is, how it came about when Constantine basically turned Jesus, the teacher, into Jesus, the Roman god, replacement for Apollo, and how we can look past that to the teachings. And readers of my book can come to understand how to use the parables and the Beatitudes in their own lives. You don't even have to be a believer in anything. You can be a complete atheist and still gain value from the teachings. And the book also shows that the resurrection happened. He did turn into a being of light. And it is a testament not to the fact that he was someone distant from us, a divine being that really basically we just have to look up to. His whole teaching was about we are him and he is us. It is a teaching not about the distant power of some divinity. It is a teaching about the power of mankind when mankind is allied with the good, which is called God in most of the Gospels, but in the extraordinary Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the word God does not appear. It's translated as the good. The book is about allying yourself with the good, no matter what you believe.
That is a beautiful overview of the last 20 years of your career. I have someone here with me who is an expert on the shroud, and he just wants to comment on some of that here. JJ, do you have something to say about your investigations and what Whitley's saying as
I think Whitley is right on schedule. The Nag Hammadi library is beginning to be understood in terms of its great depth of a new language of experience where the Christ that is risen is a model of our own ascension process in connection with higher intelligence. Right. And in the work that I've done years ago with translating from the Coptic to Nag Hammadi, the Gospel of Mary, as Whitley just said, stands out really in terms of the goodness of creation.
So where do we go? I'll ask you.
Well, Whitley, where do you see this going in terms of now the greater understanding of the, should we say, the inner Christ, the Christ that is present within us, as opposed to that which is 6,000 light years away? This has, in my opinion, been the problem of the religionists and theologians who put God way into space rather than into the human heart, into the human experience.
Thank you. Yes.
Well, Jesus taught it basically. He never said the kingdom of God was up in the sky. He said the kingdom of God is within you. And you can join it right now, right now. What is the key to this? The key to this is living by the parables and the Beatitudes. And then you do become as a little child, and you do become as the lilies of the field.
So I don't get the ETs are here to show us part of our greater mind, but they seem to be missing, or some aspect, at least some aspect of these beings are missing the Beatitudes. Perhaps that's been, how do those beings, the visitors, fit into what you're saying about this higher teaching of spirit?
This is a challenge to us, a new world if you can take it. Now that means that somebody is holding on to it, and we are not going to get what they are holding in their hands unless we are strong. We're not going to. We have to be strong. And I have been face to face with the evil that's in this. I've seen it. I've lived it. My wife and I have had the experience of having semen. I had semen taken from me. I was raped. And I made the mistake in communion of calling it a rectal probe. And every bully on the planet Earth found a way to laugh at me and sneer at me because of my rape. Now, my wife lost a baby. She's passed on now. And toward the end of her life, we decided that after that she had passed on, I could talk a little bit about this. It was in the context of one of these encounters. This is as dark as it gets. It doesn't get darker than this. Well, it can. I think there are people who have disappeared. And I don't flinch from this in a new world because we can't. We have to make this work for ourselves. And that's what the Jesus book is about. We face the fact that this is not easy, that they are not all sweetness and light. And then we go to the Jesus teaching and we find out that the light is in us. We go inside ourselves for the light and we shine forth just like he did, just like Mary Magdalene did. We shine forth and everything changes for us. They have to respect our light because the good is more powerful. The dark always ends the same way. It's entropic and it ends in total stillness and silence. The good is extropic. It is always increasing and there is no end to ecstasy. It always, that's why the universe is expanding. It is expanding on a wave of ecstasy.
Okay, JJ.
Whitley, I wanted to tell you that I worked indirectly with Dr. Don Linich at Propulsion Lab, who did the image enhancements of the cloud of Turin. And it was a 5'7" man in a state of weightlessness surrounded by light. And this was of great illumination to the scholars and scientists who were part of the STIRP group and later the ASSIST group, that there was Jesus seen in a state of weightlessness surrounded by light, the light going in all directions. To have that homogeneous light would require a perfect situation that was not being disrupted by any physical force or object.
Right. It was an ascension, basically. We're at Portal to Ascension. But also, Whitley, if you're talking about the dark side, don't you think the government, as the thing comes up, will start to grab onto that dark element and forget the rest and put people in fear. I mean, they're used to doing that. So,
Well, let's go back to the crabwood formation, the crop circle formation that was laid down in the early 2000s in England. And what it is an image of a gray, and beside it there is a disc that turns out to be readable as ASCII characters. Beware the bearers of false gifts and their lies. There is good out there. We oppose deception. The bearers of false gifts are the ones that made promises about extraordinary weapons, promises that the Russians, the Chinese, the British, and the Americans all fell for, and their deceptions. There are entities in this that cannot tell the truth. And in fact, there are people close to them in the UFO community who are in the same state. They can't tell the truth. If you lose your free will, if you embrace this darkness, you lose it, and you cannot tell the truth. And it feels to these people and to these entities that they can never regain the truth. The people generally don't know they can't tell the truth. They just lie all the time. And you know, some of them in the UFO community will come to your mind if you think about it. The entities know they can't tell the truth and believe they will never be able to, and have fallen into this trap and would like to bring us down too. But what you have to do is preserve your free will and your sense of choice. And you do that by aligning yourself with the good, which will always, always seek to enhance your freedom. Because the freer you are, the more profound your connection to the good can become. Because this is an ongoing decision. It's a moral decision, it's an emotional decision, it's a spiritual decision, and it is there every moment of every day. You have to live by love, compassion, and humility. We all understand love. And the visitors knocked me around until I figured out what humility is, believe me. But what about compassion? I turned to my wife because this is the balancing force. Love is the positive side of this triad. Compassion is the balancing side of the triad, and humility is the passive side. And you have to have active, passive in harmony, and compassion is harmonizing. I asked Anne to explain compassion to me after she had died, and she gave me the most profound explanation of it. It's not a direct explanation, but if you embrace it, you become a compassionate human being. She said simply, each of us is all we have. And when you think of it that way, and you look at yourself and others through the lens of that realization, even the most terrible people, the most evil people, become vulnerable and accessible to your love and care. That's compassion. That's the definition of compassion in just a few words.
So the new world, if we can take it, is the world of good, of compassion, of love.
Right.
And
we're not going to be able to build weapons that do anything to the visitors, but they will be delighted to let us try.
As the Nag Hammadi tells us, you know so well, because I agree with you, the new world would be the agathos Christou in the Coptic Greek, the goodness of Christ in our hearts.
Well, that's the book he wrote. Yeah.
We have to get Jesus into ourselves. Jesus has to be in your blood and in your mind and in your heart. But it's a very physical thing as well as being everything else. Being part of the good is very physical.
But when you say Jesus into your heart, I mean, for me, that sounds religious. I know you don't mean that. How do we translate the religion of Jesus into the actuality of the teachings?
Split the religion off. The religion was invented by a Roman emperor called Constantine.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus is not a god. He is not the replacement for the sun god Apollo. Jesus was a human being who walked the earth for a few years in a terrible time and in a terrible place and got cruelly crucified for his troubles. There was around Jesus an extraordinary group of people. They're barely visible, but I pulled them out in my book so that you can know they existed at least. The young man who jumps up and runs away from the Garden of Gethsemane so fast that he leaves his clothes behind. The woman, the extraordinary and important woman who poured nard over Jesus's head in Bethany, and the Essenes who were with Jesus were furious at her because they didn't believe they didn't believe in the use of oils. Nard was not just an oil. It was the most precious oil in the world at the time, taken from flowers that grow in the foothills of the Himalayas. And a bottle of nard was literally, probably that bottle of nard was among the most valuable things in the whole of Palestine at that time. And she pours it over his head. And what she is saying is that his soul, she is saying that his soul has a perfume, and you can learn to smell souls. I guarantee you will learn this if you work at this enough. And the scent of a beautiful soul is truly extraordinary. And what she was saying was his soul had the most beautiful of all scents. So who was she? He says she will be remembered forever, but we don't even know her name, and she's not remembered. When Christianity was twisted into this paternalistic movement, she disappears.
Well, she could be the divine feminine. She could be the purity of the feminine being.
Which she was, but she was also a woman. And someone says here, Mary Magdalene, and I think that might very well be true, that it was his wife who did that, because his wife would have known him better than anyone.
Right.
But it goes on.
Go ahead.
It goes on, though. There are other people like the upper room. Who was it who gave them the upper room? And the little mule that Jesus told them they would find in the streets of Bethany for him to ride in on Palm Sunday. Somebody put it there. In other words, there was a hidden organization behind Jesus. And what about what happened to Paul? He's a thug on his way from just murdering St. Stephen in Jerusalem to Damascus to root out more Christians and murder them. He has an experience on the road to Damascus, seeing Jesus as a light so bright that it blinds him. I know a lot about this light. I'm partly blind in one of my eyes because of an experience. It's powerful stuff. Okay. Anyway, he's taken into the house of Ananias in Damascus, and he comes out X amount of time later, one of the greatest theological geniuses who ever lived. And if you separate what he said from the fake epistles, it's a very sublime message. There's some fake Pauline epistles.
But Whitley, how do we take all this knowledge, all your research, and I think you're one of the more lucid contactees, and inspire people for the amazing world we're coming into and what the government is on the threshold, and really the new world we are entering right at this time.
World of Ascension.
It's a world of revelation. So leave us with some words of the forging a new path through this undiscovered reality, this unknown country, as they say.
Well, that's why I named our website the unknowncountry.com, because that's what it's about. And why Anne called our book Communion, because it is about that kind of deep inner sharing. And those two things tell you where we're going. What's going to happen on this planet is that there's going to be a profound upheaval. This Earth has a habit of orchestrating extinction events, and we're in one. We're in the early stages of the climax of an extinction event. And when I say early stages, at any time now, something profound could happen, like the Gulf Stream could stop flowing. We don't know when it will, but we do know it will. Scientists may tell you it's going to be in 30 years or 300 years, but the truth is it could be tomorrow. And when it does, everything changes immediately on planet Earth, and areas where lots of human beings live right now become unviable. That is going to happen. We basically, by the universe and by our planet, we are being tossed into the waters of life and told, sink or swim. The age of Jesus, the age of Pisces, there's a reason that his avatar was the fish, and you did this to indicate that you were a Christian. There's a reason that my whole journey toward Jesus and New Vision started actually at contact in the desert in June of 2019, when a Vesica Pisces appeared in my room in front of me. So the little fish swims around in the waters of the earth, healthy and happy, being given everything he needs. Then Aquarius comes, the water carrier pours the water out. And what happens to the little fish? Well, it's called the birth journey. We're going down the birth canal. The visitors here are midwives. Is as simple as that. We're going to be born alive or born dead. It's partly up to us, partly up to them, partly up to the universe itself and the love of the good. And in the context of that experience, which is going to be real hard, there's a reason babies cry when they're born. We are going to either do this or not. We're going to either say the present paradigm doesn't work and can't work, or we're going to cling to it until we die. You're muted.
So that's a great way to sort of end it or begin it, because we are really beginning a new time. And thank you, Whitley. How can people find you? There's lots of questions people want to ask you. And
okay, it's easy to find me. Go to unknowncountry.com. If you have questions for me, send them to whitley@strieber.com. If you want to engage with me and listen to my podcast, it's Dreamland. It's on lots of different places. You can find it on YouTube. You can find it on unknowncountry.com. It's on Apple podcasts. It's on TuneIn Radio and different places. It's on KGRA on Saturday nights. So I'm easy to find.
This has been the best overview I've heard you talk about. I've heard you talk a lot, because I think you are always processing the integration of the present with the next level of reality. So I listened to you, but I really enjoyed today's kind of in-depth analysis of your own process. So I also want to say you'll be on Whitley and Linda Moulton Howe, and a bunch of people will be on Clubhouse tonight at 7 p.m. Go to Ufology. It's a special broadcast. Clubhouse is a new app where people talk, and Whitley's going to be one of the presenters along with Linda Moulton Howe, Billy Carson. I want to thank JJ Hertog for joining me. And any
Well, just to Whitley, thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your inspirational new book on Jesus and the whole drama of what we will face in this great shift that's coming. And I agree, it's going to come quickly and we must be in the goodness and love
Mm.
and the light that shall not pass away.
And thank you, JJ, for your wisdom and your wonderful additions to this discussion. I thank you very much for this.
Yeah, I had to bring JJ in because he was such
Absolutely.
because
Absolutely.
I'm actually staying at his place and I didn't want to ignore him.
Well, you shouldn't ignore him ever, because
No.
there you have somebody with immense knowledge and whose role in this began in one of the most profound ways of anyone who has ever walked the earth.
You're absolutely right. JJ and Desiree heard talk, and they're always at it. They are always talking about the good and the beautiful, and their books, The Keys of Enoch and the recent keys, are new doorways. So thank you again, Whitley, for your time.
Thank you.
I'll see you tonight on Clubhouse, 7 p.m. For anyone watching, I'll put the chat here.
7 p.m. Pacific time.
Pacific, thank you. 7 p.m. Pacific. It's going to be a brand new forum. So I'll talk to you soon, Whitley. Thank you. Whitley Strieber, author of Communion, A New World, A Jesus, a New Vision. And I recommend all his books because he is really one of the people who are not just having experience, but he is integrating that into a intellectual and emotional understanding that's taking us into new realities. So Neil, back to you. How are we doing today? Are we on
good?
time?
We're good. We're gonna have Brandon's coming up next. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was a great. That was one of the best conversations I've heard Whitley really relay about his inspiration. So, okay, Brandon's coming up now. Okay, we're gonna sign off. Go ahead, Brandon. It's all
Wonderful.
yours.
Perfect. I'll take it from here. Thank you again, everyone. And for those of you who have been contributing in the chat, who have been a part of this discussion so far, your questions, your comments, super appreciated. So next up, we're actually going to be taking some time to be able to experience the sound healing journeys and magic with Claire. And Claire, thank you so much for joining us here today. Claire is a sound practitioner, and I'd love to just be able to let Claire introduce herself. And she's a master of the magic of vibrations and the power that it has to be able to heal and transcend dimensions and all those beautiful things in between. So Claire, please, by all means, I don't think there's too much I need to do, but I'm just here to support you as need be. And please feel free to introduce yourself to the people here, and for everybody here, please feel free to welcome Claire on. And Claire, maybe before you get started, if you can just kind of bring your camera down just a little bit, and then we'll set things up from there. So
like that.
That's perfect. Welcome, Claire. Thank you so much for being here. So please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Gosh, hi, Brendan. Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you. I don't think we've met before. And hi, everybody. It's such a treat. The energy that you all generate when I kind of come in, it's like, it's hard to land because there's just this cushion of really, really high energy. And actually, I'll just introduce these guys. These are I've been painting energy balls, and I don't know how well it travels across the internet, but having them up in the room, they have an eye in the center of them, and there's just some kind of energy that comes from them. So it's really nice to have them with me. They're some kind of beings. My work is related to translating the vibration of earth and the elements, any kind of landscape, as well as our collective interior landscapes, and helping them to travel together, to evolve into a space of connection and a higher, deeper, felt sense of the who we are. Who are we really? So beyond the human, but not leaving the human part behind. So I'm basically going to just take you on a journey. It is healing, but you'll also probably journey, and you might all go to completely different places. Unlikely that you'll go to urban environments. I've suddenly realized that people tend to go like into forests or oceans or wherever, but that part's up to you. So if you're going to experience this, I invite you to just, if you can, maybe close your eyes, and you can also lie down or just like not be holding anything, uncross your legs, just really, really relax. And I'm going to put on my headphones, and I'm going to sing to you for about maybe 15 minutes or so that people have a chance to ask some questions afterwards. Oh, someone's saying they love the color balls. Nice. I do too. All right. 1 second.
And thank you again, Claire, for sharing your gifts with us here today. Super appreciated. So
You're welcome.
So we're just gonna be holding space here as Claire just get things set up. And again, for everybody here, just inviting you to get comfortable. And Claire, you're if you need me for anything, just let me know. And again, we'll just kind of give a few moments here for everyone to get situated. So if anyone wants to grab any water, grab some pillows, go somewhere, maybe sit under a tree, whatever works for you. And Claire, how long will this session go for, give or take?
Well, I was thinking maybe 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
And then that gives us some time for people to check in.
Sure, sounds good. Okay,
I like to meet the people.
Perfect. All right, so Claire, passing it over to you. And if you need me, I'm around. But other than that, thank you so much. And for everyone else, enjoy.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Claire. I'll give you a moment here just to get situated.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. For those of you in the Zoom and the YouTube, please, by all means, go ahead, leave some comments for Claire. How's everybody feeling right now? Maybe in just 1 or 2 words. I think that would be beautiful feedback. And I know Claire would be happy to be able to take any questions. And for those of you looking to connect further with Claire, Claire HEDIN, CLAREHEDIN on Instagram, as well as on her website, clarehedin.com, if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. And I was looking more on your website, and you're a multidisciplinary artist. So I mean, the work that you do through the sound is just one aspect of it. And Claire, I'd love for you to maybe just, if there's anything on your heart that you want to share right now, and we'll wait for some questions to come in, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me just kind of go in again. What's beautiful to me is the beauty. It's the beauty of energy. It's the beauty of the constellations that we create together. And we don't have to know each other in order for that to be happening. But when we can become aware of it, I think it brings forward a level of kindness and sincerity that really honors life. So I am a multidisciplinary artist. And what that journey has done for me so far is brought me closer to God, my God, not a theological God. That doesn't resonate, really. But my experience of God in life, spirit, Gaia, just all the elementals, all of life, that's kind of waiting for us to catch up with our beauty, to become more aware of it and to act through it. This community here is obviously a community that's focused on that, which is why it's such a treat to come in. I kind of feel like I'm flying in and just like, it's such a smooth landing. There was so much energy when I came in. I wasn't really quite so capable of stringing a sentence together. It's like, let me just go straight into the sound, because I can do that. But this is this kind of the thickness of the beauty here and the intention of a conference like this and all the work that you guys do behind the scenes to make it possible to unite with an awareness of each other.
I love the idea that sound in itself is a language. And when people are experiencing your sound journey, it's interesting because, you know, objectively you're making a noise and everybody's hearing the same noise, but subjectively people are hearing it is resonating with them on different levels based on where they're at, based on how their day's been, based on how their week's been. And I'd love for, I'm keeping an eye on the chat, but even just from my own curiosity to hear in your own words, again, kind of like the healing process that takes place when we enter into these areas of working with sound. From my understanding, again, it's kind of like the sound reaches a place within your soul and then the soul receives it as it needs to, which can kind of bring up different emotions. And so the sound almost kind of creates a resonant that can bring things up to the surface. And then with that, there's like a release. And I know some people were, and we can segue this because there are some comments in the chat, be like, is it common for it to feel like sadness? And I think it can be common to feel whatever you need to feel, be it melancholy, joy, gratitude, or anything. But I'd be curious just on that. And again, it's not even so much a question, but more so just chatting back and forth here for a moment. Claire, if there's anything you want to add to that.
Well, the beauty of using sound is, and I hesitate to call it anything noise, because to me noise is sort of more industrial. It relates to the square sine waves rather than the organic sort of fluid sine waves. But I know what you mean. it goes beyond story. That's what's so fantastic about using sound and vibration. So once upon a time, I was a full-on singer-songwriter, and so I have like 8 CDs of songs with stories, and that was a cathartic part of my healing journey. But I was so curious to spend more time in numinous space, like in the space of spirit, and to not be identifying through my stories, my psychology as much. So at a certain point, that was a natural transition. But the reason sound works is because it's non-denominational, it's not religious, it doesn't belong to anyone. It is what it is. And we're made, obviously, the way we're designed firstly to be extremely creative, right? That's our major asset, the major gift, apart from being embodied and having breath and things like that, which of course is kind of fundamental. But like, thank you for that. And then we get to generate sound. So the whole universe, the cosmos, our cosmos and our galaxy are designed through geometry and the perfection, really, of sound and relationships. So when I do a sound, whether it's a performance or a healing, I mean, you can't really get away from the healing element. And why would I want to? So, but sometimes it's called a performance. But when I'm doing that, there's somehow that sound that's coming through speaks to everybody in the room in the way they need it to speak to them. So it might be affecting their body, and it might be affecting their emotions, and it might be sort of just clearing the mind. One thing I really love doing is going into meetings with people, and I just do sound at the beginning, however briefly. Like you really only need to do, just at least I only need to do a couple of minutes at the most sometimes. And then the whole room changes. And what might take people 40 minutes to an hour to come to agreement on, they are already there. So there's something really efficient too about using sound.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's a conversation. I know we could literally just spend all day talking about it. Obviously,
I'd be happy to.
You've invested, you've come here as a soul, as part of your incarnation, to be able to share more of this magic. And there's a couple, I'm just keeping an eye on kind of multiple comments. So I'm kind of combining it into just ways that we can talk about this. And one of the things that I'm also fascinated by is, for you personally, when you're kind of in this process, from my perspective, it's very much, and I'm saying this from my own perspective as a person who sings and does all different things here and there, but it's very much kind of like you're getting into almost like this state of channeling. And I'm curious to kind of like, when you're doing it, what it's like from your perspective, where I imagine it's not so much thinking as much as it is feeling, and then just being the conduit for it to come through. And then the other thing that was just brought up in the chat, and this is fascinating, is people who are receiving and meditating, for them to receive corresponding visuals of like geometric shapes and patterns that, it's almost like the cymatics is taking place within their mind's eye kind of thing. So I know there's a couple things there, but I'd be curious just kind of riff on that for a bit.
Well, cymatics is such an exciting field, because it's one of the ways if we ever need to validate sound and its relationship to nature and life structures, then cymatics is it, really, apart from actually just having an experience of sound that you let change you. When I'm performing or generating sound, one of the things I love about it is the fact that my mind, I don't have a mind. I don't need a mind, at that point. So I'm very much, what am I doing? I'm just saying yes. So I'm doing two things. I'm saying yes, full on, yes. And I am listening. So most of my performance is based on, and any musician, I would say, would be able to, a good one, would be able to say that they play music based on listening. So partly I'm listening to my body, but also I'm kind of guided as to the type of sound to make, because there's so many different textures for a sound. It can be really like whoosh, like a laser. And then other times it's very soft and loving. And I just respond to suggestions that come through. So yeah, it's channeling. And a lot of people that I that experience it with me feel like they're hearing earth and the elements, and those are my primary relationships. So that makes total sense to me that I get to do that. I get to hang out with love in the various natural forms, and just be, in a way, a bridge to help reunite or deepen the connection or add something to it. I'm not the one adding it, but I'm facilitating it somehow.
Well, you do an excellent job of it. You're a natural. So thank you, Claire. And I know we're moving into the next part for the next presentation. We have Joan of Angels coming up, and she's going to be bringing on Neil again. And just before we conclude, Claire, if you just want any closing gratitude, and again for everybody here, be sure to connect further with Claire on Claire's Instagram as well as her website, clairehedin.com. Is there anything else, Claire, we need to know before we?
I'm so glad. Yes, it's HEDIN. So yes, I've been meaning to say it and I just kept forgetting. So it's clarehedin.com. Please get in touch. If you want work to work on how you use your voice, I can help you with that. If you want some advice, I can help you with that. If you want to experience the sound healing, I can help you with that. So do get in touch. My gratitudes are to the space and to Neil for inviting me, and to you, Brendan, for hosting me, and to everybody who's been participating and just saying yes to this and to me. So thank you very much.
Beautiful. Thank you, Claire. And the music we've received from Claire today, the sound, we'll carry it with us throughout the rest of the conference. So thank you again, Claire, for blessing us. So take care, Claire. See you around.
That was wonderful. Oh my God. I loved your sound, Claire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Joan, I'm happy to pass it over to you. So talking stick goes back to you, Joan.
All right, sweet. Oh my God. So, I don't know about all of you out there, but I'm just so blown away, not just by the information, but by the intimacy that's being created by the speakers, the hosts, the questions, and all of you guys, because we know that the vibration is as high as not just the panelists, but the panelees, all of you. And as I said in the beginning, all of our guides, angels, the extraterrestrial star beings are here with us today. So I have an extraordinary pleasure of introducing Neil today, Neil Gar, who most of you all know, and as the founder of Portal to Ascension. And I feel really blessed to know Neil as a friend. I met him in 2013, and at one of his first live events, Portal to Ascension, and I fell in love, like with him and his beloved wife, Soul, because I felt they were soul family and so genuine. And so Neil's journey has been my journey, and probably all of your journeys. He has this gift of diving into the mysteries, diving into that which we all want to know. And he's doing the actual work of bringing us all those teachers, all those speakers, and all those resources in one place under the guise of Portal to Ascension. And what are we all after? We are all after that higher ground. So the way to introduce Neil is to really let everyone know that we are experiencing the creation of his mission, his life purpose, and his work. So he is one of the most authentically aligned humans that I have ever met. I'm really happy to hear that in addition to doing these regular conferences and speakers, that he's doing his sound teaching, sound healing teachings, in addition to his poetry, and in addition to obviously the new films that are going to be coming out and the documentaries. So if Neil is around, I'm really happy, honored to introduce this man. Hello, Neil.
Hey, Joan. Thank you so much.
I just want to say one thing. I'm just awed by your dedication to bringing out truth on all levels, okay? There is nothing that's outside of your sphere of interest. And I feel like you're that little gopher diving in and digging, so we can all come along with you. So with no further ado, bring it on, Neil.
Thank you so much, Joan. All right, everybody. So I have about 20 minutes, I think, until the next speaker here. So what I was going to do is basically I have a free for all time. This is a free time for me to do whatever I want. So for the next 20 minutes, what I thought I would do is take you on the journey of Portal to Ascension through slides and show you how we manifested in where we are today. But like I love to do is to infuse everything I do with a lot of content that isn't just about my story, but also about ancient history and the things that I was learning along the way. So I'm going to share my presentation, but it's going to not just be a story of Portal to Ascension. It's going to be a story of why I got into it in the first place and some of the discoveries that I made along the way. So let's do this. Also, just to let everybody know here, I just spoke to JJ and Desiree Hertak and Alan, and we've decided that we're going to add a panel discussion on ancient history on Sunday. So there was a time slot there for JJ Hertak, then they couldn't make it on there because they're in 2 panels, but now they're going to definitely be there. So you're going to get to see the Hertaks 3 times during this 4 days. And one of the panels will be, they'll be bringing guests too. We'll be doing ancient esoteric awareness panel, talking a lot about Egypt, worldwide pyramid culture, but just what it really means for us now and today. All right, everybody. So the question is, who am I? Well, my name is Neil, as some of you know. And just to give you a bit of my story and my upbringing, I was born in London, UK. I moved to US, into California when I was 12 years old. I was raised in a Hindu family. Many of you have heard this story, but I'm going to change it up for you to make it still exciting. I was born into a Hindu family. I pretty much did what I was told. I sang bhajans. I sang what are hymns at Indian temples. And just a few weeks ago, actually, I was thinking about this and I was like, I did so much religious stuff as a kid, like for my parents, but did I ever think of God, like why I'm doing it? And then I reflected back in it and I really didn't. Like there was no time in my life that I was in my as a youth where I was doing all these religious rituals that I was thinking about the end result of what I was doing it for. I was just doing what I was told. Not until later in life when I became more analytical and really started wanting to figure out the root of all religion and history, did I even start to actually think of like, what is the concept of God? What is source? What is creation? You know? So I was born in UK. I came to the US. I was raised here. Not until I was around 18 years old did I really start getting deep into this information, which was in the year 2000. So the year 2000, I found a few individuals that really piqued my curiosity, and I started going deep into the awareness that they were sharing. And from this, I really soon went into the Sumerian scriptures, but specifically the sons of God, right? The whole concept of the sons of God. We see that in the Old Testament. We see that in the Sumerian scriptures talking about the sons of God. I was like, who are these individuals, right? By searching that, I started finding out that these individuals specified in this book were a demigod group of individuals that supposedly came from this planet where there were 2 tiers of gods. One was the Anunnaki, one was the Igigi. That started my path down an intense rabbit hole of awareness where I really came back to the religion that I was raised in. I stopped thinking of things as like the Hinduism as like this, organized religion that is that people are following blindly. But I started dissecting all religions and trying to see if there were similarities between it. So the root of Portal to Ascension and the reason, what really led to all of us being here today was my curiosity to find not only just the root of all religion, but then why so many religions speak about the same stories, but they're separate religions, and we always talk about our differences. So just like I said in the beginning, we have more in common than we have, that we don't have in common with each other. So this began my search. And then for around 6 years, 2000, 2006, I was hardcore conspiracy theorist, actually. I was into consciousness, spirituality, definitely into extraterrestrials, but I was way more into the conspiracy than anything. And it was because I was like, that realization of, oh my God, we've been lied to. What are they trying to do to us? The other, they have been doing this for thousands of years and the bloodline has continued. That was some deep awareness that I was into. I was still having a good time in my life. I was in college having fun with my friends, but at the same time, I was really hardcore into this whole conspiracy of what is actually happening to the planet and what are they trying to do to us. Not until this actually led me to 2006, where I created the Facebook group called Cosmic Consciousness, Mind Evolution, and Presence. Okay, Cosmic Consciousness, Mind Evolution, and Presence. Over a period of 2 years, this name morphed. It finally morphed and after I had a dream, and it was called Portal to Ascension. So I created multiple groups, like all over Facebook for different areas of the world. I would create Portal to Ascension groups, and it started becoming really, really big. Some of the groups went pretty viral. This made me realize that I could start creating events, right? So I was like, well, why don't I try creating events and see who shows up? So I did that in 2009. I did my first ever Portal to Ascension event, which was a meditation event, followed by a discussion, a group circle discussion just on extraterrestrials. And this kept morphing to bigger and bigger events. Pretty soon, I became friends with a lot of people from Ancient Aliens, and I started doing all-day Ancient Alien conferences by 2011. But 2010 and 2011 was really when I left for the first time. I left my job multiple times while I had Portal to Ascension. But the first time I left my job as a mainstream job at that point, I was a financial analyst for a while. I left my job and I was like, let me do this full time. I don't really care. The universe was going to provide everything for me. So I jumped in my car with a few friends and I went on multiple tours. One with Dr. Dream, called the Unconditional Love Galactivation Tour in 2010. One called the Galactic Remembrance Tour. That was around 250 channeling events from San Diego to Victoria Island in Vancouver, with a guy called Brad Johnson, who channels a being called the Dronus. 250 events with him in like a period of a year and a half, house calls, all types of stuff. And we were just opening it up with sound healing. After that tour, we did another channeling tour, and then we did our own tour I got with my now wife, Soul, that you're going to get to say hi to tomorrow. She always comes in the Portal to Ascension conferences to say hi because it's our baby together. We created it together, the live events. And we did the sound and vibration tour where we went, all over the US, some parts of Canada, just doing sound and vibrational healing. So it was really, we're building up momentum. But then in 2012 and in 2013 is when we hit a milestone. This milestone was the creation of two events. One was called the Cosmic Reunion Fourth Density, which I believe was the event that I actually met Joan at. And then the other one was called Cosmic Reunion 2012. Actually, I think I met her at Cosmic Reunion 2012. That was the first one, right? Second one was Cosmic Reunion Fourth Density. And I realized I'd been connected with so many great individuals. Why don't I, bring them onto my platform here and start doing events with them? And it worked out. We did these two events. And then from that point onwards, we just kept increasing in what we're doing until about 2015, 6 years ago. I decided, these live events, they were draining me, like traveling so much, making $0 really at most places. Sometimes I was going from city to city and we would only have enough money for gas to get to the next city. When we went on our first tour, we actually, with Dr. Dream, we actually didn't even book any places to stay. We went on a 6-week tour with him and we didn't book any places to stay up the West Coast to Canada. And we just trusted the universe that we will find the right place to stay every time. And it did. It worked. It was the most crazy synchronistic thing ever. So I was like, I need to actually make this something I can do full time. Like I can't just be messing around with this awareness and then not actually sustaining myself because I can't even survive. So I decided to stop doing live events at that point and go 100% online and cultivate this webinar university. Our first webinar was called Starseed Summit, the anniversary of which is only in 2 weeks, and that featured Dolores Cannon. Our first actual webinar was Dolores Cannon's last event before she passed away. And we'd done webinars before that, but that was the beginning of like all the events that we've done ever since. Ever since then, 1,000 plus, maybe over 2,000 different online conferences, webinars, workshops. So this is how, the site currently looks. Tomorrow, I'm going to show you the new site, what that looks like. So this is just to give you an idea of everything, but that's pretty much it. So our website, we now have over 10,000 hours of footage. 3,000 hours of it is actually 100% free. You can go there, log in. You all have a username and password. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, go to portaltoascension.org, sign up, or just sign up for this event at ascensionconference.com, and you'll get username and info for that. When a new site launches, you'll get to see all the new content there, and there's a lot of new bells and whistles and features there. So as I was on the search, right, on the search for the root of all religion, I started trying to track back, where humanity came from. What was our shared human story? So this takes me to this slide right here. What is the shared human story, guys? That is what really interests me. right? We have a common story, and it actually goes back past Earth, before Earth. So why do different spiritual texts have the same exact stories in it? When one of those was the Sumerian scriptures. I saw the Sumerian scriptures, and it really blew my mind, because in the Sumerian scriptures, what do we have there? We have all of this discussion of stories that have been taken from them and put into in other religions and other scriptures worldwide, whether it's the Bhagavad Gita, whether it's the Old Testament when it comes to the Epic of Gilgamesh, so either we completely say whatever the new religion is completely a farce, let's throw it out, or we go back to the origin of it all and try to figure out, what is the origin of this stuff, and maybe there is some merit to what they're saying here. A good way to really segue into the migration story of what I discovered at that time is Om, Hinduism, right? So this is my rediscovery of Hinduism. So Om, let's just go into what Om represents. Om, or Om, is a sacred sound and a spiritual symbol in Indian religions. It signifies the essence of the ultimate reality, the consciousness of Atman. It's known to be the vibration of the universe. Even in the biggest creation story of all time, the largest one, the Big Bang, right? Because that's the one that everybody in the world scientifically accepts. Even within that, what is the bang represent? The bang represents a sound. What is the sound? Well, in Vedic text, they'll say that sound was Om, and it's been permeating through creation ever since. Just like the word that was spoken in John 1:1, in the beginning was the word, Om is the primordial sound. We have here I added something incorrectly there. But yeah, so we have Om, which is the sound that permeates everything. So let's just give you a little Hinduism 101. And I'm actually going to be presenting 3 times throughout this weekend. So I'm going to be adding to this. It's just going to be a continuation of what I'm explaining here. But it's a story of Earth and our origin that goes into the galactic story. And on Sunday, I'm going to be doing our galactic origins presentation. So Hinduism 101. It incorporates many religious ideas and philosophies. For this reason, it's sometimes referred to as a way of life or a family of religions. Originally, Hinduism was called Sindhuism. When the Persians came into India, they couldn't pronounce Sindhu, so they changed it to Hindu. The word Hindu is actually a word that was given to the Hindus from the Persians, but it was originally Sindhu. Most forms of Hinduism worship a single deity, believe it or not, because a lot of people think it's a polytheistic religion, known as Brahman, but it still recognizes other gods and goddesses. So the other gods and goddesses are personifications of that one, okay? Followers believe there are multiple paths to reaching the God consciousness. Living creatures have a soul, Atman, and they're all part of the Supreme Soul. The goal is to achieve moksha or salvation, which ends the cycle of rebirths to become part of the Absolute Soul. And Hinduism is closely related to other Indian religions, such as Buddhism, that came from it. Buddha was Hindu. Sikhism, majority of the prophets of Sikhism were all Hindu. Christianity, Zoroastrianism has a huge connection actually to Hinduism. And one of the oldest connections to Hinduism that I'm going to get to show you right now, or I'll show you on another day, is the Greek mythology, extremely connected to Hinduism. So right now, in this day and age, just like many religions that had a lot of truths in it, we've got to a point that a lot of people are following it blindly, blind faith. I completely have faith. I completely have an awareness that there is more than just this physical reality. But for me, it didn't come from blind faith. I couldn't believe it blindly. I was hardcore into the science and analytical stuff. But the matching stories of ancient scriptures really started piquing my curiosity, especially when they were talking about some advanced science, like quantum physics, that we're only discovering now. As I started exploring the root of all religion and history in general, I started discovering the migration into India. I have been told so many times in being raised, oh, the Vedic texts are 100,000 years old. The Vedic texts are 10,000 years old. The Vedic texts are 4,000 years old. Depending on who you talk to, what priest you go to, what state in India you communicate with, what spiritual person you meet on the streets that knows about India, depending on that, you will get a completely different history of the Vedic text. So I really wanted to find out myself. And so I did. I researched it quite substantially. And for me, I believe that, current day Indian, like myself, I'm from Punjab, North India. My state borders Kashmir, which borders Pakistan. there is a combination of multiple civilizations that went in there, right? But some of the ones that were the key components to the seeding of the Indian civilization would be Egypt, which is an Anglo-Greek word that was given to the Egyptians during the time of Alexander the Great and is not the original word for Egypt. The original word is Kemet, which means land of the black, like black soil. Land of the black soil, I believe is the literal translation, Kemet. And then we have Kush. Kush is a kingdom that was south of Egypt that also became part of Egypt over the thousands of years of coexistence. The Kush Empire was its own entity. The Kush Empire was a part of Egypt. The Kush Empire controlled Egypt. A lot of different things happened. Aryans from Persia, the Caucasus Mountains, they came down into India. And of course, the Mongolians, right? And almost everybody on earth has a little bit of Mongolian in them. Migration to the Hindu Kush Valley seemed that it was created the Indus civilization in around 2900 BCE. Okay, so this is, my research has taken me to realize, and this is accepted pretty conventionally as well, that the Indus civilization, where Mohenjo-daro is, the land of Harappa, was 2900 BCE, and eventually they migrated south into India. The Vedas are thought to be written about 1,000 years later, about 1900 BC. And here is the migration route, okay? So there's a lot going on here. So let's follow this. Let's start in the land of Kush, okay? The land of Kush, right down here. Hopefully you can see where my arrow is. Right down here, right across the way from Yemen, right across the Saudi Arabian landmass right there in country. So the land of Kush right here, what occurred was that there was a mass migration out of the land of Kush. Instead of going all the way through Egypt and taking the land over, they took the sea over here and they went through the whole entire country of Yemen over here into this part right here, where it's just before Gujarat. But this whole line right here, going up a little bit into here, was the foundation of the Indus civilization, 2900 BCE, very advanced spiritual civilization that cultivated and curated a lot of awareness. And a lot of their awareness, a lot of the information that we have in Indian scriptures, right? Like yoga, for example, came from the land of Kush that was connected to the land of Egypt. And a lot of the information that we have, if not the majority of it, if not the root of everything in Hindu scriptures, such as the chakra system, all came from the land of Egypt that was probably created after the fall of Atlantis. So Atlantis fell, let's say around 11,900 BC, and over a period of a couple thousand years. Egypt was being created at that same time. The Egyptians had all of this technology and this awareness from that land over there. The civilization of Kush had some of that with them as well. They left that area, they went to the Mohenjo-daro area, and they started migrating there, mingling with other locals and other tribes, creating the first group of individuals that eventually created me and other Indians. And then what happened after that was the Persian area right here, there was a migration down south. So something occurred in the Caucasus area around 1500 BCE, the Caucasus Mountains, and there was a huge migrations of Aryans that flooded into Mohenjo-daro, which is only one of the cities of the entire area of the Indus civilization. They flooded into that area, and what happened after that, we're still trying to figure out. Right? There's multiple things. Some people will tell you that they know exactly what happened. Some people say there was a war. Some people say they mingled, that they didn't have enough space there. There was not enough resources. But whatever happened, it caused them to go south into India, all the way down south, and inhabit the whole of the Indian peninsula. But not only the Indian subcontinent was inhabited, but there was also some tribes that existed in India that also mingled with this Indus civilization. Then let's get to the Mongolians. So then the Mongolians come and invade, right? But the Mongolians, just like many others, don't really make it past halfway into India. So it's very, very interesting that, for example, myself being from North India, I might look very much like somebody down in Bombay and towards the south of India, right? However, we're actually probably have a completely different genetic soup. We have commonalities that might date back around 3,000, 4,000 years ago. But at that point afterwards, my people, being right at the foot of the Himalayas, were completely merged with all types of civilizations, including a Greek colony that was in India. That's another presentation for another day, including the Persians that were way more, there were more of them up north than there were south, including the Mongolians that didn't make it all the way south, including the Greek people, the Greeks. Alexander the Great stopped at the Himalayas, but he left there's a documentary on this. There was a whole town of Greek people that decided to stay in India and create their own city when Alexander the Great did not invade. And then that is kind of like the genetic soup that made me up. So I wanted to find out my genetic soup, how I was created. And here's just another image here. And I'm only going to do this for 2 more minutes because we're going to go into the next presenter. And here is the land of Kush and land of Egypt. As I said, at times they were connected, sometimes they were separate. So this land of Kush went over the Red Sea through Yemen, and they started inhabiting India, which is why the Indus civilization was in a valley. Does anybody know what that valley was called? It was called the Hindu Kush Valley. It's still called the Hindu Kush Valley. Why is it called that? Well, firstly, they came from the land of Kush. It was like the new people of that area. And then secondly, the word Kush in Sanskrit and in Hindi means happy, right? So they found something in this Kush Valley. They found something that they took all over the world. And guess what that was? It was cannabis. That's what they found, and that was the origin of cannabis. Actually, the origin of cannabis was 20,000 BC in China, and it was there for around 18,000 years until it finally migrated down to the Indus civilization. And then when these individuals went there, they cultivated it and found it, and they started using it in their practices. Why do you think Afghanistan is really or is really up there? Or I guess high is a good word when it comes to hashish, right? And all those Arabic countries are really known for their hashish. And then when you get into India, they're known for what's called bhang. Bhang is Shiva's drink that has got mushrooms in it, psychedelic mushrooms, and it's got cannabis in it, and it's got milk from the cow, another sacred thing from India. It's because they went to that valley, they cultivated it, and what did they call it? The original name for cannabis wasn't cannabis, right? It was Kush. That's the original name. The first ever strain of cannabis was called Hindu Kush because it came from the Indus civilization. They found it there, they cultivated it and sent it off. So why did they call it Kush? Because it made them happy. Hindu Kush, happiness. So that's just a little side note right there on the migration routes and how it occurred. And you can see this image right here is the end result. So they went over, they cultivated this whole land right here. They're in this Hindu Kush Valley. The name of this city is Harappa, right? So this is the Indus civilization. Harappa was the capital. Mohenjo-daro was the second largest. Now, if you go to Mohenjo-daro, you not only, if you had the ability, you could do a test right there, you would find out that the whole area is highly radiated, almost as if there was a nuclear fallout there. And then in Mohenjo-daro, there are actually skeletons of people, glass skeletons in the ground and in the staircase, almost as if there was a huge explosion, a lot of heat, and people just got flash frozen into the ground and completely radiated. So there's a lot of speculation on what occurred there. The History Channel speaks about that quite substantially. But the whole thing is that it's believed that there was some sort of extraterrestrial connection or advanced technology at work there. And the reason why they had to leave was because of the nuclear fallout from a bomb. That's just one of the beliefs. And then you can see this last image. I'm going to leave it at this, guys. The last image here, the Caucasus Mountains coming down. You see that these are the Persians coming down here. And where did they go? Where did they go? Modern day Afghanistan, modern day Kashmir, North India, Mohenjo-daro, Harappa. What does that make everybody do? It makes them go even further down south. And when we go down south, we have what we currently know as the Indian. So this is just a little bit of a little story, not only of how I got into this whole thing, but really why I was interested about this in the first place. And I'm just going to take a look at a couple of comments right here. Penny, yes. Atman, Adam, Atom. That's a good one. And then according to Joseph Campbell, Jesus was inspired and incorporated Hinduism into his own consciousness and belief systems, Kate says. Yes, actually, and the Urantia book speaks about that quite substantially, that during the last years of Jesus' life, that he was actually being trained by a Buddhist monk and a Buddhist family and was actually a teacher in North India and acquired a lot of information there and took it back to the Western world in order to give it to them as well. Jesus is reportedly buried in Kashmir. And I've never heard of that. Yeah, that's interesting. What you're talking about is learned from Joseph Campbell. Indo-Europeans traveled and settled throughout many civilizations. Yes. All right. So, okay, now we're going to get, guys, into our next guest here. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was just a little bit of information that I can share in the little time that I had. And our next guest is Michael Feeley, but I'm going to go ahead and bring on Omar right now, who's going to be our MC for the rest of the today. And while Omar's coming on, I'm going to share with you guys the schedule for the rest of the week. Okay. Omar, where you at, bro? Omar MNO. Okay, Omar, I don't see you in the room. Here you are. I want to let you guys know that we start at 10 a.m. every day except for tomorrow. Okay, 10 a.m. every day except for tomorrow. Tomorrow we start at 11:40, and that's because I'm doing a course with Michael Tellinger in the morning, so we're starting a little later. So tomorrow at 11:40, you're going to receive an access email about an hour before we go live, and then just click it and come on in, and I'll share the schedule with you a little bit later today. Hey, brother.
Hey, buddy, what's up? Thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation, Neil. Really enjoyed it, and kudos to Brandon and Claire earlier. That was fantastic.
Yeah, it's been good energy today, huh? Can you feel it?
Fantastic! I just love the way Claire came in, and she just totally owned the room, and that was lovely. Really enjoyed it. Amy was sitting here listening to her, and she's like, I feel something in my chest. Is that normal? And I was like, yeah, she's probably like aligning a chakra or something right now, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, and a lot of great comments coming in. So very interesting.
Yeah, it's like a piercing frequency. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
if you allow yourself to be pierced by it, it kind of feels like it's restructuring the insides.
Yeah, totally. So with our next guest here, some great comments coming in here in the Zoom room, and also from the Portal to Ascension YouTube channel, as well as New Realities. Carry on the conversation, guys. It's been a wonderful morning here so far, and it's going to continue to be a wonderful afternoon with a lot of great speakers coming up. And I got one of my favorite people on right now, Michael Feeley. I've had him on my platform many times. I've done a lot of webinars. This man is truly the what do they call you? The Da Vinci of this generation. So here, I'll read you guys a quick bio of Mike, and then we'll jump into a conversation. And feel free to toss questions and comments into the chat here. I'll keep my eye on it, and we'll engage Mike in a interesting conversation over the next hour. So a little bit about Michael Feeley. Michael Feeley is a former UK police officer and now ancient code breaker and spiritual life coach who has authored 7 paperback books with others currently in writing, and several ebooks on various esoteric subjects, and is also a public international conference speaker and global radio contributor. He is currently adapting his work to cater to younger audiences, and will soon have a series of children's books to teach our next generation many truths that they are not being taught elsewhere, i.e. in our schools. Michael has appeared on Edge Media TV, The Moore Show, and has featured on Strawman, The Nature of the Cage, and Elstree Studios' independent documentary. Michael has also appeared on America's largest radio show, Coast to Coast with George Noory, as well as on Midnight in the Desert Radio with Tim Weisberg, Art Bell's show. He has also appeared on The Other Side of Midnight radio show with Richard Hoagland, and the researcher who geometrically mapped out the Sidonian city on planet Mars. Michael has recently filmed and also presented a documentary series on Iconic TV, David Icke's channel, and has also appeared on an iconic film, Extraterrestrial Existence on Earth, also featuring David Icke and Eric Von Daniken. Wow. Welcome, Mike. How are you, good sir?
Hello, Omar. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Man, you got quite the resume going here, Mike. You've pretty much hit up all the top radio stations and platforms such as Portal to Ascension on the entire planet.
No, it's nice. Anyone could actually write that myself.
So I want to jump into the conversation, something that I've been interested in, and I've been following your work for quite some time now. And you just recently filmed a documentary for Iconic TV with David Icke. Can you give us a little bit into that, like what you talked about and what people can expect to see when they watch that documentary?
Yeah, it was pretty much a complete series that we filmed in 5 days. So it was quite full on from morning to late afternoon. And now it's just being edited, so it should be out sometime mid to late June. And what people can find is throughout the series is lots and lots of deep esoteric information. Now, the origins of religion, the reasons for the Great Pyramid, and other monuments, how old the Great Pyramid is, because I've been able to date it. And just going into Catholicism, going into how all the religions are actually connected with one common esoteric theme. Out of the whole of the ancient world, I once believed that they were individual projects, they were individual civilizations, but I soon found out that they were all acting from the same hymn sheet, from esoteric common themes to mathematical equations. They were all connected together. So this is the kind of thing that people can expect. It will be visual, it will be very, very deep in terms of information. And hopefully people will enjoy. I say it was very, very full on. It was very, very tiring. And it happened literally days after I just filmed my part in a film that they're doing with one of my face-to-face extraterrestrial encounters. So they wanted to recreate that and reenact that with an actor, etc. So it was a pretty full-on week, but I'm looking forward to seeing the result myself.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Full week of filming with David Icke. That's crazy, man. I wish I was in your shoes or just a fly on the wall watching all this stuff.
Well, it's his sons really that actually run the studio and sort of run that. So it was mainly interaction with them and their producers really. But David and Eric Van Daniken are part of the same film. So that's quite an honor to be amongst those names.
Yeah, for sure. Those are some pretty high caliber names. And now Michael Feeley is up there as well. Now, you just mentioned that you were able to date the Egyptian pyramids. And, we're not really quite sure exactly how old they are, right? Some people say they're a couple thousand years old. Some say they're like 10,000 years old. What's the date that you came up with as to how old the Egyptian pyramids are?
Well, firstly, how I came about this is by looking at star codes. And it's the star codes that the Hebrew mystics put into the Dead Sea Scrolls, but they took from Egypt, because Egypt is the original Bible. What you find in the Bible is really the Giza Plateau. So the Hebrew mystics, the Jewish mystics have hidden star codes within the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are largely the only scrolls that have not been edited or doctored by the Catholic Church. And what I've done is mathematically, using those star codes, I was able to date the Great Pyramid at 73,440 years of age. And that is basically each rung of the pyramid, and there's 204 of them, represent a 360-year cycle in the Hebrew calendar. So when you start doing that kind of mathematics, you come up with 73,440 years of age. And the reason that the pyramid is 481 feet is because that accommodates that dating system, that mathematical dating system. So the Great Pyramid is 73,440 years old, and so is the Giza Plateau.
Wow, that is insane. 73,000 years. That pretty much puts it at like the beginning stages of the Atlantean civilization. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Right after the Lemurians, maybe, and the beginning stages of Atlantis.
Well, yes, I have my own alternative take on the likes of Atlantis and the likes of Lemuria, which is not the popularist view really. And the island of Atlantis is the pineal gland. It is the island that rules the seven island, which is the master gland of the chakra system. When you look at the likes of Lemuria and the people document and spoke about the walking snake men, the walking serpents, that is really a symbolic metaphor for a metamorphosis of self, because the serpent is really the initiate who has risen the serpent within them. So Atlantis and Lemuria is the consciousness within the brain. So the island of Atlantis, when you look at the spine, the 33rd and final vertebrae is known as Atlas. Now Atlantis means the island of Atlas. So what we're seeing is the island of Atlantis is the Golgotha, the mind. So this is really that. Now, when you look at some people saying that Giza and Egypt was based on Atlantis, my view is that it was based on planet Mars. Now, when you look at the Sidonian city and you look at the mathematical longitude and latitude coordinates, the two-dimensional coordinates of various monuments on Mars, they pinpoint exactly where you can find the likes of the Great Pyramid, where you can find Stonehenge, where you can find all these different monuments. Now, my view on that is that some civilization somewhere has pinpointed exactly on Earth where they wanted specific monuments to be. Now, when you look at the word Cairo, it comes from Al-Kahira, which means the place or camp of Mars. So we have a lot of correspondence where I think that a Martian civilization has pinpointed on an Earth map where they wished for these monuments for greatest energetic effect. And they've put the mathematical coordinates of how to find them within the monuments on Mars. Now, the Egyptians have been to the moon. They've been to Phobos because you find obelisks there. Now, what I've done is when I looked at the obelisks on the moon, and it's on the ocean of storms. Now, when I looked at the longitude and latitude coordinates of that, and I put those longitude and latitude coordinates on planet Earth, lo and behold, it pinpoints Egypt.
Really? Wow.
So there's an interplanetary connection now. So and I think it's a civilization that is going back and forth through the portal making machines. Now the Great Pyramid and the Giza Plateau represents the gestation of rebirth. That is why we have 9 pyramids. It is the 9 months in 3 trimesters. So you have 3, 6, 9 pyramids. Now in the 3rd trimester is when medical science tells us that the consciousness arrives in the fetus. That is the 3 major pyramids of the Giza Plateau. Now what I've done is I put a map overlay of the human head over the Great Pyramid, and it marks exactly the locations of the endocrine system of human consciousness, which is the thalamus, the pituitary gland, the pineal gland is marked within the king's chamber, the queen's chamber, etc., etc. So that they're really marking the center of human consciousness within the Great Pyramid, which is the spiritual womb, where we learn the traits needed for the next world, but it's also the mental womb, which is why it marks the endocrine system of the human mind. So I think all of these things come from a Martian civilization that have also been to the moon, have also been to Egypt, but you also find when you go to Quetzalcoatl in the Americas, when you go to Europe, when you go to Stonehenge, when you go to all of these different locations, they say the same thing as the pyramids of Egypt, which is really consciousness and enlightenment, and how to use certain rituals in which to enhance and to awaken that sleeping serpent within.
Yeah, you know, Mike, I read your books right here, guys. I'll give you a quick look at them. There's several of them, and Mike's got a few more coming out. And I really like the the idea and the concept that you have about Atlantis and Lemuria being talking about consciousness, besides being physical islands or actually people existed there, whatever the case may be, the story with Atlantis and Lemuria. But I like your idea of the consciousness because it really makes sense when you lay it out in the books. Now, just now, you just mentioned the obelisk on the moon and the Martian civilization. I want to ask you if the obelisk that is on Phobos and the obelisk that is on Mercury, if they're somehow connected to like solar system connected, you know what I mean? The one on Mercury, Phobos, our moon, and the ones that we have here. What's the purpose of the one on Mercury and on Phobos? I'll do the follow-up after the answer.
Yeah. They have to be connected because it stands to reason that if the same design, if the same structure is appearing on these moons, on these planets across the solar system, then because of their design, because of everything else, they have to be connected because it's the same design. Mm-hmm. And when Richard Ogland asked me, he said, if why is it that there's all of these different species, but we have genetics in common? And I said, that's because it's the same artist, it's the same designer. And that is why we have this so much similarity between the ape, between the human, etc., etc. But there's certain fusions within human DNA that makes us different and makes us stand out and makes us capable of a higher learning, higher consciousness. So they are connected. They are, of course, energetic, but they are, of course, also symbolic. Now, the phallus is the obelisk, is the phallus. Now, when you look at the Egyptian mythology, you see that Osiris was chopped up into 14 pieces, which really relates to karmic debt. But the 14th piece of him was the phallic. Now, when you start looking at the Egyptian sexual practice, the sexual magic and sexual alchemy, then you control this sexual urge, this sexual lust by breathing. Now, when you look at a church spire, which is really a replica of an Egyptian obelisk, the spire is also a phallic symbol, but spire means to breathe. So what it is telling you is that you control your sexual lust, your sexual alchemy by breath techniques. Now, when you look at the likes of the word conspiracy or conspire, it just means to breathe together. When you look at the word spire or aspire, it's to breathe, so is inspire. So when you expire, you stop breathing. Now that fits into why the likes of the Great Sphinx has no nose, and lots and lots of Egyptian statues have no nose. It is not Napoleon's marksman that shot it. It's again symbolic, because the nose is symbolic of the phallus. So
very interesting.
So chopping the nose off symbolizes castration. Now, castration is why the eunuchs used to guard female temples, because they had lost their sexual lust. So the nose being lost on the Sphinx relates to the castration, which is the removal of the phallus, which is the removal of lust. So all of these things are connected to a sexual ritual, sexual alchemy.
So that is part. Sorry, go ahead. I just got here.
That is all part of the rebirth of self. And as I say, when you leave the archway of a church, the lunette arch, which represents the yoni, the Holy Grail, when you leave a church, when you exit a church, you are symbolizing the rebirth of self. So all of these things are connected, but in essence, the common theme is, it is talking about enlightenment, it is talking about consciousness, it is talking about the higher potential of humanity. So they are all connected by theme and by mathematics.
I like that when you said that expire and connected to the noses that we see around Egypt. Now the mainstream is telling us that these people must have done something wrong, and the populace was angry with these people, and their way of showing disrespect or wiping them from the history was to go and knock their nose off. Obviously that is not correct, because what you're saying makes a whole lot of sense to me than compared to what the mainstream is saying. That's why I was almost jumping out of my seat earlier.
the mainstream are telling us quite a lot. Now, knowledge is one thing, but if it's incorrect knowledge, it doesn't mean much. When you start getting validated, truthful knowledge, that becomes wisdom. That is a completely different ballgame. So the mainstream are telling us lots of things. The mainstream will tell us that the likes of the Greeks were lustful because they had statues of naked women, or they had statues of naked women breastfeeding, etc. Scientifically, it's proven that when a man sees a naked woman, it dilates the pupils. Now, when a woman sees another woman nurturing a child, it dilates the pupils. Why did they wish to dilate the pupils? Because it is access to the soul. It is access to the subconscious mind by the dilation of the pupils. The eyes are the windows of the soul. That is why they had these statues that people think are lustful and sexual. They're not. They were there to dilate the pupils, to access the subconscious, to access the soul, because it is the soul that receives initiations. Now, initiation just simply means spiritual awakening. And there's many, many rituals that the secret societies around the world engage in that are talking about initiation. When you look at the real identity of Christ, Christ is not a real man. He was never a man. Christ is a metaphor. When you look at Mother Mary, Joseph, Jonah and the whale, Adam is Aleph Dam, which is the blood of the ox. It is the age of Taurus. It is metaphorical, the fall of man, because when infinity manifests, it has to fall. And this is the fall of man into the five senses, the five wounds of Christ. When man comes from divinity to this, it becomes the cross. And the five wounds of cross become the five senses that entrap us. The body is the prison of the soul. So it is the soul that is initiated to overcome the lower nature of self. Why do we have the likes of the centaur and the minotaur? Because he's half man, half beast. That is telling us that we must overcome our animal instincts. And all of these things are metaphors for the greater potential. That is the same as when you look at the Anunnaki, when you look at the Sumerian tablets, when you look at the Babylonians, the Mesopotamians, the Egyptians. All of these different cultures are telling us the same thing, which is how to activate the God self.
I was going to ask you about the Anunnaki, but I'll come back to that here in a few minutes. You know, I want to also just quickly go back. You know, we're getting information that the Sphinx in Egypt is older than the pyramids of Egypt. Now, with your date of 73,000 years, does that make the Sphinx younger than the pyramids, or older, or the same age? Were they built together at the same time, or like, what's your thought on that?
My thought is that they were built by the universal creative mind, the mathematical mind that created the universe and set everything into mathematical motion. The reason it was set into mathematical motion of repeating cycles is that it requires very little intervention once that creation has been set in motion. So when you look at the pyramid, when you look at 432 hertz, when you reach 432 hertz in sound experiments, it gives you the shape of the tetrahedron. So for me, it was created by a mathematical mind using sound. And when I did a mathematical formula for the speed of reality, little did I know at the time that actually compares to sonics within the Great Pyramid. So it was sort of a separate entity that became one entity. So for me, what the Sphinx represents is sevenfold, really, but it has to be the same date because it corresponds to what the Great Pyramid is telling us. It is basically the resting line. It is the solar gold, and it represents man. It's 240 feet long, so 2 and 4 is 6. It's 66 feet high, so 666, and really it's representing man. So man is the beast because it has to overcome its own sort of animal instinct. So that really is the Sphinx, and it has to be the same age as the pyramids because it coincides and replicates that.
Now, when you say the builders, are you referring to like a type 1 civilization, type 2 civilization that harnesses the energy of a solar system or the entire galaxy?
Builder in Hebrew means flesh and blood. So it is not flesh and blood because I don't believe it was man that built these monuments. I believe man was taught how to use them, or certain sections of society were taught how to use them. But I do think it was an overall mathematician mind that put all these things together. Now, when you look at the absolute supreme advanced mathematics that go into these monuments, it really is beyond our capability of understanding at the moment. So when you look at the builders, it means flesh and blood. So it's not man, it was man that used them, or certain sections of society that used them to certain sort of ritualistic effect. So the builders, for me, is not extraterrestrial, but it is more of a supreme creative mind that's put all these together.
So like consciousness is pretty much projected itself. Is that?
Yeah, everything in the universe started as a thought.
Yeah.
Now, before anything is created, you have to think about it.
Yeah, there was
now,
the beginning was the word.
Well, the word is the circle, which is basically the beginning is the end is the beginning. It's order. So if anybody's to create anything now, we have to think about it first. So everything started as a Teotihuacan of Egypt, a fort. Now, this fort became what it imagined itself to be. Now, when 0 becomes 1, you create a duality, and everything is a fort. Everything was set in motion by a fort. Now, this fort, when you look at quantum physics and when you look at quantum equations, this original fort was able to use imaginary numbers, such as square root of -1. Now, square root of -1 doesn't exist. It's an imaginary number, but it is used by those within physics as a bridge to use correct numbers that do exist. Now, the thing with an imaginary number is it can only be created in the mind. And yet the creation of the universe for quantum physics was created using imaginary numbers. So it is a mind that put all of this together and set it all in motion with a mathematical task, with a mathematical precision, with a mathematical sequence that is everything adheres to. Now, when you start looking at what is consciousness, what is awareness, what is mind, mind is really a broader field that incorporates the brain. Now, when I look back at my childhood, I can sit here now and think back to my childhood, and I can think back to fond memories. Now, the cells and the molecules of my body that were present in my body when those memories were created are not the cells and the molecules that are in my body now. They don't exist in my body any longer. So therefore, if I can remember, memory is not cellular. It has to be in the quantum field around us that we can access. The ether. Yeah.
Access it whenever we need.
No, we are not separate from this quantum library. Now, some people call it the Akashic record, some people call them the quantum field, the quantum data, but nevertheless, this is all around us all the time that we can access. But because we are a shared network, we can all access each other's memories, because it's impossible
like a hive mind.
Like a hive mind. And now, when you go into the secret societies, when you go into their initiations, when you go into their crypts, they are able, through collective thought, they are able to create astral entities that they can interact with. Now, I've seen pictures of what initiates have drawn when they come back from the astral plane, and they are creating entities to interact with by collective thought. When you see, for argument's sake, spiritual gatherings and some photographs, you will see hundreds of orbs above the group. That is the mind. They are creating that through their collective thought, through their collective consciousness. So really, nothing is ever separate.
Yes, sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say before I forget, same thing has been observed in Tibet when monks are chanting and meditating, that there's like tons and tons of orbs around them. So it's very fascinating that you mentioned that, because that was really came to my mind the first thing.
Well, what you have in the mind that is the ability to create what is known as vacuum domains. Now, that is the orbs that you are seeing around, that they are vacuum domains. Now, in the brain, there are black holes that correspond to the black holes of space. So all that has happened is man is really the universe. Now, generation after generation for many millenniums have asked the same questions. What is the answer to these mysteries? But the answer to the mystery is within the mystery itself. If you understand yourself, you understand the universe, you understand nature, you understand all that is, because you are all that is in a human form. So if scientists wish to learn about the universe, if scientists wish to learn about nature, if scientists wish to learn about all of these mysteries, the answer is within them. And that is really another thing that all the ancients are telling us: know thyself and you will know everything.
It's like David Icke says, that you're all infinite possibilities.
Yeah, everything is infinite. When you look at, again, when you look at the universe, everything is in a state of superposition, which means that it is in multiple states at once. But it can choose whether to be a wave, whether to be a physical particle, or whether to be the same at the same time. Now, what that demonstrates is, firstly, an awareness of itself, because in order to say that I now want to be a wave instead of a particle, you must first of all know what you are at that current state. So that demonstrates an awareness of self. It demonstrates an awareness of what you currently are. And it also demonstrates a decision-making process. Now, these are subatomic particles of the universe. So they can choose what they wish to be. Now, as humans, we can only see one probable outcome. So when I look at a tree, I see the bark, I see the leaves, I see the branches. But what I don't see is the interference patterns that are creating that shape, because that is beyond what I can see.
Yeah.
So it's really interference patterns that collide and create a shape. Now, our brain is deciphering that into a familiar world, but we never actually see the outside world. And that is why I was saying about when we come into this world, we come into the cross, we come into the five senses, which are the five wounds of Christ, because the wave is picked up by the five senses, which give that information to the brain, and the brain, largely by memory, this is what happened last time, so this is what should happen this time. it creates a familiar world that we believe to be a reality, but we never really see the outside world. Now, when we look at a distant star or a distant planet, that is really on the surface of your retina. So that then brings into question, what is distance? But everything is in a multiple state. It can choose which state to be in, but we only see one probable outcome of that decision.
I was going to say that there is no distance because the distance is in the mind. You can have a distance of like 1 millimeter, or you can have 10,000 light years. The distance is all in the perception of the mind.
It can be, and again, it goes into speed, it goes into time, which is also a perception. For me, Adolf Hitler is in my past, but to Plato, it was in his future. If I send you a message now, I'm sending that message to you in my time now, but it reaches you in my future, but it reaches you in your time, your now. So time is really a perception, and it's been proved by time dilation experiments that the faster you go, time changes. Now, when you start getting to light speed, the start of the journey is also the end of the journey. It brings distance into zero.
I was going to say earlier, when you were talking about thought, back in 1982, LL Research channeled this hive mind called Ra. And, Ra says that he was the god that was in Egypt back in the day. And the question was asked of him how the pyramids were built. And Ra's answer was that he thought the pyramids into place. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, but again, those who believe that biblical characters are true, those who believe that the gods are true, are missing the point. Mm-hmm. But yes, I have heard of that. And again, when you look at aerokinesis, when you look at how the human mind can control wind, can control air, when you look at how the Sidonian city on Mars follows a 19.5 degree effect, 19.5 degrees is the angle that all anomalies on Earth take between the north and the south. So when you look at a tornado, all these anomalies, they are at a 19.5 degree. That is how the Sidonian city on Mars is structured. When you look at the major structures on Earth, they follow a 19.5 degree effect line. Now, when you look at the mathematical formula, the Nineveh constant for the movements of all planets, it is abbreviated as 19.5. So we have this 19.5 that is intrinsic within nature. Now, for me, thought and sound is what created these monuments because they are controlling the wind. Now, even NASA said on the Sidonian city that these structures were created by natural wind. It wasn't natural wind, it was controlled wind, it was controlled air. Now, when the Egyptians used to hear the wind, when they used to hear air, and that is why you have small shafts at the top of the Great Pyramid, because when the wind hits them, it sounds like someone blowing at the top of a bottle. It's like a pitched sound.
Yeah.
But sound to the Egyptians marked the presence of Amun-Ra, who many believe is a sun god, but he's just as much known as the god of wind. It is really the Enlil, the equivalent. So it is really marking the presence of Amun-Ra. Now, Amun means hidden. So what it is telling you, the same as the word Amen, it is telling you that there is something hidden that is a secret to be disclosed. So yes. So yeah, it's by thought, it is by sound, and that really is what has created these monuments.
Intriguing thought. I wonder if do you know if there's some sort of or a type of vibration or frequency that takes place within the Great Pyramid when, let's say, there's a strong windstorm and that wind is rushing down these shafts into the king's and queen's chamber. Do you know if that wind would cause through like sound and vibration create some sort of a frequency or resonance within the pyramid that possibly the ancient Egyptians used or harnessed for whatever reason?
Yeah. The ancient Egyptians used to use the sound, and they used what is known as a natal gestation entrainment technique, which is basically sound within the womb. Now, sound within the womb is what gives you the elongated skulls that you see around the world. It is basically the sound that is changing the genetics and changing the shape of the human skull. So each stone within the Great Pyramid is an octave, it is a note. And when you strike it with certain frequencies, it becomes almost like an amplification of an instrument. Mm-hmm. When you look at the sarcophagus is set at the vibration of the womb. So it is a recreation of the womb technique, the womb experience, as is the mikvah bath in Hebrew. Now, when you look at the corner of the sarcophagus, which people tell you is broken, it's not broken. It was basically left so that the fluid could be emptied from the sarcophagus, which is the vibration of the womb of the female, the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is the womb. So they are recreating this as a rebirth. And as I say, the 9 pyramids, the Great Pyramid, represents the gestation of a child. Mm-hmm. Now, when you start looking at the entrance of the Great Pyramid in the Egyptian 1811 grid system, the entrance of the Great Pyramid is where the navel is. Now, that is really the sustenance of the child, the navel. Now, people have asked, why do you have, such as the Queen's Chamber, when you have the shaft of the Queen's Chamber with a block, which has basically been blocked? That is to represent the severing of the umbilical cord. Because when a child separates from his mom through the severing of the umbilical cord, they are representing that by sealing the shaft of the Queen's Chamber. So they are replicating the gestation of a child, and the sound and all this sonic sound technology was used. Now, when you look at the likes of the scepter that the masters of sound used to carry, which has like a tuning fork at the bottom, that is really when they hit the rock, and they used to elevate the rocks by sound. And this is the same in Stonehenge. You know, when you look at the circular movement of energy.
Has something like that as well, doesn't she? She has a scepter, and then she sits on the stone of destiny, I believe it's called. Is that somehow connected as well?
The stone of destiny is meant to be the capstone of the Deshur pyramid. Mm-hmm. Now, the interesting thing is, legend tells you that it's Queen Scotia who brought that to the British Isles from Egypt. Mm-hmm. Now, Queen Scotia is a descendant of mine. I am related to Queen Scotia of ancient Egypt. So I am sort of related to Egyptian pharaohs and Egyptian royalty, and this bloodline that's come all the way through to me. So the scepter is... Tutankhamun. Thank you. I'm a little bit older than he was, but so the scepter really was carried by the masters of sound. Now, the masters of sound, the high priests, the pharaohs, etc., were the only ones allowed to carry this scepter, which used to hit the rock and it used to levitate it by sound. And even modern day scientists now are proving levitation by sound. They're also proving the creation of laser beams through sound, and that is why you have these beautiful carved rocks of the ancient world that you can't even get a thin piece of paper in, because they were cut by laser that was created by sound. So, you know, the likes of Stonehenge, when I went to Stonehenge and I went into the inner circle of Stonehenge, and one of the group that I was with walked in, started doing tonal rolls, which is voice harmonics, and basically she made the stones of Stonehenge sing. So when you have a cell phone, when you have a cell phone and you have a ringtone, well, originally this was a ringstone, because it really was singing back to the group, and it really was empowering. It was really, really powerful. I mean, Stonehenge itself, you know, it's the lower level of self is represented by the moon, and of course, on such days of the solstice, they're looking towards the sun. So what that is indicating is what they once was to now once what they are, which is the solar consciousness, which is the solar mind. So each and every one of these ancient cultures are telling us of the transmutation of self.
We got a great conversation going on here, Mike, in the chat room here on Zoom room, and as well in the chat on YouTube. I just want to quickly go through a couple of these comments with you. I'm not sure really who's this from, but it says, at Michael, with all due respect, Jesus might be a metaphor in addition to an existence, even if it were only a higher dimension. This is, I know experiently for a fact. And then goes down a little bit below. This is it's actually a question that you may be able to quickly touch here, Mike.
Yeah, please. When you look at the ancient Hebrew word for Jesus, it means eye of Father. Now, Father in symbology means water, but it means knowledge. So what that's telling us is Jesus is the eye of knowledge. So what is the eye of knowledge? It is the eye of Horus, the pineal gland. That is why Horus and Jesus are the same metaphor. There is no historical evidence that Christ as a man existed. What Christ is, and all the ancient priests knew this, the Vatican know this, everybody who is looking to initiations knows this, that Christ represents the divine mind on earth. Now, whether you wish to believe in a physical man, it's irrelevant. It is the message that it is telling us that we all have the Christ within us. We are all the divine mind walking on earth. Now, the story of Jesus was used at least 15 times before Jesus.
Yeah, like
so it is not a real story. It is not a real person. Now, when you look at, I've actually located the Dead Sea Scrolls that the Knights Templars took from Jerusalem, and I've located where they've hidden them in Roslin Chapel in Scotland. And those scrolls would bring down the church, because those scrolls, there's only one name that is mentioned in them, that is Melchizedek, not Christ. So these Jewish mystics who've written these sacred Jewish scrolls around the time that Christ allegedly walked, the King of the Jews and the Jewish mystics have not mentioned him once. You know, there is no evidence. Israeli archaeologists are now coming out and saying 70 years of excavation and we have not found any single evidence of the Exodus. That's because it's not physical. It is a metaphorical. The Exodus is really the path of least resistance, which is initiation from the lower self to the promised land, the land that has been promised. It is not a real event. They are all metaphorical bodily processes.
When they say the land of milk and honey, they're talking about the mind and the consciousness and
the land of milk and honey. The pineal gland, the master gland of consciousness, creates a yellow and gold secretion. That is the land of milk and honey. That is why the Vatican flag is white and yellow stroke gold. Now, they've actually found, and it's in the British Museum, they found a white powder, a secretion of the pineal gland, which they found in the Great Pyramid, and it is now in the British Museum. So
say that again. They found a white powder.
They found a white powder, which is the secretion of the pineal gland in Egypt in the pyramid, which is now stored in the British Museum in London.
Wow.
It is a secretion of the pineal gland. That is the milk.
Wow.
So all of these stories are not real people. They are metaphors. That the Bible, if you read it at its correct level, it is an ascension book. It is a wonderful ascension book. That's all you need to know. But if you read it, when you look at Hebraic typology, the Hebrew mystics have written many layers within the Jewish divisions of knowledge, and they've done that because only the people who are chosen or who are, in their opinion, worthy of finding this knowledge will find it. If you wish to look at it at the superficial level, you will believe that somebody called Noah built a wooden ark. Noah's Ark is not a wooden ark. It is part of consciousness again. The Great Pyramid is the original Noah's Ark, not a wooden boat. If you read the Bible or any religious book at its superficial level, you will get nowhere near its true meaning. Only when you look layer after layer after layer do you realize that it's an allegorical book misconstrued as history.
I want to hit a couple of questions here. Neil says got 11 minutes to go, around 2:32. Okay, I just want to quickly jump over here. It was right up here. I believe it was a question from Neil. kind of lost it here now. Here it is, right here. It goes, that was my question too. Can any of these people be metaphors and an actual person who has been surrounded with metaphoric symbolism?
People throughout history have always existed, and there's people through history that have always been worshipped as messiahs, who've been worshipped as gods, basically because of their knowledge. Or, you know, even in the modern day, you know, you can look at some people see Britney Spears as a god. You know, I mean, a god is something that is worshipped. So there is every chance that there are characters of the ancient past and even the modern day that were seen as some kind of messiah, some kind of gospel spreader that was preaching good news to people. So yes, but what I'm saying in terms of the religious Christ, no, because the religious Christ, as we're being taught, didn't exist in the way in which we are taught it existed. So again, the Vatican know this, the Pope knows this. The Vatican Church is nothing to do with Christ. It is Satan's representative on earth. Mm-hmm. When you look at the likes of Mother Mary, you are looking at the Queen of Heaven, which is really Lucifer. Now, Lucifer is the higher octave of Saturn. Now, the lower octave of Saturn is Satan. Now, that is why we have, you know, the Saturnalian brotherhoods, which you can trace back to the 1600s at least, that has gone all the way through Rome, which has gone through Nazi Germany, which has gone through the current, you know, the current Kabbalah, the current establishment that are trying to stifle people's enlightenment and consciousness. So yes, of course, there are characters that would have been seen and well regarded for the things that they were saying, for the things that they were taught. But in terms of are they the people that we are being taught they are, then no, there is no physical evidence whatsoever to suggest that. Now, when you look at, you know, when I was in the police and I went to court, one of the first things that the judge ever said to me every time was, when did you make up your evidential notes? When did you write them? How long after the event did you write your notes? Now, if I turned around and said 30 minutes, 40 minutes, they would accept that as evidence, because of what they're saying is you remember sufficiently to document what you saw. Mm-hmm. Now, if I turned around and said, Your Honor, I made my notes 400 years after the event, because that is what the story of Christ, that's when it was written. Yeah. 400 years after the event. So can you imagine what the judge would have said to me if I'd have said, yes, 400 years after the event is when I write my evidential notes, because that is what we're being told to believe.
No, accept it.
No, I mean, so why are we accepting it now? Yeah. You know, in order for humanity to remove these chains, we need to start becoming a little bit more adult, and we need to start revisiting some of these things and asking what they really mean, because that is what I did.
In the Code of Christ, you explained this quite thoroughly, and also in there you talk about Caesar Borgia, how Borgia is kind of is a story of Borgia. It's Borgia that's being imprinted on top of Jesus. Can you give us a quick description on that before we end our talk here?
Yeah, of course. Again, with the living Christ, no one really knows what this Christ figure looks like, because it's never really been described. What we have is a Roman, should we say, fabrication. Now, it is a well-trained thought that Caesar Borgia, who was the son of Pope Alexander, is really the image that we see of Christ. So it's really confined to the Roman Church. Now, when you look at some of the things that the Roman Church have done through the Council of Nicaea, through Constantine, through giving the Vatican, the Church of Rome, authority for religious and non-religious affairs, through the doctoring all of the sacred texts around the world, to give you a Roman way, a Roman sort of a belief system mingled with everybody else's belief system. They have completely stifled everything that is true. And what we have today is a Roman blasphemy, for better words, that we accept as truth. You know, it is not truth, it is lies. And we need to see through those lies. Now, when you look at a tree, When you look at the branches of a tree, it is the future. When you look at the bark of the tree, it is now. The roots of the tree, the unseen world, represent secrecy, represent the secret knowledge, because you can't see it. Now, the word blasphemy means to uproot. So if you are a blasphemer, all you are doing really is uprooting true knowledge, true secret knowledge. So,
but they get so upset about it.
Yes.
You're committing blasphemy, you're trying to pick up true knowledge. We can't have that, so we're going to stick you on the stake and burn you.
That's right.
What happened to Bruno back in 1600s.
And anything that contradicted the scriptures was a death penalty. And that is why, the likes of Galileo was under house arrest, because he dared to say that the sun was the center of the solar system, because he didn't follow what the scriptures were telling people. So people were put to death for heresy. Heresy means to choose. Blasphemy just means to uproot. Uproot is uprooting secret knowledge. Now, they have to put some kind of negative connotation to that so that it deters people from doing it. So they understand. When you look at the whole system of code, the whole system of code started with people writing on the barks of trees, symbols on the barks of trees. When you look at the word library, liber, book, it means the inner bark of a tree. When you look at tree, it means true. So it's true knowledge that is written within symbology. That is what we have now, but people are not understanding the symbology, they're misreading it. So we have this system of coded knowledge. You can bring tree into true, you can bring tree into druidism, because druid means knower of oak, trees knower of oak knowledge. So this true knowledge is being hidden by symbology that we're not interpreting correctly.
So we're going to close out here pretty quick. Mike, we got our next guest coming up, Mary Rodwell. But before we end this, can you please tell the audience where they can find you, where they can follow you, where they can order your books, things like that, and your new book coming up? Just quickly give a shout out to that.
Thank you. They can find me at www.michael-feeley.com. Ironically, Alchemy of the Gods, the foreword was written by Mary Rodwell, who is coming on next. So thank you to Mary if she's listening. What I've got in the pipeline, there's a couple of books being written. As I say, I've just done a complete week of filming, which has taken a lot of effort and a lot of energy. So when this information that is now being downloaded at a very, very fast pace eases a little bit, I'll get back into the writing and bring out a couple of books, which is the serious point, which goes into a lot of portal openings and a lot of Egypt. And again, there's another Christ book coming out where I was challenged by a friend who was a former member of the church of 35 years, who eventually realized that it wasn't exactly what he thought it was. And his knowledge of the Bible is second to none. But as I said at the beginning, incorrect knowledge doesn't serve anyone.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much, Mike. I always appreciate your knowledge, man. Lots of great comments in the chat here and also on YouTube. A lot of people agreeing with you. Some are disagreeing, but that's the nature of the game. Excellent discussion. I appreciate you, man. Love you very much. And I'm looking forward to the next book. I got a Michael Feeley collection going on here, so I'm looking to add to that. So thank you very much, Mike. I really appreciate it, my friend. And thank you to everyone who participated in the comments, and much love to that. And next guest we're going to be bringing up is Mary Rodwell, and she's I believe right here in the audience. So Neil, you want to come on really quick here and do something?
Yep, I'm here, brother.
Yeah, right on.
Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate you, bro. Take care of yourself.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Talk soon.
All right, so we've got Mary Rodwell coming up here, and I get the privilege of introducing her. So let me just quickly read her bio. It's a super long bio, so I've only chosen to pick out a couple of paragraphs in here. So I'll start. Mary Rodwell is recognized internationally as one of Australia's leading researchers and writers in the UFO and contact phenomenon areas. Mary is the author of highly acclaimed book Awakening: How Extraterrestrial Contact Can Transform Your Life, 2002. The producer of EBE, award-winning documentaries Expression of ET Contact, A Visual Blueprint, 2000, and Expression of ET Contact, A Communication and Healing Blueprint, 2004. Her new book, The New Human, which describes and documents star children, is released in late 2016. Mary has researched more than 3,000 cases and suggests extraterrestrial encounters are a global phenomenon, and this is evident in the new humans referred to as star children. Many affirm that star children exhibit a maturity and wisdom beyond their years and have an awareness and connection to spiritual realms. Indigos, or crystal children as they are also known, have telepathic abilities and spiritually awakened and can describe many species of non-human visitors with a feeling that they are as real to them as their real family because they feel supported by them. Welcome, Mary Rodwell. Thank you very much. This is the first time I've got to see you or speak with you. I've seen you at our Alien Ancestry conferences a couple of times, and I watched your YouTube channel, a lot of videos. I've seen lots of your interviews, and some really, really, really great stuff. So thank you for all your work, and I will pass the speaking baton over to you. You're muted, Mary.
Here we go. Thank you so much. And again, it was a pleasure to see Michael and hear him speaking. As I said, one of his books, I did the foreword. I'd like to do a PowerPoint presentation because I feel, for me, activation of humanity, we are talking about the portal to ascension, which is really the activation of humanity evolving into our higher awareness and our true nature, as Michael was talking very clearly about how important sound and frequency are. So I'm going to give you a taste of some of the sound and frequency that is activating humanity in terms of how I understand it. So let's do this. There we go. Okay, now here we go. So we're talking about activation of humanity. I mentioned triggers of consciousness because this is what I believe is happening now. We are being bombarded with a whole host of frequencies from the solar system that are a part of this activation. But also we are finding that those that are waking up are spreading these frequencies to everyone around them that is ready to wake up. And it comes through in one way through art. And this is a beautiful representation from Lloyd Canning, who is an English painter who also did the cover of my book. Here he's showing you very clearly his understanding as an experiencer, someone who'd seen the craft, that we have been visited by what was known as the gods, which in modern vernacular are non-human intelligences, the family. Here you can see from this beautiful painting how we have gone through this interaction all through human history. And what happens as we wake up? Our paradigm is shattered, as he puts, as you can see in this beautiful image here. And as it shatters through many different ways. Through a sighting of a craft that, for many is the seminal point of them waking up to the fact that we're not alone. They may have afterwards downloads of information or communication with these intelligences. They may also remember past life connections with the ancestors. And I've done many past life regressions where they have found in their past, even as human, they've interacted with these beings. Music is frequency. Again, many will be downloading the frequencies for activation, and I'm going to give you an example of that. Artwork is another one, as you can see, very powerful, activating our perceptions. Scripts and symbols come through after this activation. Light languages, star languages, universal languages, they're called. Healing frequencies can often be an activation. You have energy work, and this wakes up and activates more of your dormant DNA. Some will channel telepathic communications. Sacred sites have a frequency that can be activating, such as Stonehenge, and Michael Freeney talked about the importance of frequency in the very stones that contain that frequency. Crop circles, the same. Shamanic encounters, near-death experiences, and hypnosis can be activating by the subconscious, superconscious, opening you up to more of your reality. And again, this artwork is very powerful. Lloyd Canning's experience started when, in 2004, what he said could only be described as a spaceship went over his van. He saw the entire undercarriage, which was metal. It was silent. It was one of the scariest things. And he tried to scream, he said, but nothing came out. Many are activated ultimately through some kind of experience, and it can be fearful. It can be scary. But the analogy is to become the shaman, to have your shamanic wake-up call. Often we have to transcend our human fears before we can operate multidimensionally, just like the shaman has to do when they operate in a multidimensional reality. They have to overcome their human fears. So where do we start? We start with the fact that what is our DNA really? What does it hold for us as we understand there's more to our DNA? And I can only briefly explain a little bit in this short time. Is there DNA evidence we're designed a human species? Dr. Francis Crick says this: for life to form by chance is mathematically virtually impossible. The immensity of complex coded and precisely sequenced information is staggering. The DNA evidence speaks of intelligent information bearing design. And then he says, they program the molecules so that when we reached a certain level of intelligence, we would be able to access their information, that they could therefore teach us about ourselves. So who are they? Are we talking about these higher intelligences that have been on this planet all through history? But what else is it that we need to be aware of? That we've reached a level now of intelligence and awareness. We are seeing the evidence that we are a design species. Dr. Lena Olson, a molecular biologist, is also an experiencer, and she had a download which explained it to her. Human DNA has the ability to transform. The information of the donors and their background is there, a hidden key, and like PC programmers, they hide their work. The key can be activated. The programmers know when the person is ready to be contacted. The activated ones spread a signal to wake others up. I feel they are speeding this up. So this is what we're talking about. This is the portal to the ascension of the human race. Are they speeding it up? Certainly the evidence seems to be there. Another wonderful ascension art by Lloyd Canning, which says it beautifully. So what does quantum reality or multidimensionality mean? Expanded senses. I believe the true nature of human consciousness and where we're headed. Perceiving spirits, non-human entities, orbs, energy fields, having out-of-body experiences and astral traveling, healing experiences and healing abilities, heightened intention, information, knowledge downloads, heightened multidimensional senses such as telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience, etc., past life recall on Earth and other planetary systems and other dimensions, telekinesis, moving objects with the mind, expressions of ET contact, scripts, artwork, star light languages, music, frequencies, the ability to affect both matter and mind influencing and remote sensing, etc. are all these expanded abilities that many, after they have had an activation or awakening, will find these are part of their experience, some, if not all. Activation. So here we have Nikola Tesla saying it very clearly, that our entire biological system and the brain and the earth itself work on the same frequencies. So as the planet, our planet is being activated, through these frequencies from the central sun. So we are picking up those frequencies. So these are all the ways that we are being activated, including the orbs that many people see now and taking photographs of. Some see them physically, some don't see them physically, but they are part of this activation. And we always believe that, or many people believe that your encounters may be with a form, some humanoid form of some type. Well, many are activated by these intelligences in the Merkaba, or the orb of light, which is our consciousness. And many, when they travel out of body, will be in this form. And I'm going to give you an example of that right now. Jimmy Jones, retired captain in the US Army, he actually had an encounter with a ball of light. And I'm going to let you hear how he explains it himself.
I can't describe the beauty that was coming off of this light. I was like, what is that beauty, that blue light, right? It was sitting nestled in between two hills. And Jess is the first one that pointed it out. She was the first one to see it. And our exit is a mountain exit, exit 264. And it actually backtracked back to the blue light after we got off the interstate. And as we passed that blue light, I heard something say, and I was driving, I heard something say, here he comes. I heard plain as day, right? Like telepathically, here he comes. And I turned to Vanessa and I said, did you hear that? And immediately after, the best way I can describe it is that we went through like a time wave, just like a wall, and it slowed down, a warble, yeah, it's just like a microsecond of, and then back into normal. And we were driving along now. We got back to the house, and I told Vanessa, I said, Vanessa, we got back, we were going to lay in bed. And I said, Vanessa, I think that light did something to me, right? And sure enough, and I'm not trying to be too dramatic. I'm just dramatic. I'm a Southern kid, so I'm a little dramatic. So, but yeah, but we got back and a beam of blue light in our bedroom, a beam of light coming from space, shot into our bedroom. And I looked over at Vanessa. We just got in bed, and I said, "Did you see that?" And she said, "Yes." And as soon as she said yes, a second beam came through from space. Definitely, we have a beautiful view of heavens. Beautiful view of heavens out here. Nice big picture windows, and it came through. Then an orb of electromagnetic, a ball, like an electromagnetic orb, like ball lightning, right? Manifested in a corner outside of our bedroom. The wall disappeared, and we could see this ball of orb light, this an orb of lightning, just sitting like a star, right? Just like a star. Excuse me.
And that
How crazy, right?
all the profound for Jimmy, and since then he's had multiple experiences and downloads from that time, as many do. The blue orb, Jimmy spoke to it and asked, "And are you all light?" And it said yes. The light poured into my mind. I understood we've entered the Aquarian age. I understood Hindu cycles of time are correct. God is literally light and has appeared in all cultures throughout endless cycles of time. The world is eternal and has always existed. I understood why all ancient cultures worship the sun and oriented their temple complexes with Orion. I understood what we see on Earth is the remnants of countless cycles. And this is the profound change. When people say to me, what's the evidence of contact? There is your evidence right there. Total change in the paradigm, understanding, awareness, focus, and truth. Here we have more of what is part of this light intelligence that is our connection, because we're talking not just about physical entities here. We're talking about non-physical ones interacting with us, interdimensional, extra-dimensional, trans-dimensional beings from our future. And as Jimmy says here, light is consciousness. The world is a fractal of light. DNA upgrades are via light. He says, I know what Tesla knew. Strange things have continually occurred since this event, such as lights flickering, bells ringing, a tornado of physical orbs appearing in his home. And here you see the orbs again, and these strange frequencies that as you slow up the video, you can actually see the frequencies held within the orb. And I have many videos of that where it shows the frequencies. So DNA is changed by frequency. I bring this through in my hands, my voice, and through the light language I use. Dr. Marie Batchelor, who had an activation in an Indian temple some years ago. And from that time now, she calls herself a DNA galactic rewirer. That's what she's doing. DNA upgrades and activation, she says, to a galactic connection she has. This is quantum reality, it's science. I'm aware I'm getting into the DNA and it's subatomic. DNA is changed by frequency. And this is how she explains her journey. And what she has now been doing, she calls herself now a shamanic MD. Hold on, I don't know what does it want to move. Why are we not working?
If it doesn't go through, maybe just close out of it and start it again.
Oh, hold on. I'll go back. Sorry about that. Here we are. Okay, here we go. I want now to help you to have a bit of an idea of something that is manifesting through many hundreds of people now, the star language, not just with adults, but with children. And these are two teenagers that were kind enough to be in The New Human, but I also, Carolyn Corey, in her wonderful documentary, E.T. Contact, They Are Here, has them explain their frequencies, their star language.
Sua set eleaka e sulu untuk ewe elo amana e sala am at elo ala onkis susum ma etala elo lo tuiki shisea elo at sa o saetam mana e kuleate su shese e mono tu kiawa art it sunum etu et ula akit sesa ese sala tu shisam. It doesn't exactly translate into English. The key to this language is that it's not transmitting data verbally through the mind. It's transmitting images through the voice. And dolphins do the same thing. Dolphins can transmit pictures to each other of what they're seeing through sonar.
There have been times where I've spoken a language that is very representative of a particular civilization or a particular group of beings. And when I would speak it, they would be there on the other side, listening and sending back information.
Can you give a message that you feel is important in the star language? That's even better.
All right. I'll try this, okay? Osakaya, Mututia, Takaina, Takatur, Itakaina, Tututi, Takaino, the Ash, Takana, Yututi, Takan, Stiti, the Kotai, Ash, the Kodam, Itakaia, Umata, Aya, Tupi.
Her daughter had reacted to some of the star languages that she'd seen on YouTube. And the daughter said, but I can speak those languages too. And she said to her mother, there's three of them, but one of them heals water. When I speak at water, I can purify the water. And the mother told me that the water actually tasted differently. So we are seeing here something very significant, that these frequencies have a power. And what is important about that is what is actually happening. And certainly part of it seems to be that those listening to those frequencies are shifted or changed. I always recall a presentation I did many years ago, and a nurse came up to me after I'd shown some of this information, and she said, Mary, while I was hearing those languages, I suddenly started to write a strange script. And she showed me the script that suddenly was manifesting just after she heard the languages. Here is an 8-year-old speaking a language. So we've got frequencies coming through the star language, light languages, or universal languages, whatever way you want to interpret them. But what was interesting about this young man who lives in Australia, he was 11 when this happened to him. He had an experience with these beings that he's drawn here, and his dream on the spaceship and the music that he downloaded. Matthew was sleeping when this being came to him. He felt they were good. They were short, light gray, big head, slit for a mouth, big black eyes. He saw himself lifted to the ceiling. Before hitting the ceiling, he blacked out. He awoke in a dome-shaped ship to see the beings around a control panel type desk where they were communicating in another language telepathically, which he also could hear. He focused on the control panel, which seemed to make sounds he felt were altering his DNA. This became, this sound became the first of 5 songs called Decoding the Human DNA. They were completed within 3 days. He downloaded them and his mother recorded them. I'm going to play a little bit of that particular Decoding DNA music that he played. He channeled them from these intelligences. At no time did Matthew practice them. He named each song before playing it as though he knew what was coming next. And he said, these songs I need to give to people to wake them up. It's about shifting our DNA. I felt it was always the same energy and a good feeling. So here we go. What I found fascinating when this happened is that I was already in contact with Juliana Oka, who lives in California, who is the most amazing violinist, a celebrated violinist, as well as an artist. And I sent this to her because her story, One Life, Many Worlds, she has had experience similar to Matthew. And she says this: when she was taken over by the entity, I felt something similar, she said, to what Matthew experienced. Amazing power at the time. But she said, but afterwards was drained and crashed afterwards, as he also explained that he was exhausted after he had produced them. Definitely he's contacted by extraterrestrials or master musical spirits. My extraterrestrial experiences happened also in childhood and went far beyond. But she said, it's amazing composition, genius. I liked the music a lot. I believe Matthew is being helped by master extraterrestrial spirits. And it's really important. I have been fortunate to be able to look at similar experiences because it is showing that we are really, this is not just a cultural thing, because Juliana is actually Japanese, and this is a cross-cultural phenomena. Here she is playing her violin, and this is an image of her otherworldly teacher. And she said, This male angelic being flew in front of me. He had long hair and soft, shining golden gown. He played violin, flying and dancing in the air, and he showed me techniques that were not usual for the violin. So the angelic violinist directed her path. So she was shown a new way to play the violin with movement as well as sound, which obviously was a new kind of energy that was conveyed through her music. This is some of her artwork, and she found she could paint. No one taught her. She said this was fascinating for her. She's produced the most beautiful artwork, and also is now become a celebrated artist as well. But none of this was actually taught to her. It was something that she found she could do, and I'm going to show you more evidence of that in a minute. So why is sound so important? Are we interacting with intelligences? What is going on here? Certain musical patterns can create amazing, perfect resonance when the right spirit is infused into the musical soundscape. And this happened, this particular experience that I was exposed to happened, you know, in 2000. And the young man, Darren, who is part of Sacred Resonance, explained to me how he understood this went on. To explain the story, he was going to play some sacred music at this conference. And he said this: music is how we create the paraphysical doorways to higher evolution. The higher intelligences left humanity with musical cues, the frequency patterns encoded in ancient temples, so we can use them to create a positive contact culture. Darren gave a musical performance using sacred Hebrew words, demonstrating sacred language can create a portal to connect with these intelligences. And I'm going to show you what happened as he played this music and what happened in the room, which we took with a digital camera. And you will see for yourself what actually happened. So I'll start with the music first, and you can hear what was played.
Family of God.
Now look at the room. These were taken in sequence as Darren was playing. We have here this really strange shift in the room with light and these strange spirals of light. Even the image on the screen is shifted. Then it shifts even more to this wonderful stream of light straight over. You can barely see Darren. Then we have two streams of light. So what is the stream of light? I've got a picture here that was quite amazing for me, where a beautiful young lady was in my home and we were taking some pictures which she wanted to take back with her. And somehow or other, something else seemed to decide to be in the photograph. So what is that light? Ribbons of light. This is Josh talking about his interaction with ribbons of light. I astrally visited the large ship with many other souls. There was a huge variety of beings. They were playful and incredibly wise and were able to shift their form at will from a humanoid shape to a ribbon of light. As I saw them, they seemed to be composed of effervescent bubbles of energy. So what we're all, I believe, being exposed to is how frequency can change our experience on this reality through certain frequencies. Again, this is right across cultures. This was sent to me some years ago now, a link to a very interesting experience, a bit similar to Matthew in a sense, because she had this experience where she was dreaming of a person playing some kind of instrument in the clouds. The name of the music, Please Welcome My Friend. When she awoke, she wanted to play the piano, but didn't have one. At a friend's home, was surprised she could play the piano by hammering this unusual way. The music is like Chinese ancient style, I was told, and they believe the music came from the sky. And I'll just show you how unusual this is, if I can get it to play. It's not wanting to do this again. Hold on, I'm going to have to go back again. It's not, there we go. Let's try now. Here we go. Come on. It doesn't want to do this for me. Come on. No. Please excuse my computer doesn't like the frequencies. That's all I can say. I'll try and move it and then move back again. Doesn't want to do it. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Doesn't like it. I'm going to go back and see if I can go back to that. No, I'll see if I can come back to it later. I'm sorry about this. It seems my computer isn't happy with me. Let's see if this one, this is a female farmer who also speaks the light languages. And I'm hoping that this will show you as well. See if she'll show up. Nope, they're not letting me show you this either. Oh, here we go.
这画是一笔画呢，还是不是一笔画？
好像是一笔，是的，是一笔画。
这个一笔吗？不停吗？这下来？
对，不停。像就是那种大的吧，待会儿我报一下那种大的下来给你们看。像那种大的嘛，好多都是就是一笔长的。像那一种，那一幅当然不是，那一幅是好多。是一笔的。对，好多都是一笔。还有就是反正就算不是一笔吧，起点和落点他们都是在一块。
起点和落点。
What is happening with many is this spontaneous imagery, scripts, language, symbols are being manifested across the globe. And this particular lady, who also speaks light language, said that she suddenly began to speak and paint with universal language. She'd never painted prior to this. Her painting, and some of them are really deeply complex. She said she never took the pen off the paper. And I'm going to see if I can be lucky enough to get this to work now. No, it's not letting me do it. It is playing up quite nicely. Oh, there we go. Notice streams of light and orbs and Lots of streams of light. Orbs. So you can see the streams of light that were happening at the same time, and also orbs manifesting at the same time as well. So what is going on, as many want to know and understand, what is going on with all of this? And Tracy Taylor explains it, who's an experienced artist who I've mentioned many times. She's in both my books, who manifested some amazing artwork many years ago. And that was what intrigued me, was why, what is this that's being manifested? And Tracy calls it hypercommunication. It should be borne in mind that the nature of extraterrestrial communication, that in a majority of instances, star visitors communicate with humans by telepathic transfer of mental images and concepts, rather than by words and speech. Everything's made up of the same matter, resonating at different harmonics. So the extraterrestrials are able to communicate with us, directing thought on subatomic levels, and so activate human subconscious. The symbols are meant to communicate the nature of the macrocosm. And here we have it. Many, many of those having encounters and experiences with these intelligences are manifesting some amazing artwork and symbols. This one is particularly from Antonio. You saw him in the video. ET contact is here. He actually has done an enormous number of these where you've got the script here, and these are all about activating forms of communicating volumes of information. Tracy Taylor says that a symbol and script are the ancient forms of communicating volumes of information without having to read pages and pages, and also mentions her understanding of the light language. This language is more an accurate representation of an individual soul vibration. It means that the language comes directly from the universal mind or God, which ultimately links all of existence together. It bypasses linear space-time. It's one of the steps from words to telepathic communication, which is where I believe we are going. Here is another wonderful image from Antonio, who calls himself an Arcturian ambassador. He explains here, I'm going to play a little bit of what he calls the Arcturian language.
Summa tataka parakateka seta takata summa takat retika tinga tapatunsa roka tingo taka parakatinsa taka parakatinsa tataka matata so ringa tataka paraka rikingi ke ko pataka parakatika singa taka sung patakatinsa parakatinsa tukuna pakataka sung patak sura patataki igrit sikata sinta tatata inkurupsinchita ortikata singata hobata rukutinska praktinska hanit sekbelskor praktinska praktinska dik skumata singata sukritskar yunatitsi ranga unity sumba rakutista kapaltsur sienta taka ritsit sumberti tekniki.
So here we have, I believe, many, not just hundreds or thousands, possibly millions of individuals that at some point are manifesting these frequencies, which are part of their energetic field. But we also find, as Matthew did, that he had some form of healing on board craft. This is Dr. Olson's experience of the mantid, when she asked a really important and vital question given her profession. She asked this. She was prompted by a mantid being. after a healing experience. She asked for guidance to know if she was on track and if she should come out to give her a sign. She suffered with a severe dislocation of her atlas vertebra, causing extreme discomfort. The vertebra rotated by itself into the correct position. She could now swallow without pain. She called this her sign, and so she's coming out as promised. I know it's important for me to stay alive, evolving, developing my abilities, because I feel great changes are coming in my lifetime. So from that, you know, this is what, when I'm asked about disclosure and how it's going to happen, I believe disclosure is going to come from every one of you listening to this presentation. Disclosure will come with you owning your truth, owning your experience, so we can change the understanding of our reality. And so we can break out of our 3D limiting, inaccurate reality. And I'm going to explain a little bit more about this. Little video was put together, and what it really is explaining about what we call the soul swap, is one of the names of it, or walk-in, because this is another area that seems to have been an experience of many people also, that at some point during their life, one soul has left and another's come in with a task. And this is a really classic one. Casa is a young a mother of 4 children, born in Hong Kong, now lives in Australia. And her experience is very fascinating, that she was told by doctors some years ago with an autoimmune disease that she would actually no longer survive after a few months, and was sent home really to die. She was visited by angelic beings, experienced a bright light and symbols coming into her, and felt amazing love. From that time, she was healed. The light beings now guide her as to what she eats, to how she lives. She now does a healing, she says, with a force inside her which guides her movements and voice. The soul swap happened later, after numerous near-death experiences from her last pregnancy. And she believes her soul now is from the 13th dimension, that she is a consciousness. She has no form, has no need as a 13th dimensional being to eat, but she came into our reality as she understands it, to help with this process of activating a humanity. And a healing, oops, hold on, I'm going, and her healing is through frequency and language as well. She's had 2 children, that one refused to eat, only drank milk until he was 4 years old, because he told her telepathically human food was not good for him. He never gets sick, and he's learning how to be human. I've got other videos that I will show in a more expanded version of this in future events, but I've only got a short time left, so I can't show you more evidence of how this is done by many of those having experiences, both those that see themselves as dual consciousness, or see themselves as hybrids, or see themselves as walk-ins or soul swaps. These are all new concepts that are now being honored finally. This is how many people are describing themselves. This healing encounter was created, the video by Daniel Burden, which I'm very grateful for. This is Dr. Lena Olson explaining about an experience she had in a bedroom with a small being who operated or did a frequency of healing with her. She explains that how she experienced it from a perspective of watching what he was doing to her body.
I woke up staring right into the lower body of a small being. I raised my head and upper body from the bed and leaned my head into my right hand. Immediately, I focused my eyes on places in the room and wondered what this being looked like. Myself down into my body. When I was back and in control of my body, I leaned forward towards the being. He was still standing, healing me with his eyes shut, and I could see the soft glow from the fabric in his suit and every fiber in it.
So healing, we found on the research that we did with the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation that with 4,200 individuals that filled the questionnaire, 600 questions plus, that nearly 50% of those that had encounters had healing experiences with non-human intelligences. So what are the scripts? The information I've received is that just one symbol can contain enough information to fill a room with encyclopedias. So what is it that these children are doing at this young age, writing these symbols on their body? Scripts are important. The children are drawing these symbols. A 5-year-old wrote the script and the mother said it was to help me understand, is what he said to her. Another 4-year-old didn't know what it said, but said it means something important. You have a 3-year-old here from the UK with this particular script, although he's no longer 3. And this is what he explained as an adult. 3 times a week, I'd be woken up by a glow, a woman with long blonde hair and green eyes. No beam me up, Scotty. We would be in a room, walls metallic, when touched, rippled like water. A window like a plasma screen showed stars, nebula, and symbols when put in the correct order would show me things. This is the experience when he was 3. Many forms of script are being manifested, and this one was by Martin Laura, a musician in Ireland. And he wrote to me some years ago now and sent me some examples of his script. I was just studying hieroglyphics, astonished at what I've done. I mean, the characters are totally consistent throughout, not only flawless, but to my senses written with the bold confidence and authenticity of a piece of Zen calligraphy. To be honest, I haven't a clue what I've written, but I do know when I write only one character wrong, and I throw it on the fire and start over. I do not know how I do it. This is how this can shift, these frequencies can shift. And this wonderful gentleman, a good friend of mine, Peter Smith, he's a hypnotherapist and author of Quantum Consciousness, Journey Through Other Realms, is director of the Newton Legacy of the Michael Newton Institute. Dr. Michael Newton wrote Journey of Souls, Destiny of Souls, where he regressed people in between lives, many thousands in between lives. Peter and I have connected a number of times. This photograph is when we were in Nevada, and this is how he explained an experience to him that happened to him after our connection. Again, I believe this is due to the fact that once we are exposed to certain frequencies, we all carry them. It's not just unique to me, it's unique to anyone who is opening up to these frequencies, I believe. And he said this: even though I easily access other realms of consciousness, I needed some kind of activation and feel you did this either with your presentation or company. I came home and 4 weeks later, the blue painting arrived piece by piece, sometimes in the early hours of the morning. As soon as I looked at it, I could not believe it had happened. It was the second time I picked up a brush. And there you see this wonderful painting that Peter manifested. And here is another one he manifested. And I actually saw in this, and I explained it to him, that I could see lots of different beings in this particular one as well. The red picture was activated by reading The New Human. I got out of the way again and surrendered to something greater than myself. I was sort of told what colors to use, where the dots go, sometimes particles, sometimes waves. I've been told I must mix the paint first in a circular motion to bring consciousness to it. I reflected on the echoes of Aboriginal art, and I sensed that we paint from the same source. So this is how it can happen. It is spontaneous. It is intuitive. It's a feeling. It's a knowing. It's an awareness. Talking with the Watchers is this image by Lloyd Canning. Again, these are, I believe, activating images, and the experiencer is bringing them through in a multitude of ways. This one is a lovely story. E.T. is an artist. Faye Vale lives in Glastonbury. I met her some years ago when I spoke in Glastonbury at the symposium there. And we met up later, and she took me to her home and showed me some of her amazing pictures and artwork that were downloaded from the beings. And I've got to keep an eye on the time. Okay. She says this: I feel many images are from Andromeda. I've had star people from Neptune, or ether as they call it, small planets around Saturn, from areas around the moon, which I feel I come from. I have an overwhelming fascination and attachment to Sirius. There is a collective called the Wise Ones. These are from many star systems that come together as a council to promote growth and law in the universe. These are the star gods. They were my first contacts and first to give me information and images. I feel their presence in as much of what I'm given, and we both have an amazing trust. I know I'm protected, valued from various ETs, as well as communication. The lower images past civilizations on Earth, such as the Egyptians. Her book, E.T. as an Artist. What was fascinating, and you'll see how similar this is, that when I went to America and in New York, met Linnea Dalmas, a hypnotherapist who produces this art, which is so similar in style to Faye that I couldn't help but connect them. Does it mean they are downloads from the same source of intelligence? Maybe so, and it certainly suggests that. Other artwork, and I'm going to have to rush through this a little bit now. Some of the artwork produced by Cecily Cohelican is contact art. She has downloaded over 100 or more images. Like a thesis, she said, it opened her mind to biology, neurology, physics, astronomy, astrophysics, theology, philosophy, spirituality, technology, anthropology, and archaeology. She feels she's in a school of higher intelligence they're teaching her. It forced me to read and learn what they suggested. It awakened me to higher consciousness. She learned to see life differently, how everything is interconnected by a mathematical order, balance, and harmony that flows within us. The art progressed, telling her something that she was not aware of. It took 10 years to realize that specific information was being relayed to me through this art making process. And we have here more of the art, Tracy Taylor's art. Some of these black and white images were literally curated in 10 minutes without any ruler, and they all fitted together. What this particular Australian artist noticed when she looked at this artwork, Lorraine Joy Burke, who's an artist in her own right, said, "It's amazing. I'm going somewhere else, a portal entrance. It's like I'm not here. I'm between both places at the same time. An ability to go and be with them. Leonardo da Vinci created the same portal. They're working with me through the pictures. The Matrix, it's downloading people to people's subconscious." She said they're full of compassion, just like us. We are they. So this is how we're connecting on multiple creative levels. This is another one, and I'm going to have to, I think I've got another 5 minutes, so I'm going to try and get through this very
Mary.
quickly.
If you go over a few minutes more, that's fine. Take your time to close out however you want.
Thank you, Neil. This is what happened to a psychotherapist experiencer in England when he saw the artwork. And this is what was traumatizing to him, not that so much the awakening to his connection to these beings, but what this artwork did for him. And I had a whole, when he looked at it, he was traumatized. This is what he said. "When I saw Tracy's art to begin with, I was traumatized. I felt sick, almost like I had a nervous breakdown. It knocked me off my feet, metaphysically, spiritually, an internal implosion, like a light going on, switches pulled, flashbacks. Experience I sensed and understood something I shouldn't have had knowledge of. Awakening spiritually. Since being a child, I had forgotten, and something I had been trained to do." That is really significant. where did he get the training? And I believe, like many of the children and adults that remember going to space schools and being taught certain abilities and awareness. He said this: I was able to sense and switch on a channel and use my hand as a barcode reader scanner with the third eye to receive equivalent of several hundred terabytes, and uploaded them. And uplink, it knocked me backwards. I felt like I'd been hit by a lightning strike. Information and data at light speed. A couple of days I spent with Terry, helping him to integrate a little bit, but it actually took him nearly a year to feel comfortable and understand what was going on. He said this: he understood on multiple levels what it meant, what its potential was for humanity. Group consciousness, interpreting codes, ciphers, signs, forms, geometric formula, blueprints, design models, encryptions, meta languages, hieroglyphics, schematics. An internal Rosetta Stone, he said, was turned on, an intergalactic process. I could understand on conscious and superconscious level something I'd been trained to do. I was a code breaker, able to interpret encrypted codes received and downloaded. He said, I don't know where it comes from. It's activated by the artwork. I'm able to understand and do something with it. And in fact, that's exactly how he is working with it now as a shamanic code breaker. So where else are we getting these frequencies? Many of you may have visited the crop circles. I certainly have. And it is incredible what can be felt and experienced in crop circles. And the Syrians say that entering the crop circles affects the DNA in the same way as Masaru Emoto explains in Messages in Water. So remember, we're what, 78% water. We're getting the frequencies, the programming through visiting energy centers, such as the crop circles, for example, is one of them. And many have noticed amazing awakening changes by visiting the crop circles. And remember, these are all over the world, not just in England. Here in Australia, when I did crop circles and contact many years ago, I learned of at least 150 crop circles in Australia. And that's the only ones we know about, because many of the farmers don't talk about this. Communication script from the light beings under hypnosis with Mike Oram, author of Does It Rain in Other Dimensions, an experience in England when he was in hypnosis. That was the script that he produced in hypnosis. We, of course, are getting script in many of the crop circles as well. Space school, I learn more on the ships than I do at school. Aidan, at 5 years old, explained they float, not walk, and become invisible. There are blue ones too. I've seen them in my mind's eye. Children taught by special friends. Samantha Mowat in Canada said her 3-year-old son complained one morning, Mummy, I don't want to go to school. I already went to school. I was at school with my special friends. She asked him where he was at school. He said, today, nighttime. I've got back now. I asked him, she said, what school looked like. And he said he had a small class and the boy teaching them. The boy had really big black eyes and white clothes. What is taught is complex. This is something from Serena Seren in Spain, scientific downloads, and are very briefly, some of them are really complex. The structure of the universe, reality, the importance of geometric constants, why geometry in the universe, its deep logical spiritual meanings, the nature of particle physics, etc., etc. Space energy and frequency, psychology of star children. I was told by an 8-year-old who was explaining being at one of these space schools with his school friends. And I said to him, you know, what are you taught? And he said, Mary, it's very complex. So I said to him, can you tell me some of the complex things you've been taught? And he said quite bluntly, no, it's too complex for you. So I was certainly shot down in flames there. I'm looking at the time, so I'm going to just try and briefly show you here. 15 years old, this is Marina, who mentioned that she'd been at space school learning all those complex information. She said she remembered her contact as a starseed. There was an expansion of her abilities. She was taught she could see others, and perceive others' thoughts after this, their energy and their genetics, their connection to star systems. She could see auras and spirits, manipulate space-time and magnetic fields. She has healing hands. She said she channels information and visits the spacecraft. And she found out that she was a hybrid at 15 years old. She said it was encoded in her DNA. So evidence the sun produces charged particles to affect humanity. Mitch Battras mentions this in Solar Rain. Solar cycle 24 has begun. The sun's activity is 50% stronger than cycle 23. This wave affects not only the planet, but the human body's magnetic field and human emotions. Battras believes the magnetic influence of the sun will usher in what's described by our ancient ancestors as the transition, bringing a new state of being. To be a hybrid is to be awakened. Hybrids are expressing their consciousness through their DNA. The hybrids are part of the new human archetype we're evolving into. The labels don't matter. Humans are evolving. Our DNA is advancing and we will express that in any way possible. And it's contained in our DNA. This is scalar imprinted memories of all other beings in our DNA has passed through. We can express it in the new human. We express it in hybrid forms such as indigo, crystal, etc. That's the energy we're expressing or perceiving through our reality lens. And what we are emitting, it's all interconnected. Zach mentions this in The New Human in detail. Here we have the new human with true accounts of contact. I have met right across the spectrum, not all cultures, but all belief systems, all professions are now sharing their experiences. It is the activated ones coming out of the space closet. There's disclosure now happening from the ground up. So there will be a change of consciousness. Mike Oram, who I mentioned, did the images of the script. He said to his mother at 4 years old, there will be a change in human consciousness. The energy is heading this way, and the essence of this energy is light. The energy will repair our DNA. It will make us complete in who we really are. This was what he's trying to tell his mother at 4 years old, and this was in the 1950s. We have children focusing on love. This 5-year-old, his mother said, never taught him meditation. He, on his own initiative, placed a pyramid and crystals in a configuration in front of him. He said each corner of the pyramid represented specific feelings. He placed a clear quartz crystal bead on the point of the pyramid and said it represents love. This is what he was focusing on. So we are transitioning and we are literally the next step. This is Lee Capitelli, who is a wonderful young lady in Australia, and she believes she's a homo novus. And she said they are trying to wake up humanity through drawings, music, sacred sites, all born after 2000 and 2001 are homo noeticus. They are literally, she said, the next step. The new human is this you and your children, because it is intergenerational. Human beings have no idea how amazing they are, but they have to believe it first. Kathy was 9 years old when she actually said this. And here we have a wonderful image, existence and activation of humanity. This is what is now the energy and the frequency and frequencies that are coming to humanity from the planet, our planet, from the solar system, from the central sun, from all these new, advanced, aware, upgraded generations of human that are bringing in the frequencies that are assisting the rest of the older models, as I call myself, to wake up and to understand our potential, who we are, and how I believe we are now being prepared to connect to our true family, our star family, and become part of the cosmic community. Thank you.
Mary, thank you so much. That was incredible. I have one of your friends here coming on to say hi to you.
Hey, Mary.
Oh,
Hi, Sheila. Blessings. Wonderful to see you.
Oh, wonderful to see you. That was a phenomenal presentation. And I just want to thank you again for all the work you're doing, and especially for giving a voice to the Star Children. Your work is amazing. Thank you.
It's wonderful, Sheila, and thank you so much for inviting me to share. I really appreciate it, and thank you, everyone. So far, what I've seen is wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate you, and thank you so much for always saying yes and just coming on and working with your times. I know it's like, what is it, like 8 a.m. over there right now? You woke up at 7?
Yes, I was up at 6 a.m. for this wonderful event, so
Yeah.
it was certainly worth it.
Okay, appreciate you. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Sheila, you can stay on for a second if you want.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. That was great, huh? What a good day. Were you here for most of the day, Sheila?
Oh, yeah. I was absolutely here. I had to walk downstairs once and I was afraid I would miss something. So I jumped back on with my telephone so I could listen. So it was amazing. You always do such a great job. And I had sent a little chat message to everyone and told them that, if they want to get a little bit more of this, just to remember to go to wishalliance.org and sign up. And I'll send them the link for tonight. We're going to get started at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. So that'll be about an hour and 15 minutes. And this is the one where we call our family reunion, where everybody comes on. And if there's newbies, they introduce themselves, share a little bit about their story. And we just talk about topics that are kind of near and dear to people's hearts.
Yeah. So basically, if you guys want to continue the energy and you feel like really high on this energy for today, go to the after party, which will be at the Wish Alliance, which we're also affiliated with. So it'll be a good place to go hang out. I'm going to go there too and pop in for 5 minutes and let everybody know about the conference. So it's going to be truly exciting. And you can go to, I put the link in the room one more time, wishalliance.org. And Sheila, before you go, let's tell everybody one more time about the hybrid conference.
Oh, yes. Okay. We have the hybrid conference. So please mark your calendars for June 19th and 20th. And we have, as you can see, we've got Mary and a whole host of other individuals that will be sharing their knowledge, their personal experience about hybrids. And, I have to say, as Mary was talking and I was listening, she was talking about the indigos and the crystal children and how they are kind of the, quasi hybrids. So again, I believe that all of us can relate to anything and everything that's going to be shared at this conference. So if you have the opportunity, please register, sign up now. All you have to do, I think it's going to be on the new site. I'm not sure if it's up on the Portal to Ascension right now, but the new site's going to be launched that Neil's been working on. It's absolutely phenomenal. I had a little sneak peek and I think everybody's going to be truly excited.
Yes, exactly. So I'll go ahead and send information on that. I'll also send the link to register so you guys can, I'll give you a little discount as well. So I'll send you guys a link to register in the replay for everybody who's attending this. So you can just sign up even before the website's up. We do have it as an upsell already. So we have like 10 people registered before the site's even launched. Wow. So, but it's going to be a great event. And it's just one of the many amazing events that we're doing. And one of the 4 epic events that, Sheila, myself, and Alan have come together to do. So you can check that out at portaltoascension.org. Sheila, any closing words before I funnel us into the end of today?
Yeah, I just want to say, everyone that's listening, again, as I said this morning, it's no mistake that you're here. I'm sure you've heard something that has touched you, maybe made you realize that you're a little bit more than you thought you were when you started out this morning. And as Mary's book says, she talks about the new human. And I believe that that's what we're all here to do, is to anchor this new light, to bring in more frequency, to enact those light codes so that we can shift this planet together.
Exactly. Thank you, Sheila. I love you.
Thank you. You too, Neil.
See you in a couple hours.
Okay.
Hour and a half. All right, everybody. So we're in the final stretch for today. First of all, I need to make a correction to what I've been telling you all day. Tomorrow is not at 11:40. Tomorrow is at 10 a.m. Saturday is at 11:40 a.m. Okay, so I'll say it again. Tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. Saturday, we start at 11:40. You can watch the replay for today immediately on our YouTube, youtube.com/portal to ascension. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send an email an hour after this event, if not sooner, with the replay link and access link for tomorrow. And then I'm also going to send a link in the morning, an hour before we go live, just like we did today, just so you have all the info. But if you have questions on how you can watch the replay, watch it on YouTube, because it'll take like a good few days before we even have it on our website, because I got to bring it down, edit it, make it all beautiful for you guys, and then upload it to our website. Speaking about website, I'm going to go ahead now, and this is what we're going to do, okay? So we have about 25 minutes left with each other. If at any point one of my co-hosts come back on, we'll bring them on and have a little mini discussion. But I'm going to show you the website, the new website that some of you may have seen. Most of you probably have not. I'm going to show you a couple of upcoming events, finish my presentation on the Indian origins, and then we're going to end with poetry, okay? So here we go. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we're going to take a look at the new website. The new website is in its final stretch. You've heard me say this many times, but yes, it is there. We have finished and we have completely figured out what the issues were with it not doing certain things, and now it is ready to go. So this event is not only an anniversary event, because technically Portal to Ascension started in June, which is next month, so it's the Portal to Ascension anniversary event, but it's also a celebration of our new website. I was hoping to have the new website actually up by today, so I could be celebrating it and being like, look at it, but it's going to be up after this event. But you can take a look here. Every single person that has signed up for this conference has got a username and password. So if you don't have a password, just email us. We need to regenerate it, reset the system. But you all have access to the backend. The backend currently looks like this. Okay, so the backend currently looks like this, where you can type in and find whatever you want. Let's find something from Trisha McCannon. Boom, all these events, right? You can search by category: conspiracies, science, spiritual development, UFO disclosure, ancient civilizations. You can search by speaker: Alan Steinfeld, Adam Apollo, Dan Winter, Billy Carson, and so on, so on. And also you can watch you have a watch list. You can add things to your watch list. There's a documentary section, and there is an interview section. So this is how it currently looks like. The new website is going to be like this, which is just an evolution of that, which is, we're adding a few more bells and whistles, making the platform much more robust so that you can have way more features, including an eventual casting feature, so you can cast it from your app, from your phone, to the TV. And when this page opens, since I haven't launched the website yet, it's on a slow server, but this is going to open in just a second here. And this will be how the Watch Now page is going to be. So this is important for all of you to know, because if you're going to watch this replay or any of the 3,000 hour plus footage that you have available for free, you're going to be going to this website here. And you can see that we have it all categorized: continue watching section, my list that you can add things to, and then the different individual categories: true world history, UFOs and ETs. Let's just pick a category, okay? So not only can you select the category here, but you can actually go up here, watch now, and go to the category. So let's say that we want to learn more about true world history. Now we're gone into the true world history page. And you can see here that you can even go deeper and deeper into this awareness. I want true world history, but I only want history related to the continent of Asia. Let's click this right here. And there we go. All the videos that are connected to the continent of Asia. Say that you want true world history, but you just want to know about galactic history. You don't want to know really right now about Earth history. You want to see how we got here in the first place. So you click galactic history. You can see there's about probably 20 hours right now of galactic history information right there. So that's how the new website looks. We also have a few cool features. Not only do we have an online event page that's going to have about 100 upcoming events, like Quantum Timeline Jumping Conference, the Hybrid Online Conference, John D'Souza Para Investigator Qualification Conference, the Pyramid Knowledge Conference. But we also have a past events page with about 1,000 other conferences, all-day conferences, workshops, retreats, many different events on a range of topics that you can just continue to go deeper and deeper within. You can even go deeper within the subcategories here, right? Say you come to the website and you want to know about UFOs and ETs. but you don't really want to know about ETs. You're just interested in the UFOs, the nuts and bolts. Go to UFOs, go to UFO Advanced Tech. Let's find out about some advanced tech. Right? These are upcoming events. It would be in the past events. You want to do conspiracies, and it keeps going on. You can even go to health and wellness. So this website it has been about 10 months in the creation, a lot of coding issues, a lot of tears, a lot of joy, a lot of emotions, but it's finally at its final stages here. And I feel like the boy who cried wolf, really telling you guys that it's at its final stage, but I guarantee you this time I'm telling the truth. This time it's almost there. And I'm so excited for you to be on it and share it. And we have around 36,000 subscribers right now to our website on a current one. So we're going to move that over. So it's just going to start off by being this huge, epic Goliath of awareness and information. Even our speakers page, check this out. Look, we have hundreds of speakers on every topic you can think of. I'm on the speakers page. I want to go to, let's see who's talking about conscious science. Let's see which conscious science person is specifically talking about future advanced technology, right? Boom, got it right here. Each one of these pages will go to their corresponding profile where you can contact them, access them, visit their website, see the social media. You can watch all their past events on our platform. You can see all their upcoming events. So it's just a lot of cool stuff that's going to be there, and that will be launched any day now. You're going to get an update. If everything works out the way it should work out, when I send you the replay email after this event, it will be a replay email for this website. So fingers crossed that that's what's going to be going on. Okay, now let's talk about tomorrow really quick, everybody. So today we're about to close up for the day, but tomorrow we are going to go live again, and we're going to start at 10 a.m. Pacific, okay? 10 a.m. Pacific. So please be here so you can be with the energy in the morning. Obviously, come in and out whenever you want, but we're going to start out tomorrow with Joan of Angels, my good friend Joan of Angels that you've got to experience a couple of times today. She's going to be doing a presentation. And I don't know if Joan, if you're on right now, but if you want to, you can start your camera and tell us what you're going to present on if you're around. I'm not sure if you're here. So we're going to start with Joan. Then we're going to go into Celestine Starr, and Celestine Starr is going to talk about her experiences and connection with ultra-terrestrials tomorrow. Then we're going to go to Jamie Janover, ancient civilizations and its connection to sacred geometry. So the sacred geometry of ancient sites, the mathematics of space-time, the unified field theory. He's going to be presenting on that. Followed by Peter Sterling. We're going to get a download on cymatics awareness. But not only that, he's going to play the harp for us too. So we're going to get some awareness on his information there on sound frequency science, but he's also going to be playing the harp. He's a world-renowned harpist. He's run one of those really well-known musical awards for the New Age Album of the Year multiple times. So he's going to be sharing his music and awareness with us. That's followed by Wayne Perry. He's another sound therapist, and this individual concentrates on using your own voice as sound. So he's going to be providing tools and techniques on how we can harmonize and utilize our own voice to shift our frequencies in order to fully empower and heal ourselves. Then next we have Laura Eisenhower, and she's going to come with a conscious download, galactic history information, and then some information about the times that we're currently experiencing. That's going to be at 2 o'clock Pacific, followed by Chief Golden Light Eagle, everybody. This one's going to be great. He is the founder of the Star Knowledge Conference, right? The Star Knowledge Conference is one of the oldest ufology, or not even ufology, ET, UFO, spiritual consciousness, extraterrestrial events in the US. I think it goes back to the 80s, and he's been doing it for quite some time. They tour around everywhere, going to mostly reservations where they do star knowledge conferences. He's going to be on here speaking about the ancient wisdom of the stars and the beings from the stars. That's at 2:50. Then at 3:40, we have the son of Alan Hynek, the head of Project Blue Book in the 50s, part of the connection of the program that never really got dismantled, but continued to be ATIP, which we currently had right now. We have his son, Paul Hynek, who is also a researcher, carrying on his father's legacy, really, in order to expose the truth of the extraterrestrial presence and what UFOs truly are. And then we're going to close the day with the Ascension panel. The Ascension panel, we have Mirabah Davy, Meg Benedicte, Billy Carson, JJ and Desiree Hertak. Deborah Giusti is going to be the individual, another really great friend of us, one of our biggest supporters from Harmony Recommends and Transforming the New Paradigm. Her organization is called Wishing Well Productions. And she's going to be hosting this panel like she does at all of our events, all of our Ascension panels she hosts. And we're going to have around, I think 5 or 6 individuals there. And again, Billy Carson and Hertak, JJ and Desiree Hertak will be at that panel. And that's what we're going to be doing for tomorrow, everybody. So I'm extremely excited for that. And, see you guys there for sure. Now, let me show you one last event that I'm excited about. And then I'm going to go ahead and finish my presentation. But if there's any of the MCs in the room, we might just do a discussion and some poetry at the end. So we'll kind of see how it flows. A lot of actually quite a good number of people that signed up for this event. This also selected the upsell of the Pyramid Knowledge Conference, that if they wanted to go ahead and register for this one, they could at a discounted price. So the Pyramid Knowledge Conference is something that's also been in the making for us for quite some time. And this is going to be on June 6, 2021, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific. And it's basically all day awareness on mathematics, esoteric awareness, spiritual knowledge, ancient history awareness of pyramids, and, just dissecting it and looking at it from every single facet possible. Some of the speakers we have is Dr. Sam, and he is actually the researcher for the Bosnian Pyramid Complex. Michael Feeley, that you got to experience today. William Henry, Pari Patri and her father, Brahmashri Patriji, and both of those individuals live in, Brahmashri Patriji, he actually lives in India, and they are just next level pyramid knowledge awareness. Trisha McCannon is going to show evidence for Atlantis and a worldwide pyramid culture. We have Charles Zeiss, who's also another great expert. Rico Pagini, Great Pyramid, Sphinx, and the Time of the Turning. Myself and Sharaya Dharma, we're going to be the hosts for the event. So if you want to sign up for that, portaltoascension.org, online events. One last thing about events is we have a no one turned away policy, guys. Okay, we have a no one turned away policy. So if you aren't able to attend or make something and you wanted to make a donation or have some sort of energy exchange or really need to attend, just let us know, because this is the new paradigm. This is where we're heading, that this information is for everybody to get into. And if you feel compelled that you want to be a part of something and you can't afford it, hit us up, email us, we can work something out. And if you want to support us, that's great too. We have a lot of people supporting us at this point, which is why we created a new website. A lot of you people on here, you individuals on here we would not have been able to create this new website if it wasn't for you. I see Susie and Wally in the room, for example. They've been contributing and assisting us and being a part of our events for like a couple of years now. And it's just a constant feedback that's been really helping us get to the next level. So from the bottom of my heart, seriously, I want to thank all of you for just like being here, being a part of this. And especially if you've contributed, thank you so much for all you've done in order to help us get to this level, because now I feel like we have really kind of hit like critical mass on what we're doing, and we're just exponentially getting into more and more people's awareness and able to share this information across multiple platforms. So thank you for that. All right, so that's it on events. I'm going to do a quick check here to see if anybody is in the room with me, any of my friends are here. We got Watchers Talk in the room, so I'll bring Watchers on, Omar. So give me some feedback, everybody. How was today for you? Did you enjoy it? How are you feeling from it? Are you excited for tomorrow? Go ahead and leave some feedback right now. We can start some engagement. If you do have some questions as well, you can ask the questions right now too. We're gonna go ahead and bring Omar on. Leanne says, you already know how I feel. I do. Hey, brother, you're muted. There we go.
What's up, man?
Hey, brother. So tell me how you feel. How was today for you?
I feel great. What a fantastic day. I really enjoyed it. I had to take off there for a little bit, but I had it playing on my phone. And Mary's presentation, wow, it really blew me away. I was getting goosebumps as I was cruising down the road. I was looking at my wife and I was like, do you hear this? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, this is sick, right? So yeah, I'd learned something new today, and that's really the goal, right? To come to conferences such as this, to be exposed to something new and learn something new. And I definitely learned something new today. I can't say that I've ever heard, anything like that. So that really solidifies it in my mind that that this is real, right? That this is happening to our people, and we need to understand why this is happening, and who's doing it, and how they're doing it, and why isn't it happening to everyone, right? That's the that's the main question. Like myself, I've never had an abduction issue, or I've never had any type of ET contact. So I wonder, why not me? Like what's going on here?
Yeah, you know what? That's a great question. Okay, that's a great point. So we did an event, a 3-day event that we just ended with. Yesterday I had a day off, but before that I was doing 10 hours a day of the Galactic Heritage Conference with Laura Eisenhower, and she even mentioned the same thing and said that she's not a good person to ask a specific question to that someone was asking, because she doesn't know that she has direct intentional conscious connection and interaction with extraterrestrials, right? But she's completely dedicated to the awareness of it, right? And for myself, same thing. I don't channel per se where I know I'm consciously speaking to an ET. They don't wake me up at the middle of the night and give me some information, but I do feel that like I'm downloading some awareness, and the whole thing and productions that I create are informed by source, and I'm getting that connection. But I've dedicated my entire life, to many things within Ascension, but definitely the extraterrestrial question and the reality of extraterrestrials is probably one of the things I've dedicated my life to the most, because if that is a reality and it does exist and they are ETs, which I believe, I just know how much more full of an experience and how fun it would be to interact with these beings, know where they're from, know how they connect to us, and then maybe even have some open contact where we're even walking the same planet with them in the future. But this is coming from someone that doesn't even have that intentional connection,
Yeah, I hear you when you say that, because I've said it before. It seems like I get this information. Somehow I become aware of something that I wasn't aware of before. And usually that's when I'm daydreaming, right? For instance, like when I'm sitting here and I just kind of zone out, right? After blunting, and, I zone out, and then suddenly speaking of blunting, and, a few days later, I seem to have this awareness of something, and I go and do my research and I read up on it, and it turns out that whatever I'm reading, I'm somewhat aware of it. But I don't know if it's me reaching into the ether and getting connected somehow for like a few seconds or so and get that information. But I totally hear you. But I'd love to have ET contact. It's my intention to have ET contact. So maybe that's why it's not happening.
Hey, I went to sleep every night for at least 2 years, maybe 8 years ago, asking for ET contact.
I tell you, that's a funny story. We think that Amy has been having ET experience since she was a child. And so one night, I got mad, right? I was like, oh, damn these guys, right? They're taking me every night and leaving me behind. And I was like, forget it. So when we went to bed, I grabbed my house coat and the string on it, right? I tied it around her ankle and I tied it around my ankle. And I was like, well, if you're taking her, you're taking me too, man.
That's funny. So my wife's soul that everybody's going to get to meet tomorrow, she actually has had contact her whole life, right? When she was younger, she used to actually have like these dreams, these nightmares, and in which she thought she was being raped by the devil. Okay. And then when she met me 10 years ago, we started going to all these experiencer support groups and talking to people and connecting with all these individuals. And then she started having realizing that a lot of these people in these groups had the same exact experiences, but they were actually extraterrestrials, or there were screen memories that they were given. But basically that it seemed like this, but it was actually something else happening where they were doing some sort of DNA extraction or hybridization process. So she came into that awareness, and since I've been together, maybe every month or so, she would wake up hyperventilating and say, get off me, and there'd be an ET at the foot of the bed, right? And she'd be like, oh my God, they're here. There'll be tall grays or tall whites or grays at the end of the bed. And she told me to stop asking for ET contact because she said that she was getting it every time I asked for it.
That's kind of crazy because Amy's experience is kind of somewhat the same, where it began in her childhood, and she says that they're like kind of like dreams, but she says she always sees this guy wearing a white coat and these really tall beings. She can't see their faces, but she sees like their coats. And she's always running from them and hiding, but they always find her and then return her at the end of the day. So and she's had this like I said, her entire life, and it goes on today. So I've always wondered whether she's having like really bad dreams, or in fact she's like subconsciously being interacted with in a way that I don't understand and would like to understand. And really, that's it's one of the reasons why I got into this, right? Watchers Talk. Amy and I talked about it for a long time, and then I decided, I was like, okay, what we're gonna do? We're gonna start like this podcast, and we're gonna talk to authors and researchers and stuff on this subject, and of course things. And I'm going to try to understand this, and so that's why in the very beginning of Watchers Talk, a lot of my stuff was based around UFOs and aliens and abductions and out-of-body experiences, things like that, because I was trying to understand on what's happening to my girl, and then I wanted to relay that information onto her, right, and see how we can either work with these beings that she's interacting with, and kind of like work out a deal, right, where we can either nullify the contract and say, hey, I'm a sovereign being, I cancel the contract, you have no power over me anymore, kind of just beat it, right?
Yeah.
Or we come to a deal where you take her once a week or once a month, once a year, but things like that, right? But I learned a lot of things, right, over the years, but that's really one of my biggest reasons as to why I got into this to begin with.
Right. That's very interesting. And a lot of experiences, because in the early days of me being deeply into all this awareness, a lot of experiences would stop having experiences or conscious experiences. I think it was after 33 or 35, right?
Really?
A lot of people continue, but the majority stopped. And it seemed like when a lot of women, because it was for women mostly, when they were getting to a stage where they're basically the ETs wanted to do something with their eggs and their DNA in order to hybridize and breed. And when they get to an older age, they don't need them anymore and they stop interfering with them. And that's what happened to my wife, is like she was having it almost every single month. And then for a couple of years, nothing. And then all of a sudden it started up again, but very spontaneously. And also a lot of these experiences, their family members had experiences too. So there's something in that these beings, or whatever's occurring, right? Whatever's occurring is tracking the bloodline.
That's right. I understand it. I understand it all too well, and I hypothesized on this before. And what I came to learn is that majority of the abductions that are happening happen to women, and it's hereditary. So if you're a woman, you've been abducted, chances are your mom has been abducted, your grandma's been abducted, your sister's been abducted, your auntie's been abducted. You've all had interaction with these ETs, and they're following the lineage. And I think what's happening is that sometimes when you see these UFOs flying around, they're actually scanning for DNA to see where these individuals live, right? Let's say you're like 40 years old, 50 years old, and you see a UFO hovering going past you, and you just think he's not doing anything. But I think what's happening is that they're scanning the area, and they're looking for their marker on the DNA of every populace there, and then once they hone in on it, then that's it, man, game over, right? They'll do whatever it is that they need to do. But it's hereditary, absolutely, and I think this started probably about 12,000 years ago, just around the time when Atlantis went down, and then this new civilization, this new version, I call it human version 5.0, right? We're going into the 6.0 because of the sixth root race. The sub-root race, and root race, the sixth root race is what we're going into, and that's what we're ascending into, and then that's the next generation, right? Like the indigo children and star children, things like that. That's becoming more and more and more throughout the world. And not only that, every single household across the world has been reporting that their children are extremely smart and gifted and very good at problem solving, and you know, their aptitude is very high compared to say Generation X, like our generation or our parents' generation, and so on and so on.
Right.
So I think they're going into they're like the first. I think Generation X was the first indigo generation.
What year was Generation X born?
That's between like 1962, 64, 65, right into about 1978, 79.
Well, couldn't the hippies who were around 18 to 20 in the 60s be indigos as well, right?
Yeah, they would be considered part of that Generation X. And then they would, yeah, I suppose, because no, actually, they would be at the very tail end, the beginning,
yeah,
the very beginning of the indigo, you know, that energy step up from that previous generation, from like our
Dolores Cannon, she says there were two waves of indigos. So the first wave were born in the 40s after the atomic weapon was taken. They became the hippies, which is why they were so open-minded. And then the second wave was when you said, which is basically 60s into the late 70s.
Yeah, it was the hippies that were having the kids, and then the kids were that second, I would imagine, is the second wave.
Yeah.
And then now that wave, imagine it like a sine wave going like this, right? Of energy when it's going like this. Now it's on the upward, right? We were on the cusp of it. Now it's shooting up. So our kids are like my grandchildren, for instance, right? My grandbaby that's going to be born here in a few months is, you know, going to be an indigo child, because they're going to be born with this you know, updated, upgraded energy that that the Earth Schumann is going through right now, because the Earth is shifting into the fifth dimensional state along with us. Right? It's not like we're just going to disappear and the Earth's not going to be it. The Earth is going to be, because Earth is vibrating and it's in all dimensions, and we're just going from one step to the next step, and then that's where I think they're all coming from.
Yeah, I agree. And on my presentation on Sunday, I'm going to show the galaxy's position and how the position of the galaxy and the position of Earth in relation to the photon belt of the Milky Way galaxy could also affect our frequency to make us more open to being a fifth dimensional planet at specific times in our, you know, in our future and in our past.
Yeah.
Because it is really a science. Like, that's why it's so awesome, because through quantum mechanics, right? Just not quantum mechanics, because that's what they've labeled it, but through the exploration of the subatomic world, right? And this, and through mainstream science now, we're able to quantify that there is definitely a shift going on in our solar system and in our own bodies, right?
Yeah.
So we have some comments here on DNA. So let me read these.
Looking at that, you know, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Some of these comments, like this first generation indigo, is they're very highly intuitive people. You know, they're psychics and clairvoyants, and you know, very high energy healers. And then in the comments, that's exactly what we're seeing, right? Born 57, always being psychic, astral projection.
Nice.
Right? Yeah, I'm first wave indigo. I've been connected since the 60s. Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure. You know, and all of us are, you know, it's kind of like a magnet, right? That's what I see Portal to Ascension as. It's like this magnet that's there, and all the people that are out there in this field that we're all interested in, because we're all talking and the word's spreading. Like every single day, all of us collectively are planting tens of thousands of seeds amongst our peers, and some of those seeds are sprouting and some not. And those ones there, and all of us are kind of like, you know, coming, what's that word, like you know, the magnet. We're being attracted to the magnet. It's sucking us in, right? And we're being attracted to this this entity that you've built, because Portal to Ascensions really is an entity of its own. You know, you're the brain behind it, and then there's kind of like an AI now, right?
Yeah.
Ascension, you know, it's really what it is. It's
learning from its experiences.
Yeah, it's a information, you know, AI. Really, you can go into Portal to Ascension and type in whatever you want, whatever you're interested in, and you know, I guarantee whatever that you're interested in, you toss it into the search, it's going to come up.
Exactly. And you know, and it's the beginning phases, really. Like I've been deep into the research of like just the cycles of time as of late, and it's just like it's just so beautiful to witness all of this coming out at this point, and knowing that all these institutions, these organizations that are designed to uplift humanity and consciousness are literally the beginning phases of a new paradigm that's going to take over the world, is going to be the whole entire planet. That there's going to be educational institutes in order to deprogram from the old paradigms and to create something new. You know, people are creating that now. Even Portal to Ascension, like in a couple of years, I'm going to have land. I'm creating a whole entire Portal to Ascension center in the Yucatan, and it's just going to be epic, next level trauma, like healing, healing amnesia, concentrating, focusing and intention on contact with ETs. You know, people are doing this already, and in my lifetime, that's what I plan to create. You know, so it's just really amazing to witness that all these individuals are coming up now, and in 1,000 years from now, like little businesses that got started in this moment that were designed to do some events on consciousness, it's going to be like a worldwide thing. Like that will be what the documentaries are on. That's will be what we are basically taught when we were raised as children. You know, I'm really hopeful that that's how the world is going to be.
Yeah, me too. And really, this whole mess that we're involved in right now, I think has opened up a lot of people's eyes as to what's going on. And I think this right here, right now, the previous year that we've gone through is that shift, is that stepping through the gate, because we've got a lot of mainstreamers that are turning and asking questions and being gravitated towards, you know, what we do over here, what you do, what people in the crowd do, and they're beginning to ask questions. So I think the shift has already begun, and it's just a matter of us, you know, supplying enough energy to it to keep it going, so that it just gains more and more and more momentum. So instead of like 1,000 years, I'm hoping that it could be in like 100 years, or even in like 50 years, so that I can live to see it, right, in my own lifetime, instead of having to incarnate and come back and, you know, and say, oh yeah, I remember the way it used to be. Because I think that's how it's going to be in the in the next phase of humanity, is that when you incarnate back to this world, you're going to remember your previous experiences that you've had on this world, and then you'll be like, hey, I remember this, you know, one portal to ascension, or I remember Watchers Talk, or I remember, you know, yada yada yada, coast to coast, or whatever, right? You'll have like an absolute memory of it, just like as we do, but multiple lifetimes, whatever you've had. And then you'll be able to really connect at that time as to, and appreciate what's happening, because you've already had this experience over here compared to what you're experiencing in the next one.
Right.
I hope that happens anyhow.
Right, me too. We have a comment here saying, will anybody talk about the super full moon on the 26th? No, I wasn't thinking about that, but now that you mentioned it, remind us this weekend, and I'll make sure that we speak about that. That'll be something cool to add to this experience here. And to second what you're saying, from the study of the cycles of time, we left the Dark Ages in about 1700 AD, and it was a 200-year transition into 1900 AD. When we went into 1900 AD, we completely immersed ourselves into the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age is the age of the mental age, right? So we become very analytical, really mental, really rational people. But within the Bronze Age is also the rediscovery of subatomic world. By discovering the subatomic world, we're now tapping into the fabric of the universe. By tapping into the fabric of the universe, we have the potential to use that energy in whichever way we see fit. However, we're still in such a lower density that people can use it for their own personal gain, which is what we're seeing right now. After about 1,000 years of being in the Bronze Age, we shift into the Silver Age. So to second what you're saying is we are actually on the upturn, and we're going into an age now, because I think that the forgetfulness is only really a portion of this age and the full Dark Age.
Also, remember last time when we were speaking, you had mentioned that within the yugas, speaking of yuga, Dottie just put in, we are in the Kali Yuga, like within the yugas, we can create like sub-yugas, right? We can create like a golden yuga for ourselves.
Yes,
you know,
you can always liberate yourself in every single stage.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about that, because I found that really interesting.
I want to answer, somebody said that we're in the Kali Yuga. I thought that too until I took a whole course on the Yuga cycles about 1 month ago, okay? And so basically, they say we're in the Kali Yuga because this age is pretty dark still, right? We have a lot of war, a lot of poverty, and just chaos going on in the world. no text in the world talks about the dates of the ages except for one text. Only one text. Every single text talks about the ages. The two texts that speak about them the most, which happen to be coming from the same source, are the Vedic text and the Greek text. The Greek, there was a poet. I think his name was Hedosis or something like that. It starts with the H-E-D.
Herodotus?
It could be, I don't remember. But the poet spoke about the ages of man. And he spoke about how man, humankind, acted in each of those ages. And that's all he spoke about. In this age, man acts like this. In this age, man acts like this. The Vedic text actually has a calendar with dates in it. And it shows you, and if you get the, and maybe I'll show you this this weekend. When you see it, actually, I'll just show you right now. It's on Google. So when you look at this map, let's see, Yuga, ages, dates. When you look at this, you can see that really huge things that took place in humanity's history actually happen at the same time as the shifting of these ages. And I'm going to share my screen, Omar. Okay, so here we go. Let's just get this one open right here. Pinterest, huh? Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay, cool. So I'm going to just go like this, zoom in. All right, so check it out. This is the map from the Vedas, okay? So it talks about the different ages, and it's a 13,000 year cycle, but the ages actually are reflected on either side. So the Kali Yuga, there's two Kali Yugas back to back, and each of the Kali Yugas lasts for about 1,000 years. And then we have the Dwarpa Yuga that was before that. If you go back all the way to around the fall of Atlantis, and you know, when Egypt was definitely in use, it could date back even further. We have the golden age right here around 11,500 BC. But what happened around 11,500 BC is also there was some sort of worldwide cataclysm. The Great Flood, Noah's flood, happened at that time. And so during a spiritual age, during an ascended age, we actually had a great flood and a devastation to the world through maybe a comet impact during that age. So when that age, and when, you know, the flood occurred and all that stuff, and the individuals came out of that age, they were still actually conscious and able to use telepathy in order to communicate. Yes, things had got chaotic, civilizations had to break up, smaller tribes had to be created, different civilizations need to be created. However, they still had the spiritual knowledge. Then they started falling from grace, so to speak, until we got to this age, 6,700 BC, which is the same time that we have first written texts discovered, because telepathy wasn't the common use anymore. They started, even though telepathy was still being used by some tribes and some individuals that had the opportunity for liberation, complete liberation, they started using it. Then after that, we see the introduction of vowels. Vowels weren't even used because, go for it.
Just quickly ask you a question before you go any further.
Yeah, do
I'll
it.
probably forget. Is this why we don't have written language by the Aboriginals of North America, South America, Aborigines, and Australia?
Yeah, that's exactly why. So when you look at when you go and study these and take the courses on them and learn from the people that have dedicated their life to this information, that's exactly what they say, is that they even actually, what you just said was actually a slide within the course where they talk about the different tribes and how they did not need that in order to connect to the cosmos. So then we keep going down in cycle until we get
the oral stories.
Right. And then we get to around 3100 BC, which is the time that India, who created the ancient Indians created this timeline, start speaking about the War of the 10 Kingdoms. You know, Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones is about the same thing. And Game of Thrones is actually, you've probably seen many movies that have almost the exact same makeup with multiple kingdoms at war. Right now, off the top of my head, I can't think about it, but ancient times. The time when the elementals left the earth, for example. Say that again?
Sands of Time.
Yes, and you know, the whole concept as well that elementals used to live with humans on earth in this age, but then the elementals started shifting out of frequency because we were becoming such a warlike civilization that we stopped living with them. And then we get to this time where there was a huge war to represent the beginning of this darker age, you know? And then we get to 700 BC. Now, 700 BC, the beginning of the Kali Yuga is what? The time of all the great prophets, all the great minds, from Pythagoras to Buddha was coming up soon. All the individuals from 700 to like 300 BC, there was Confucius was there as well. So what happens at the beginning of each of these ages are certain liberated people.
Wasn't there like 3 Confucius and a couple others that existed at the same time?
Yeah, there was, and I don't That's I'd have to do research on all the names, but you're
Yeah,
right. There
yeah.
were multiple people that
Yeah,
existed that
like
had this
3 or
awareness.
4 of them that existed at the very same time, and they could have met and had a a discussion, but I don't think they ever did. But they did exist
There were
at
avatars.
the time. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So there were avatars that all came around 700 BC. Some of these avatars literally came at 700 BC, like the day, like almost like to the day of the beginning of the Yuga cycle. What happened at the beginning of every Yuga cycle? Go and take a look at what prophets came to the planet. And then your mind will be blown that they almost tie exactly with the shift of the cycles. So every time a cycle goes, there is a contractual thing with the dark energy, if you will. The contract is that you will always allow a way to escape this complete darkness and to be liberated. That's why, for example, even the Masons and everything, they have to manipulate you, or not the Masons, but let's just say secret societies. The way they manipulate you has to be in a way that doesn't violate certain rules that they've agreed upon, which is that you need to have a way out to liberate yourself during this whole time, which is why in the Gnostic text, Lucifer literally was the volunteer to God in order to come to earth to give us the experience of darkness. But the agreement was that when the kingdom of heaven comes back down to earth, right now, beginning of Aquarius, you're going to have to give the keys up to God. A metaphor, just like Michael Feeley said. What are the keys? The keys are just a shifting of a zodiac. Give the keys back to the God consciousness. Your time on this planet of Luciferian energy is over. Now it's time to shift in this God consciousness. And I'm going to leave it at that because I can go on forever for that.
I think I just pulled something up here, Neil, and
yeah, you want to share it?
What we're talking about is the axial ages, the axial age, and that's when. Just trying to.
Hey, Brandon.
Confucius.
What's up, Brandon?
Hey guys, am I fashionably late / somewhat on time for the end, or are we done?
You're fashionably late, but we decided to keep going because we're having too much fun. So you're right on time at the same time.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Omar, what's up? You wanted to show us something?
Yeah, I know it's going to take a bit more research. It doesn't say too much about it, but I thought it was called the axial ages, where I forgot the other two, man. It's it's been a while. But
if you find more info, you can share it.
At pretty much the same time, and it's interesting to note that, right? Because that really is a pivotal moment in the human history, because something is happening where these great minds that are going to mold the future are, obviously are expressions of something much bigger. That's forging something to happen here on Earth.
Exactly. So do you want to share that maybe another day if you can't find it right now?
Yeah, I'll just look for another few seconds.
Okay.
If you just want to talk.
Yeah, Brandon, tell us how you're feeling, brother.
Dude, I haven't been able to listen in for the past few hours, just a few other responsibilities on the table, but I'd love to even just kind of like hear from your guys' perspective how it's been going. Obviously, we've been cultivating some pretty good momentum. Like, any aha moments for you, Neil? Like, what are you learning from this so far?
So Michael Feeley's information, I don't know if you heard him. I love Michael Feeley. I've heard him in many different situations. But he said a lot of things that were out of my my beliefs at that point. But I'm completely open to, shifting that all the time. But he did say some things on the dates of Egypt. And I've heard so many different things in regards to that. So I don't even know if I'm ever going to find out the truth of like how old this thing dates. But his perspective on that was very interesting. But especially his perspective that specific things in Egypt were actually a manifestation of the consciousness of the central mind and the planet rather than actually created by any beings. So I thought that was a profound piece of information that I would like to explore a little more, And then what else? Mary Rodwell's great. Mary Rodwell's also awesome. Yeah. So tell us, what do you feel about that? About like, have you explored the concept of ancient Egypt and the timelines at all?
Give me the quick synopsis again. Like what?
So he was
what's the big shift?
That Egypt is about 73,000 years old, right, Omar?
73,000 years old. Yep. And the Sphinx at the same time.
And the Sphinx at the same time. And that rather than humans or extraterrestrials or whatever are creating them, that they were actually created by the central mind, which is a consciousness, just sentient energy of creation, and not actually any individual people. So that, like, I'm open to that being a possibility, but it also wasn't something that I actually completely believed in this moment, you know?
Gotcha. Yeah. Like even that concept, like I would have to probably go back and listen to get a full scope on what that actually means.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's quite obvious that like the Egypt that we know today is only just a small kind of glimpse into what it was at one point. And
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that's not news for everybody who's here, but, and then even still, it's just like, what, and then it's like what came before Egypt and what else is there, and then you know what's outside of our petri dish, you know.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-expanding, really, because that's what I got into this for. I wanted to find out the root of everything. The last year and a half during the whole world situation, I've just completely immersed myself in studying history, and even like just the history of Russia for the last 2,000 years. I can like tell you the history of Russia. And I've just been really trying to find out and connect all the dots. But every time I try to research more, I just have more questions, because there were so many tribes, so many civilizations. We intermingled with so many different people. Just to say it and limit it to, well, this tribe came down here, merged with this one, and now we have this culture, is only looking at a portion of the picture. Feel me?
Like, no, to jump in here, you know, Michael Feeley's work is extremely deep, and in order to, it's very esoteric as well, right? And in order to understand it in depth, and really understand where Mike is coming from, you know, like I showed earlier, you would have to read, you know, a handful of books that that he's written on the subject.
That's true.
You know, I feel that you know, his work is somewhere alongside, if I was to use a parallel of it, you know, where people are on the fence or don't understand it, it would be something like Corey Good, you know, or Emery Smith, where, you know, they're doing 20 and back, 20 and back, 20 and back. Majority of the people have a pretty hard time grasping onto that idea of how that's possible.
Yeah.
So I think Michael Feeley's work, when we use it as a parallel, is kind of, you know, along that same line. You know, when it comes to Egypt, you know, I don't feel that the current Egyptians that we have today, or even their ancestors for that matter, had anything to do with the construction of the pyramids and the megalithic, you know, structures that are, you know, scattered across Egypt. I
Say
think
that one more time. You don't think who you don't think who has anything to do with it?
the current Egyptians.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I don't think they have anything to do with it. They just came across this stuff and just repurposed it and tried to fix it. You know, it's like Brian Forster says, right? You have megalithic stones on one side, and then you have rubble and then small bricks trying to repair a hole or whatever the case may be, right? So that's pretty good evidence that that they had nothing to do with it. So when we say Egyptians, you know, we're not really, you know, providing a proper term
context,
right? You know, we need to, you know, think beyond that now, because we're now mentally aware of the fact that they had nothing to do with it, but yet we continue to, you know, spit the fact that you know, ancient Egyptians, when really they had nothing to do with it. You know, we should you know, express those sites in a far greater detail, but, you know, in a term that's short, just like ancient Egypt. Right, you know, where people understand what we're talking about. You know, that's my thinking on it. Anyways, I don't want to take anything away from Egypt. You know, I don't want to be that guy in that room that says, you know, take it away. I don't want to do that. I'm just saying that, you know, in order for us to, you know, educationally explain this, we need to have greater context into that term.
Yeah, because pre-dynastic Egypt, right? What we have in the books was like 3000 BC, okay, and it seems like those individuals could have actually came to the pyramids that were already abandoned by some advanced civilization, took it over, took down some hieroglyphs, put their hieroglyphs up, wrote over other hieroglyphs, claimed some hieroglyphs for themselves, and removed the face of the lion on the Sphinx and added their own face, you know? So I feel from my research, which I'm completely open to shifting if there's more research that comes about, is that there was pre-dynastic Egypt where people that took over the existing one. There was the ones before that who knows where they went and dispersed to. Some say they came to the Native Americas, brought pyramid technology elsewhere and all that. And then before that, there was probably a greater civilization that they were the descendants of, right? And that's the whole Atlantis, Egyptian, pre-dynastic Egypt, current day thing. But then my other explanation could be that I could be 26,000 years off. It could be that Atlantis fell 36,000 years ago when the last zodiac and the last ice age was around that time. And then Egypt was created around 35,000 years ago. The Sphinx was created when the constellation of Leo was in the sky, which was 35,000 years ago. And then the rest of Egypt, existed for multiple thousand years after that. I know it's a mouthful, but I'm just kind of trying to track it together.
What if it's older than that? What if it's like, say,
it could be, yeah,
175,000 years old when the last ice age set in? And that's one of the reasons, possibly why we have underground cities around the world, like Kuyu and stuff, is when the first, the ice age set in 175,000 years ago, the globe turned into an ice ball, everybody went underground. And when that melted, they came out and built the Sphinx. Another ice age set in, they went back under and came out. And that's been maybe one of the reasons why so much knowledge is being lost, is because because of that fact of existing underground generation after generation after generation, never seeing the sky, and then suddenly you come up where you've heard stories of these megaliths around the world, and then you go out looking for them when when the ice starts to melt. But I definitely think that the pyramids are older than our current dates anyways. I'm thinking more, perhaps even a few million years old. Like Lemurians might have built it like 3 million years.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. And ultimately, it comes down to the fact that we cannot carbon date inorganic matter.
Yeah.
Right? So you never truly know. And it definitely is the case that we keep figuring out every 20 years or so that humanity and Homo sapiens have been on planet Earth much longer than we were previously thought. Right?
Yeah.
So it's all quite possible. And it just it blows my mind, really. It's just like, I want to know, but I know there may be no way to know.
Do you think yourself, your personal opinion, and do you think that aliens built the pyramids, or do you think humans built the pyramids that were like extremely advanced?
I used to think it was ETs, but now I think it's advanced humans. But I think the advanced humans may have had contact with ETs in the past.
What made you shift your focus to that?
The understanding of the ages and the realization that we were actually at an advanced level of consciousness, that we were able to use our consciousness in order to bend and manipulate matter, and we were able to use technology in order to create, for example, Pumapunku, the H blocks there, and also in Peru, I forget what wall it is, but the wall, I think it's in Cusco, that has like, I'll just show you guys right now, might as well. Do you know what it's called? Wall in?
No, I can't.
When you can't even fit like a hair blade in it.
Otherwise, it looks like a corn cob.
In Peru. Let's see. I think I can find it for you guys here. Yeah, boom. First thing. All I had to do was type in wall in Peru, and there it is. Okay, so this right here, right? You must have seen. Basically, this predates anything Inca or anything in this last couple of ages. This was probably Silver Age or Golden Age time, right? But the way this has been put together, it seems like the only way experts are saying anything about it is that it looks like it was put together, then melted in order to fill in the gaps, and then re-solidified. Some sort of technology using consciousness maybe. And this dates back to that time. So I feel that they had the ability spiritually, consciously, in order to not use technology like we're using now, but to use organic technology in order to manipulate matter. So that's why I'm thinking that, it probably was humans, but I'm completely open to the fact that we were also in an advanced age, and there might have been interaction with extraterrestrials at that time too. There could have been a trade going on. When you get to that level of consciousness, it's not like there's a hierarchy, like these ETs are higher than you and know more than you. It becomes a conscious trade and more transparent, I believe. And so that's to answer your question, that's what I think now, but
Puma
I
punku,
definitely.
Puma punku, the stones, they're strewn everywhere, and it looks like it's in mud. How do you think that happened?
Puma punko, the stones. Which one is it?
The H blocks.
Oh, okay, okay.
Looks like they're spread
So-
everywhere. They're buried in mud. How do you think that happened?
Yes. Oh, these are shoes. Okay. Actually, the ancient folklore. Oh, pumas. They're trying to give me puma. Like what? H blocks, Peru, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so these right here, the ancient folklore says that they were brought there by giants. That's what the local folklore says about that area.
Which giant? The ones that are 10 feet tall with double row teeth found in Ohio, or the ones previous to that were like 30 feet tall? And
well, it depends on how old. If they carbon dated them, I would say that this would probably be around the time of the Greek Titans.
Oh yeah.
You know, so which is around the time of Atlantis. You know, a lot of those stories are like, oh, if Atlantis was 13,000 BC, so maybe 11,900 BC, 13,000 years ago. These are just numbers we're throwing out there because no one truly knows, because a lot of us are going in with the context of the last 26,000 year cycle, because even if you're a researcher in this within the alternative archaeology, it's even difficult for them to really go past that, you know?
Yeah.
But it could be past that, who knows? But I do know that a lot happened in Peru, and Peru is one of the largest archaeological sites in the entire world. It's almost like a complete archaeological site. And there's a lot of evidence for the Paracas people thousands of years ago. So this going to around 13,000 years ago makes sense to me, just because of all the other, quote, drama that took place from then in the entirety of Peru that we know dated back maybe just a few thousand years ago.
How do you think the H blocks ended up in the mud? Like
Are they like they're dug in, right? They like,
yes,
they
some of the structures, like, you know, it looks like there was a massive flood and they got pushed over and mud went over it and buried some, and others didn't. How do you think that happened?
So you think well, what you just said made it sound like it could be natural, right?
Possibly. It could be, you know, around the same time as
the Great Flood,
around the Young Dryas, when we had the comet coming in that hit Greenland. It may have broke apart, and some of it hit the Indian Ocean, and then it caused a big tsunami that came in and hit Peru here. Do you think that the Moai, how they're buried in the mud, are somehow connected to the event that took place at Puma Punku, where the H blocks are, where that site is?
Can you spell that so I can pull it up?
The Moai.
M-O-A-I.
You know how half the Moai, they're like buried.
Yeah. So how these got in the ground?
Yeah.
Speculating here, I think they were put in by humans.
You think somebody buried them in there, and that it wasn't a natural event?
Actually,
or an event of some sort.
It could be that it was.
When
if there was a great flood, it would make sense that if like the whole world got upturned by these huge tsunamis around the world, it could actually do this.
Yeah, especially when you look at this site here, and then you go to the Puma Punku site, where you have those megalithic stone that's like buried in mud. Some of it is on an angle like this, right? That's buried and wedged into the mud. And when you look at that in the Puma Punku, I wonder if it's the same event that took place and ravaged the Easter Islands and hit the South American continental shelf, and then went a little bit back. Because if you look at it on Google Earth, it almost looks like a huge tsunami hit the continent, and it went in a little bit, and there's no vegetation. That's around the same place as that other site. What's that called? Muscogee or something like that, where those stone heads are. You know the one I'm talking about in Peru?
I'm not sure what they're called.
Stone Forest. Put that in Peru, Stone Forest. Like these, yeah, there you go. This is the site. Check out that skull right there.
You know, they also found.
You know this?
No, I haven't heard of this site before, actually.
Look at that skull that's like right there.
Which one are we talking about? Over here?
Grave on second line.
On this or over here somewhere?
Over there, yeah. Keep going to your right. Another one? Yeah, no. Back the other way. That one, yeah. See, the human head. You see the human head? You see the nose, the lips, the chin, the skull. There's a turtle there as well. There's camels. There's one stone there that has a carving like that of like three heads, like an Arab head, African head, and like an Asian head, and all three of them are like in one. So you have to turn and you have to look. But the odd thing is that this guy right here, he's looking right at Easter Island.
Huh.
Kind of weird.
Yeah,
and if you go to
yeah.
that next picture, it kind of looks like Darth Vader. Yeah,
It
this
does.
one right there. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
see
and
right there?
that goes into the whole question because a lot of people believe that Lemuria existed in the Pacific, right?
Yeah.
And that when Lemuria went under the ocean, that there was two land bridges that connected to the Americas. One of the land bridges connects to currently Northern California and directly connects to Mount Shasta, right? So that's why a lot of people believe that the Lemurians went into underground, into hollow earth in Mount Shasta. And that's why if you go to Mount Shasta, there's all this Lemurian stuff around everywhere. And then you have the other land bridge that was Easter Island, and Easter Island is the remnants of it. So the question is really how old did these go, and was Lemuria, because some people say Lemuria was way earlier before Atlantis. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Lemuria, when we look in the root races, Lemuria, we're looking at like 3 million years, 7 million years.
Yeah, and that goes in with the whole Mars connection too, because there's information that the Martians that were also living on Mars at that time, when Mars was actually in its decline, came down to live and coexist with the Lemurians.
And also, if you know, what's that landmass in the Indian Ocean? Mu.
Well, isn't Mu Lemuria? Isn't it the same thing?
Yeah, yeah, it's in the Indian Ocean. Did it really sink, or is it India?
Oh, are you talking about south of the ocean?
Yeah,
Connecting Sri Lanka?
that's right. No, I'm talking where Madagascar is, right? Where Madagascar is, there's a, you know, they say that there was a continent there. Let me pull it out.
Yeah, show it. So we're gonna wrap up here in like 6-7 minutes, 10 minutes, everybody. And just to remind everybody that wishalliance.org, go ahead and sign up there if you would like to. The after party starts in 10 minutes over there, and I'll be there right in the beginning to talk about this event. Nonstop. Did you find it?
I'm just looking for it right now. The Mu was in between. That was, yeah, the Mu was in the Pacific Ocean, and then the one that was in the Indian Ocean.
Eric said rock welding with another application of the mind melt, talking about those rocks in Peru. Yeah, probably.
I think those are probably like the oldest structures that that we have. Kamari Kondo is what I'm talking about.
Okay, never heard of it.
You never heard of it?
Mm-mm.
Here, I'll.
You want to share a screen?
Yeah, how do I share a screen?
Oh, I'm looking at it. That's interesting.
Right here.
Okay, well, we'll end it on what you're about to show right here, and then I'll do a poetry in order to close out for today.
Do you see that?
Yep.
Right here. This is the one that I was talking about. This landmass here, and the same thing goes with this landmass here. It's the same story as is for Atlantis and as there is for Mu, and that it sank beneath the ocean. And oddly enough, Neil, I did a show with this guy called Rob Shelsky a few years back, and we were talking about the Mandela effect. And in the movie Dazed and Confused, when the two people, they're sitting in a classroom, they're talking and they're planning on what they're going to do after school, and one girl is spinning the globe, right, the prop that they had there. And if you pause it and then actually view the globe frame by frame by frame, off the coast of Australia on the west coast, going out about 200 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles around there, there's a massive, massive island, huge island there. Like, I mean, this thing is huge. It has a bay, right? Like it opens up like that. It's a circular and has a bay in it. And it's really bizarre. You know, I'll take a screenshot off the video and send it to you. It was pretty interesting.
That is interesting. Actually, I wish there was a documentary about this land, man. I've never heard of it. Sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder how long ago it dates to. Any idea?
About the same time as Lemuria.
Yeah.
At the same time, because there's stories in Sri Lanka, the Tamil people, they say that they're the descendants of an ancient civilization, and they talk about Lemuria in their stories as well, but they talk about Kamari Kundam as well in their stories, and they say that they're the descendants of them. And then I began thinking, is that, hey, what if this island that they're talking about was actually the mainland India that was in the Indian Ocean, and when it slid into the Asian plate and became India as we know it today, what if that's what they're talking about, and it actually never really did sink into the Indian Ocean? And then you have Sri Lanka there, which, if we go back just 12,000 years, 100 meters of ocean rise, that's about 350 feet of water. And if you take that 350 feet of water out, then you got Dwarka that gets uncovered, and also Rama's Bridge.
Yeah, I'm about to show that right now. I have that right here.
Right here, I'll stop sharing my screen and maybe you can show.
Yeah, that one's a huge trip, because this right here connects India, the tip of India, to Sri Lanka, and it is 350. What would you say? How deep was it?
350 feet of water. If you, and that's how much the water rose in the last melt-off during the Younger Dryas.
Yeah. So that was already verified, and people knew that. And then when we went and rediscovered it, and took a look at how deep it was, it matched hand in hand with how much the ocean rose.
Isn't that canny? And same thing with Dwarka. Dwarka is 120 feet underwater, and they say that that's Krishna's city, and he founded the city, and it was made of crystal and stone and precious metals. And right now I'm watching a series on our alien ancestry with Stephen and Evan Strong, and they're talking about Atlantis rings that have been fused with metal and crystal. So I'm wondering to myself, I wonder if that's kind of somehow connected to what, Krishna is saying with, 900 temples that he had built of, crystal and rock. And I wonder if that's kind of somehow connected, right? So I'm looking a little bit more further into that, but everything matches, bro. Look at that.
Yeah, it does. And just to let everybody know the story, the Ramayana, which is, I was raised on the Ramayana. I watched 100 episodes of the Ramayana as a child, and then had to watch. Then I watched the new version when I grew up. And basically, the story is there was a king. His name was Ramana, and one of his father's wife did not like him and wanted her son to be the next heir, even though Rama was the older son. Okay, so this is how Indian New Year's got created. So I'm about to tell you some information you might not know, and if you don't know about Diwali, this is the story of Diwali. So let's get some images to show here, Rama and Sita. So this individual right here, Rama, blue guy, and we'll talk about the color blue tomorrow because it didn't enter humans articulation or writing until around 700 BC. But Ramana, he had to basically leave. His dad said that, hey, you have to go and live in the forest for, I think it was 40 years and 40, something like that, around 40 years. And
I heard that before.
Yeah, it was because the other mother didn't want him there, wanted her son to be the king. His brother, half brother that was going to be king, didn't want to become king, wanted Rama to become king, and said, hey, no, you should become king. And Rama was such a good son that he said, you know what, I'm going to leave, I'm going to listen to my father, I'll be back after this whole thing occurs, after this whole thing's over. So he leaves. A couple of his half brothers go with him, and his half brothers, because Ramana is a reincarnation of Vishnu. Okay, this is Vishnu right here. Vishnu reincarnated into Ramana, but every one of Vishnu's snakes also reincarnated into humans as well. Each one of these snakes incarnated into half brothers of Rama. Okay, so Vishnu incarnated into Rama. Each of these snakes incarnated into half brothers of Rama. When Rama left and went into the forest, and with his wife Sita, because Sita would follow him to the end of the world, and literally did follow him to the end of the world in that moment. Also, all of his brothers left with him to keep him and protect him and be around him, right? So he went there and he had his brothers, his half brothers with him. He had Sita, but then this evil individual, his name was Ravana. This evil devil, demon that was basically, and it's very interesting because in the end, when Ravana's dying, when Rama says, "Why did you do this?" and he said, "Because I loved you so much. I was trying to get your attention. I wanted to talk to you, and you wouldn't listen." That was like the impurity of his intent originally, that he was trying to get Vishnu's attention in the heavens. God wouldn't listen, came down to earth, decided to create chaos. Ravana is what in modern day text? The Lucifer of the story. So Ravana steals Sita. This is fun. Just doing it in Google. It's like a slideshow made in the moment. Ravana steals Sita and takes her to where? Takes her to Sri Lanka. Creates a huge fortress there with all of these.
Stargate in Sri Lanka as well.
Say that again?
There's a Stargate in Sri Lanka as well.
Takes her there and has all these half hybrid like beings working with him, like these monster kind of half human.
Yeah, the Blue Monkey Army.
Well, no, that's Rama's army. So Ravana had these half demon like entities. Okay, now we have a connection to the Sumerian Anunnaki story, hybridization project. There were a group of another Homo sapien, another Homo, just say humanoid, not Homo sapien, that existed on the planet at the same time, at that time, that was coexisting and took Ravana's side and were on Sri Lanka protecting him. However, there was also another species of beings that existed on the planet. Half monkey, half human beings, another hybridization.
That's right. And they had blue skin as well.
Exactly. But Hanuman, which was the king of all these people, was actually the reincarnation of
Vishnu.
Shiva.
Oh,
Shiva. Rama was Vishnu. Shiva was the reincarnation. I mean, Hanuman was the reincarnation of Shiva. Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma are the Trinity.
Yeah.
Vishnu and Shiva, really good homies. So they wanted to. So when Vishnu came down to earth, Shiva said, "Hey, I got your back. I'm gonna come down too. I'm gonna come down as the king of these people. My people will follow you, and I'll help you out." So what did they do? When Ravana took Sita to Sri Lanka, Hanuman and his people created the land bridge that connected India to Sri Lanka in order for the army that was Rama's army to go across in full force with all of their weapons and whatever they had, advanced technology weapons. Because if you look at Ramana, it's a bunch of lightning bolts and crazy like next level like Star Trek weapons, right?
Lightning bolts shooting out and
of golden chariots with lights coming out of every side, vimanas, you know.
You hold it in your hand and shot out lightning bolts. I forgot what it's called. It's got the two bells on either side.
Yeah, I forgot the name too.
Yeah, you grab it and then, damn, I forgot the name of it.
So then they came over this, and that's why it's called Rama's Bridge. So when fast forward to the future, now we're looking at the end of the last ice age. We see that this bridge was probably created around that time. It's around 350 underneath the ocean. So that goes hand in hand with, the ice age and the rise in the oceans. And we can now verify that the bridge that was talked about in Ramayan text that is over 3,000 years old, the story around 3,000 years ago, actually exists. And that's the story of Rama and Sita. And it probably took place around 13,000 years ago.
And as well, Dvarka, because up until now, until recently, they've all said that Dvarka, which is spoken in the Mahabharata and all the other poems, that it was a mythical city, that it didn't exist. And then in 1996, they found it under 120 feet of water in what's that called, the Gulf of Cambay. I think it's in. That's a pretty cool place too. You can totally tell. And then you got that place off the coast of Cuba. Same thing, that there was megalithic stuff that was going on there. Then you got Yanaguni, same thing, under, I don't know, like 200 feet of water, 300 feet of water, same thing happening over there as well. And Sundaland, and then we got Sundaland, same thing, where the Ganang Panang pyramid is. And oddly enough, speaking of that, Neil, the Ganang Panang pyramid, it looks the same type of condition as where the H blocks are found. And same thing with Easter Island.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like they got buried in mud. Looks like there was a huge tsunami that just like ripped across the entire planet and probably stopped with Peru because of the high continental shelf, right? This took
exactly
away the energy. and just kind of just obliterated everything along its way. Right from there on, there on out. That one might explain as to the fact that if you have a continent that sinks into the ground and then disperses all that water, that there would be a huge, huge tsunami. Then I wonder why we don't have that type of evidence in off the coast of Africa, right? East coast of Africa, like Madagascar, Kenya, Congo, you know, just right along the eastern coast, even South Africa, because there should be some sort of you know, tsunami damage, but I don't think we find any. Because
there was some information about safe areas during the tsunami. I don't know if it wiped over the whole entire planet, you know?
Yeah.
So there could have been areas that, I mean, if a comet hit the planet, I mean, it could rock the whole planet and there could be a flash flood everywhere, but will it affect every single corner, every single part of the planet? You know, maybe there were areas that weren't affected. You know,
what if it wasn't a comet? What if it was a landmass that sank into the ocean and then dispersed all?
Well, what do you think made it sink?
Possibly a you know, like a empty magma chamber type of thing inside the mantle, underneath the mantle. Maybe a pocket opened up, because we know there's a huge ocean below the mantle, and possibly maybe a fissure opened up and weakened the area and the entire thing, like kind of like a sinkhole inside the ocean.
Well, they have found a residue all over the planet that implies that there could have been some sort of impact, because when you go 13,000 years down into the ground, there's this film that, you know, takes over the entire planet. But it could be that too. However, when it comes to Atlantis, a lot of researchers say that Atlantis fell in 3 times. It didn't fall all in one time, you know, that it actually, so a lot of people in Atlantis didn't really die with the island. Many of them were actually leaving and starting in different civilizations all over the planet at the same time.
Makes sense, because there's some text out there that says that with every change of times, you know, when there's a shift happening, the previous one has to be destroyed. So usually it's a cataclysmic event that happens that destroys the previous civilization in order for the next one to
like clockwork,
and not have that effect, just like clockwork.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're going through here right now. You know, I don't want to really talk about that, but you know, same thing.
We can go on forever, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I see Paul Anthony West Wallace. Paul Wallace is in the room.
Right on. Shout out to Paul Wallace. His book just came out, The Scars of Eden. You know, it's been sold out. It's like number one right across the world. So it's doing very good. And congratulations to Paul Wallace.
Yeah, and Paul, I just want to say, if you want to, brother, on Sunday we're doing an ancient history panel with JJ Desiree Hurtak, Alan Steinfeld, some other guy who does some Sphinx information. But if you want to, 2:40 on Sunday, we have a 1-hour ancient history panel. If you want to be a part of it, just say yes right now. Come in the room at that time, and we'd love to have you on, so you can, you know, you can share your wisdom too.
Oh yeah,
okay.
Paul Wallace has so much to share. You know, so much. I've learned so much from this guy. Amazing guy. He's got the Fifth Kind TV. That's you know, just a bomb channel. That one, my God.
Yeah. All right, bro. I think we're gonna close up. So I'm gonna do a little poetry, and then we're done for today.
Coolies, brother. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. And don't forget to like and share this this video to help us fight the thought police out there, because you know what we're all going through here right now. So share this video, because everyone deserves the truth.
Exactly. All right, everybody. So I'm going to do a poem, but first I'm just going to tell you one more time about the schedule for tomorrow, just so that you know. You're going to get an email again with the replay. If you want, share it around. That would be awesome. It's going to be a YouTube link for right now. And then tomorrow you're going to get a link 1 hour before the event to join live. And also on Saturday, we start at 11:40. So every day is 10 a.m. Pacific, which is 1 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 p.m. London time, which is 8 p.m., which is 7 p.m. France time. So if you guys want to join in, we start at that time, 10 a.m. Pacific, every day except for Saturday 11:40. And one more time, the schedule for tomorrow is the following. We're starting with Joan of Angels. We're going with Celestine Star, information on ultra-terrestrials. We're doing Jamie Janover, ancient sites and its connection to fractal geometry. We have Peter Sterling, cymatics and harp music. We have Wayne Perry using the voice for therapy, sound with voice, vocal cords.
Neil, Paul said he's in. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Yeah, for sure. You made me jump, bro. I got scared right there. I was like, whoa, where'd that come from? That was loud. It's all good though. Okay, so then we have Laura Eisenhower, and we're gonna have Paul. So Paul said yes, everybody. You're gonna get to experience Paul 2:40 on Sunday, which will be with JJ Desiree Hertag, Alan Steinfeld, and a couple other people, including myself and Omar. And then we have Laura Eisenhower tomorrow at 2. We have Chief Golden Light Eagle following that. We have Paul Hynek, the son of Alan Hynek, after that. And then we're going to close with JJ Desiree Hertag, Mira B. Davey, Meg Benedicte, Billy Carson for the Ascension panel. So it's going to be an amazing day tomorrow. And that's it for now. So I'm going to go ahead and share 2 poems with you all. So this first poem here is called The Story of the Anunnaki. And again, Wish Alliance has just started. So if you want to go in Wish Alliance and be a part of that event, please do. So I wrote this quite a long time ago, but it's basically the story of the Anunnaki as I have learned it over the times. Blood, is it ready to be read as holy scriptures ingrained on tablets with the sweat of the dead Sumerians who worship gods for life fiending in the Garden of Eden? Could I be your god? Worshipping deities who worship entities who worship themselves. What is the atomic quantum level that we can reach? Is it there, or are we at the gates ready to breach entry? I can't burn, awaiting my turn to be dematerialized, to once again may rise or never even be what we call society. Conscious language process in the mind. This is the soul systematic song that is all about wrong being wrong. Welcome to my mentality and the manifestation of ways, human slaves diplomatically to save the day. The lord of the black hole's constant twirl, the source of the white hole's matter to form galaxies and worlds. Am I God? God, I'm vibrating at speeds, destroying desires and needs beyond comprehension, the henchman who collects souls, redefine desolate scriptures and I make them laws. You see, it began with Mesopotamia and the sons of God, who were the lower tier of the interdimensional beings in ancient Sumer. We were created from, genetically mutated from, Crow to Pro-Magnum, almost as if overnight. I speak of the old ancestry, the wormhole which we were given air to breathe, range of frequencies and a limited mental capacity. Do you remember? The daughters of men, the Nephilim. Who could we be? Made in the image of the Anunnaki, retreated over the black seas and left a Masonic breeze to sweep over the planet to reinsure the incarnation of unwilling souls, to be ripped out from the federation of galactic black holes and instant travel between dimensions. You see, the stones? They became the Freemasons. The Vatican and the organization of the occultist industrial system created a prison out of this vision, envisioned the shackles of division when the asteroid's collision with Nibiru struck with precision. It fragmented matter from another solar system. It fragmented matter from another solar system. Fragmentation of my fractal vision traveled here from another solar system. In this world of calamity, with organized piety making people drop to their knees, you and I, we be the free. People see right in front. Time for the peripheral, narrow-minded ignorance. Be the bigger man and see the benevolence. The interdimensional energy of love holds my truth above other dimensions. I'm that anti-level vacuum being sucked down with the pull of a black hole, recycled in this universe that shows acceptance. Knows acceptance by accepting the predicament that I am in. With all the government makes me think I do is all I do is a sin. Straight fear-mongering. So I write with a pen to show beginning to an end. Just know we chose to be here. Tear perceptions of fear. And remember, Jah will be waiting there. It's time to believe in yourself. To forget monetary wealth. To concentrate on your health. I felt lost, stones pelt, body bloody, judged by those who say they love me. But what does love mean within these lower frequencies of emotions, causing mental erosions? I'm frozen in a rapidly moving time. With holes in the heavens, flow of energy from realms of divine essence. These beings think that we're under the guide to receive lessons of ascension? No. The gods we show, the biblical portrayal of Jesus and pagan rituals, the deities who we worship and bow, ask for forgiveness, and how can we reach the kingdom of heaven? Away from ourselves. Looking externally for personified God, indemnified soul of the old ancestry of the duality of friends and foes. Know this, the energy level will persist. The new world order doesn't matter one bit. No one world without singularity. Physical perceptions manifest in realms of spirituality. No order, pure anarchy to set all of humanity in 13 different third-dimensional planetary systems free. So follow me, and we will transcend and ascend to the fourth density. I love you all. This is the final poem, and this is the subtle, calm one that we're going to phase out on. See you all tomorrow, hopefully. Check out the replay. Share it with all your friends and families. Please go to Portal to Ascension. Check out some of our other events too. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider. Source of cosmic energy, where you're going to be one single entity, expansion remedied, oneness must breathe, exhale and let free, consciousness to be, experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation. Facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations and join the federations of souls that will take us to the fifth world. And join the Federation of Souls that will take us to the fifth world. Love you all. Have a beautiful night. See some of you guys in the Wish Alliance after party right now. Okay. Bye-bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.